A voice, I couldn't tell if it was a man's or a woman's, detonated right inside my skull. Welcome to the world of Endless Night. Here, everyone starts on equal footing. Each of you gets a 10 square meter room, one bottle of water, one loaf of bread, 3 gold coins, and one shot at a random talent. 100,000 people make up a complex, and within it you'll compete to survive. You can cooperate, or you can slaughter each other. There are no rules here whatsoever. Remember, with every day that passes, the monsters grow stronger and new ones appear. On the 5th day, a boss-class monster will attack your room directly. Kill it, and the rewards will be immense. If you want to live, scrape together every resource you can, upgrade your room, and mount weapons on it. In 3 hours, the first wave of monsters arrives. I wish you all the best of luck surviving. The voice vanished. I looked around, dazed. A cramped little room. Nothing but a small wooden table, and on it, a bottle of water, a loaf of bread, and a white tablet. Survival? The whole human race gets ice-guyed into a survival game. I took a deep breath. As a shut-in who'd been reading web novels for years, my tolerance for this kind of thing was pretty solid, and I accepted the new reality fast. Honestly, compared to my life back home, stagnant as a dead pond, this place wasn't even that bad, even if it might kill me. I picked up the tablet. Dead center on the screen, a countdown ticked away, glaring. Time until monster invasion. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 15 seconds. I tapped the screen. 4 words popped up. Beginner's Guide. I tapped again, and lines of text scrolled out one after another. Your room is an absolute safe zone. As long as the door and windows stay intact, you cannot be harmed. You may invite others inside. Once inside, they cannot hurt you, but you can hurt them. Your body has been fully digitized. Just say the word to open your status panel, but be careful to keep it hidden, because others can see it too. Upgrading your room costs gold coins, which you obtain through trade, killing monsters, or robbery. Everyone gets one chance to draw talent. Just think the word draw. Once you've drawn your talent, the chat rooms, the shop, the trading platform, and your inventory all unlock. I didn't hesitate. Draw talent. Inside, though, I was a nervous wreck. I was starting with 1 bottle of water and 1 loaf of bread, and monsters would show up in 3 hours. Whether my talent was good or garbage would decide whether I lived. Ding. Randomly drawing talent. A wheel covered in question marks spun rapidly. About a minute later, the arrow settled on a tiny blood-red wedge at the very top. Congratulations. You have drawn the unique talent, Supreme Sovereign LV1. Effect automatically binds every person in your complex. As long as they remain alive, you receive 1 random reward from each of them every day. Today's reward has been generated. Bread. Current survivors in your complex, 100,000. You have received 100,000 loaves of bread today. Deposited into your inventory. Holy shit. This talent is straight up broken. My face lit up. This was like being reincarnated into a billionaire's family, bound to 100,000 people right out of the gate. I don't lift a finger, I just open my eyes, and there are 100,000 rewards waiting. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Then the notifications came rolling in. Complex chat room, Endless Night World chat room, shop, trading platform, inventory, all unlocked. I forced down my excitement and said quietly, open panel, resident, Chun and room no, 009527. Stamina 75 out of 100, satiety 88 100ths. Strength 1, agility 1, intelligence 1. Everyone's starting stats are 1. Talent, Supreme Sovereign LV1. Inventory, bread times 100, 000, gold coin times 3. I stared at the panel, thinking it over. The talent's strong, but it's obviously a snowball build, no combat power early on. Priority 1, survive day 1 and collect tomorrow's rewards. I got up and walked to the door. A wooden door that looked reasonably sturdy. I touched it, and data popped up. Perfectly ordinary wooden door, level 1, durability 3/3. Can be dismantled into wood times 8. Upgrade requirements. Gold coin times 3, wood times 8. Can only block 3 hits from a low-level monster. Hurry up and upgrade me, master. Only 3 hits. I frowned, like a monster was going to politely stop after 3 swings. But upgrading required 8 units of wood. No wonder the hallway was full of voices and footsteps. Everyone else had figured out the same problem and was scrambling for a solution. But I had no intention of going out there. My talent gave me exactly 0 fighting ability. If I ran into some hothead who decided to stick a knife in me, it was game over. This world had no laws, no restrictions of any kind. Until I could protect myself, my fellow humans weren't necessarily any safer than the monsters. I flicked a finger and opened the shop. Mineral water times 1, 50 copper. Bread times 1, 50 copper. Sharp axe times 1, 1 gold. Exchange rate. 1 gold equals 10 silver equals 100 copper. My eyes locked onto the axe. A weapon was exactly what I was missing. The problem was, if I bought the axe, I wouldn't have enough gold to upgrade the door. Damn it, pinched from both ends. I scratched my head, then switched over to the trading platform. Notice, a 15% tax is levied on every transaction. Barter is tax-free. They tax trades too. That got me thinking, which meant residents of the same complex were losing money by going through the platform. Dealing in person was cheaper, but in person was also dangerous. Easy way to get robbed. I scrolled through the listings. All kinds of stuff. People selling wood, people selling iron ingots, people buying food with copper, people selling blueprints for chairs. Someone was even hawking used white socks, worn by a college guy. And, I'm super cute, please give me gold coins. I clicked into a wood listing and sent a private message. Me, would you trade wood for bread? 009999, absolutely. 5 loaves of bread per unit of wood. How many do you want? My expression darkened. Was this guy serious? 5 loaves for a single unit? At shop prices, 5 loaves was 250 copper, 2.5 golds worth. Wood couldn't possibly be that valuable, and food was a premium resource right now on top of that. The ratio was highway robbery. I might have 100,000 loaves in my inventory, but I wasn't about to hand them out for free. I closed the chat and kept scrolling. There weren't many wood sellers, but there were a few. Where's all this wood coming from? The thought flashed through my mind, and then it hit me. Dismantling one wooden door yielded exactly 8 units of wood, which meant these people had almost certainly torn down someone else's door. A chill crawled up my spine. So these 3 hours before the monsters arrived were the most dangerous part of all. At that moment, I immediately dragged the only little table in the room over and wedged it against the door. It still didn't make me feel safe. That door only had 3 points of durability. Flimsy as paper. I needed to upgrade it, fast. 2 more minutes of scrolling the trading platform, and I traded 12 loaves of bread to another resident for 8 units of lumber, 1.5 loaves per unit. My mental ceiling had been 2 loaves per unit, so knocking it down to 1.5 meant I'd come out slightly ahead. Materials sufficient. Upgrade. Upgrade. A countdown popped up over the door, 30 seconds. The instant it hit 0, white light wrapped around the wooden door, and when it faded, a much heavier door had replaced the old one, complete with a peephole for looking outside. Sturdy wooden door, level 2 durability, 10 out of 10, strong enough to withstand repeated attacks from monsters below level 2. But I want to be even tougher, so I can shield master from every danger. Finally, a little peace of mind. I patted the door and smiled. With a talent like mine, I was guaranteed to have 0 combat power in the early game, which meant going out to adventure was completely off the table. So I'd play to my strengths instead, use the mountain of supplies I generated every day to trade for the materials to upgrade my room. As long as the room was tough enough, I could develop in safety and blow everyone away at the end. I opened the trading platform again to browse, and as I scrolled I noticed something. The 2 most valuable things right now were lumber and gold coins. Gold coins could be broken down into silver and copper, but you couldn't convert back the other way, which meant a gold coin's real value was far higher than the shop's official exchange rate. It's day 1, so everybody's still got water and bread. Bread isn't worth much yet. But by tomorrow, no, in a few more hours, unless a huge supply of food shows up out of nowhere, bread is going to start climbing. I ran the logic through my head, and if I was right, then my 100,000 loaves of bread were worth an absolute fortune. Right as I was thinking that, a string of messages popped up. 009999. Bro, you still there? 009999. You still want lumber? I can negotiate. How about 4 loaves? 009999. Say something, bro. I know you're reading these. Me. How do you know? 009999. Bro, it says read on my end, and you're not replying. I raised an eyebrow. How come I don't get a read receipt? Wait, did I just get played? 009999. Bro, is your talent food production related? If it is, I'll cut you a better deal. Long-term partnership, even .009999. Ignoring me again? Hello? Hello? You really gone? 009999. Come on, say something. You tell me your talent, I'll tell you mine. The notifications wouldn't stop, so I finally opened the chat, fully intending to block him. And then I saw something actually useful. 009999. My talent is an amplification type. Triples all my stats for 5 minutes. Then I'm weakened for 10 minutes afterward. So want to work together? Triple all stats, and it lasts 5 whole minutes? My eyebrows shot up. A talent like that was terrifyingly strong in the early game, and just as strong late. Stack up your base stats first, then activate it for a 3x multiplier, and you'd be flat out unbeatable. That settled it for me completely. Yeah, there are dragons hiding among the crowd. There is no way in hell I'm risking my life out there. I became even more committed to turtling in my room. Nothing was getting me out that door. As long as I stayed alive, I got a guaranteed haul every single day. There was no reason to go out and gamble with my life. Information, though, that I still had to gather, or I'd be blind. So I struck up a conversation with my enthusiastic new contact. I told him that yes, my talent was food-related and that I produced a fixed amount of food every day. 009999 got instantly hyped. I knew it. I knew I had you pegged. I put you at 90% food talent, minimum. So what do you say, bro? Want to team up? You've got the food, I've got the firepower. We'd be an unstoppable duo. While keeping one eye on the trading platform for good deals, I fished for intel. 90%? So what's the other 10? Whether or not to actually partner up, that still needed some thought. The other 10% is finding a big stash of food in an empty room. But the odds on that are like winning the lottery. Empty room? What do you mean? You don't know? You seriously haven't left your room once? Nope. I've been studying my talent. Wow, you really are a turtle. It's been almost 2 hours and you haven't budged. All right, since you're my future business partner, this one's on the house. There are a ton of empty rooms on our floor. Those wooden doors can be dismantled, and the rooms themselves might have lumber, food, even weapons and copper coins. So that explained it. No wonder there were so many items listed on the trading platform. There were even iron ingots. I'd assumed somebody had a talent that produced iron and was selling it off. Turns out people were just out there scavenging. Still, I had no intention of leaving. With my talent, as long as I stayed alive, everything I needed would come to me. Just then, a listing caught my eye. Sharp Dagger. Trading for gold coins. Serious buyers only. I opened a private chat immediately. Open to a barter? Several minutes passed before he replied. What VE you got? Bread. 20 loaves, and it's yours. 20 loaves was worth 1,000 copper, 10 gold. An axe in the shop cost 1 gold, and this guy had the nerve to ask 10 for a single dagger. I frowned. 5 loaves. Accept, and we can trade right now. If he wouldn't, fine, I'd pass. Weapons mattered, sure, but this was just a dagger. It wasn't going to move the needle on my combat power much. And I wasn't going outside anyway. I just wanted something for self-defense. He didn't respond this time, like he was too annoyed to bother with me. I didn't dwell on it, and went back to scrolling the listings. Over the next 10-odd minutes and a few rounds of haggling, I spent 20 loaves of bread on 11 units of lumber and 1 lounge chair blueprint. Lumber had gone up a bit since my last trade, but it was still within my acceptable range. I bought the chair because my room was completely bare. I didn't even have anything to sit on. Let's upgrade the window first. I walked over to it. The window was crude, just 5 round logs set vertically, no glass. In ancient times, this would have been standard issue prison decor. Beyond it stretched endless night, and the cold wind blowing in sent a chill straight through me. Monsters can't come in through the window, can they? I put my hand against it. Simple wooden window level, 1 durability. 2 halves can be dismantled into. With ×5 upgrade cost. With ×3 description. Wah, I can't even keep the wind out. Translation. Please hurry and upgrade me, master. Materials sufficient. Upgrade now. Yes. The familiar countdown appeared, 20 seconds. When it hit 0, white light swallowed everything. As the glow faded, the window, which had looked like something out of a prison cell, now had much thinner bars that looked a lot sturdier. Still drafty though. Sturdy wooden window. Level 2 durability, 5/5. Upgrade requirements. Gold coin ×2, iron ingot ×1, glass ×1. The durability boost finally gave me a small sense of security. If I want to survive, I need to turn this room into a fortress. The window, the door, everything has to be rock solid. And I need to raise the comfort level too, so I can hold up longer without losing my mind in the process. With that in mind, I pulled out the lounge chair blueprint. Lounge chair blueprint. Requirements. Wood ×5. Effect. +3 stamina per hour. I hit craft right away. The blueprint vanished. White light flashed across the empty floor in front of me, and a few seconds later, a wooden lounge chair materialized out of thin air. Nice and roomy. Plenty of space for a full-grown adult. I lay down to test it out. Not bad at first, but after a few minutes it started feeling way too hard. A cushion on this thing would make it so much better. Might even pass for half a bed. Rocking back and forth in the chair, I opened the trading platform to hunt for cushions. Partly so I could sleep more comfortably. There was no bed in the room, so this chair was all I had for the night. And partly because I had a theory. If this world had been fully converted into data, then by standard game logic, raising the comfort level should speed up stamina regeneration. After browsing for a bit, I actually found someone selling cushions. Not cheap. 1 wool cushion went for 3 loaves of bread. I thought about it and bought 2, mainly to test my theory. If I was right, it'd be money well spent. 2 white cushions in hand, I gave them a squeeze. Nice and soft. I spread them over the lounge chair, and the moment my hand touched it, a panel popped up. Wooden lounge chair cannot be upgraded. Effect, +8 stamina recovery per hour. I knew it. It really does boost stamina recovery. I smiled satisfied. There's nothing better than taking action and actually seeing results. Though, why is the description for this chair so weirdly worded? Come to think of it, The wooden door and window descriptions had the same off-putting vibe. Yeah, whoever designed this world was definitely into some sketchy stuff. Shame the chair can't be upgraded. I settled in comfortably, rocking gently, and picked up the tablet to check the countdown. Time until monster invasion. 29 minutes and 38 seconds. Half an hour left. I glanced at the door and the wooden window. The first wave should be survivable, right? Too bad almost nobody was selling iron ingots, and the ones who were only wanted gold coins. I had over 90,000 loaves of bread and still couldn't get my hands on any iron. Sure, I could trade 100+ loaves for a single iron ingot or gold coin, but that was highway robbery. No need to rush, though. If I can just get through the first wave, then once everybody's bread runs out, the value of food is going to skyrocket. According to number 009999, food could be found in the empty rooms, but the odds were extremely low, nowhere near enough to feed everyone, which meant my 90,000+ loaves were worth an absolute fortune. Play this right, and I might just end up ahead of 99% of the human race. Help! Somebody help me. A blood-curdling scream for help from the hallway made me jump. I sat straight up, eyes locked on the door. Were the monsters here already? I checked the countdown again. No, still more than 10 minutes. I pressed my eye to the peephole, but all I could see was the area right outside my door. The screaming was coming from the left side of the corridor. Let me go. You can have all my supplies. Please, just let me go. A young man, begging for mercy. And his voice sounded really familiar. Wait, how could I possibly recognize somebody's voice in this eternal night world? Frowning, I opened the complex-wide chat room. Messages were flooding in, 2 or 3 every second. Somebody complaining they'd been assigned to the first floor and the first unit right by the entrance, no less. Somebody saying they'd found out their old neighbor was living right next door and they'd already teamed up, suggesting everyone find people they knew and pool wood to upgrade their doors. Somebody warning that teaming up was risky. People would rob each other blind, and once you lost your resident status and got kicked out, you were as good as dead. And a bunch of people haggling over wood for door upgrades. A few minutes of digging got me some useful intel. People really were running into folks they'd known before, and they were located close by in this world. So that familiar voice I just heard, was it actually someone I knew? Or did people who lived near each other back on Earth get grouped together? Not enough information to say for sure. But even if it was someone I knew out there, I had no intention of stepping in. No way was I risking my life for somebody who was just an acquaintance. I sat back down in the lounge chair, opened my status panel, and started studying my talent. Supreme Sovereign, LV1 automatically binds every person in your residential complex. As long as they remain alive, you receive one random reward from each of them every day. Upgrade requirements. Gold coin times 500, room comfort level of 80 or higher, and completion of one designated quest triggers automatically upon reaching comfort level 80. These requirements aren't exactly easy. As for where gold coins came from, my guess was killing monsters, exploring empty rooms, and maybe certain talents that generated them. 500 gold coins wasn't the hard part. I had plenty of bread to trade with. The hard part was hitting comfort level 80. I checked my current number. Room comfort level, 3. I'd started at 0. The lounge chair added 2. The cushions added 1. In other words, raising the comfort level meant filling the place with furniture, and specifically the kind you could actually enjoy. I wonder what everyone else's talent upgrade requirements look like. I closed the panel and checked the countdown again. 2 minutes until the monsters arrived. The noise in the hallway had died down. Everyone who'd gone out scavenging or forming teams was back in their room. Every single person was waiting, nerves stretched tight. The monsters were coming. I shoved the lounge chair up against the door and wedged it there tight. Still didn't feel safe. Bracing my body against the door, I opened the trading platform and started scrolling, hoping I might find a cheap weapon somewhere. The seconds crawled by. The moment those 2 minutes were up, a heavy, oppressive piece of music began to play, so eerie it made every hair on my body stand on end. At the same instant, a blood-red message appeared in front of every single person. Warning: Day 1's monsters have arrived. Monster type: Grinning Nightmare. Note: the Grinning Nightmares withdraw from the complex once every 7 hours, but each time they return they are stronger and more frenzied, growing more powerful with every passing day. On day 5, a Grinning Nightmare boss will appear. Residents, do your best to stay alive. I'd barely finished reading when laughter began echoing through the hallway. The more, growing denser and denser, like a crowd had materialized out of thin air, letting out shrill, twisted giggles. I pressed myself against the door and peered out through the peephole. A giant, chalk-white face hovered in the air, wearing a grotesque grin, the corners of its mouth split all the way back to its ears. Just looking at it made my scalp crawl. Then the grinning face swung around, eyes crinkling with delight as it stared straight at my door. My heart skipped a beat. Even though I knew it couldn't see me through the wooden door, I couldn't help muttering. Scared the hell out of me. Good thing I don't have a heart condition. A second later, the grinner drifted right up to my door and slammed into it. Hard. Thud. Thud. Laughing the whole time, it battered the door with its entire face, over and over. And then nothing. That was it. I checked the door's durability. It hadn't dropped a single point. That's a grinner's attack? Pathetic. With that little force, it wasn't going to break through my Tier 2 wooden door. The laughter and pounding echoing up and down the hallway told me a whole swarm of grinners was hammering on every door at once. I let out a breath of relief. With attacks this week, getting through night 1 should be easy. But right then, the grinner outside my door kept slamming and cackling. And suddenly, 2 words came out of its mouth, crystal clear. Open up, open up, open up. You say open, so I open? I smirked. Now I was completely at ease. There was no way that kind of force was breaking my Tier 2 wooden door. It couldn't even chip the durability. At worst it was loud, a bit of psychological warfare. Whether other people's Tier 1 doors could hold, well, that wasn't my problem. I lay back down in my cushy recliner and opened the community chat room, the only entertainment available right now. It took the edge off the fear, and I could gather intel while I was at it. Number 000001, damn. That grinner's face is horrifying. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. Number 100000, nightmares? With all this racket you can actually sleep? Number 022222, how are you guys even seeing what the grinners look like? Did you open your doors? Number 000001, bro, you haven't upgraded to a Tier 2 wooden door yet, have you? Tier 2 comes with a peephole. You can see outside. Number 022222, you could have said so earlier. Not that it matters. I can't scrape together 8 units of wood. Worst luck ever. I searched 2 rooms and all I found was a half-empty bottle of water somebody else already drank from. Number 098863, help. My wooden door's already losing durability. Somebody save me. Number 087878, who's crazy enough to go outside right now? Upgrade your own door. Tier 2 can take the hits. If you can't manage that, just keep repairing it and hold out until the monsters leave. Number 036365, it loses a point every half hour. That's 14 units of wood over 7 hours just for repairs. Where am I supposed to find that much? Number 036936, has anyone tried killing a grinner? Otherwise, even a Tier 2 door's going down eventually. Guys, my name's Zheng Yuan, Building 36, Unit 9, Floor 36. Anyone on my floor who wants to team up and fight, DM me. Combat type talents only. Don't blame me if you die. Number 036937, Zheng Yuan? Are you the Zheng Yuan from Class 3, PE Department, Chengdu University? Number 036936. Yeah, who's this? Number 036937. It's Zhao Zhihao, Brother Zheng. Number 036936. Holy crap. Mouse. I had no idea we ended up together. Number 036938. Brother Zheng? Mouse. It's Wang Jiechi. Add me. Let's form a team. Reading those messages, I became even more certain of a theory. People who were physically close before the transfer most likely got grouped together afterward. When I got pulled into this eternal night world, I'd been in class, which meant most of the residents on my floor were probably my classmates. That also explained why I'd heard a familiar voice crying for help earlier. It was my dorm mate, Li Wenba. We were roommates, but our relationship was pretty lukewarm. Then again, my relationship with everyone in class was lukewarm. That wasn't on them. Because of my family situation, I'd grown up withdrawn and guarded around everyone, instinctively keeping my distance. If this whole floor is college students, maybe there's something I can work with. I tore open a loaf of bread and started eating as I thought it over. College kids were a lot more naive. After all, you consume bread. Satiety, +1. The shrill laughter outside continued, the grinner slamming into my door every so often. The psychological pressure was maxed out, but my Tier 2 door hadn't lost a single point of durability. No worries about it getting in. Hold out until tomorrow, see what the rewards are, then decide what to do. Just then, a girl's sobbing voice rang out in the hallway. Help! Help me! My door's about to break. Please, someone save me. I'll do anything to repay you, please. No one answered. Only laughter, and the pounding on doors every few dozen seconds. Her cries grew more and more desperate, until finally, with one last bang, the door burst open. A blood-curdling scream, and then the sound cut off completely. I heard every bit of it. That room was only 2 or 3 doors down from mine. Before I could even process it, the laughter seemed to be getting closer. Then, from the room next door, came 2 distinct impacts. That's not right. My brow furrowed instantly. Did that mean once a room was breached, the grinner inside would move on and join the others battering the next door? That was terrifying. If most of the rooms on a floor got broken into, dozens of grinners would be hitting my door at once, and even a Tier 2 door might not hold. Damn it. My door's almost out of durability, and I've only got enough wood for one repair. Anybody willing to make a stand with me? A shout suddenly echoed through the hallway. These crappy rooms had basically zero soundproofing, so I heard every word. And the guy yelling was my next-door neighbor, the one with two grinners pounding on his door. Don't any of you play dead. These things stack up. If I die, that's 3 of them coming to hit your door, and then you're dead too. My talent is flame. I can create and control fire. Right now I've got enough stamina for 2 minutes. Anyone with guts, get ready. Let's do this together. That finally got a reaction. A guy in another room answered. Bro, if you're not lying, I'm in. Otherwise we're all just waiting to die. What do I get out of lying to you? I just want to live. There are 2 grinners at my door. A tier 1 door starts losing durability in under 15 minutes. I can't hold much longer, my neighbor cursed. My talent is weapon enhancement. I broke down the wooden table for a weapon. Give me a shout when you're ready to attack. Count me in. My talent is self-attribute enhancement, though I don't know if I can actually kill one of those things. Count me in. Me too. I've got an attack-type talent. In no time, plenty of voices chimed in, including one pretty burly-sounding woman. I wanted to take advantage of the moment and deal with the grinner outside my door too, but my talent isn't a combat type, and I didn't have a weapon. Opening that door would just be serving myself up on a platter. So I pressed up against the peephole and watched first, to see exactly what this grinner was made of. Everybody get ready, and make sure you know what your talent does. In 3 minutes I'll call it, and we all open up and hit the monster at our own door at the same time. That way they can't all pile up in front of one person's place. The guy who'd spoken up first was directing everyone calmly and steadily, and answers came echoing up and down the hallway one after another. I counted quietly. More than 80 voices answered. Over 80 residents on a single floor? Then this building's got to have a few thousand rooms. Honestly, it had to be more than 80. I couldn't hear the shouts from farther down, and that's not counting all the people without combat talents who never bothered sounding off. While I listened to the commotion, I browsed the trading platform. Lumber could repair doors, so the price had been jacked sky high. A single unit was already going for 2 gold coins. Weapons were sky high too. As for anything that didn't boost your combat power, prices were pitifully low. Figures. The second lives are on the line. It's a gold rush for profiteers. I traded 2 loaves of bread for a full set of pots, pans, bowls, spoons, and chopsticks, wanting to see if it would raise my room's comfort level. The result was disappointing. Room comfort, 3. Not a single point. Is it because I don't have a kitchen, so cookware alone doesn't count? Clearly it wasn't that simple. If you could raise comfort just by piling random junk in the room, I'd have maxed it out already. Disappointing as it was, I kept trading bread for odds and ends anyway. Bedsheets, a duvet cover, a pillow, 1 loaf each. Once I could craft complete sets of furnishings down the line, these little pieces would surely combine to boost comfort, just like the wool blanket did. Too bad I don't have a bed. With that 3-piece set, comfort would have gone up at least 5 points. A couch, a water purifier, a bathroom? Standalone fixtures like those would definitely add points. Only problem is, the room's just 10 square meters, way too small to fit any of it. While I was fiddling with my stuff, the guy next door started the countdown. I immediately leaned in to look through the peephole. 3, 2, 1. Everybody open up. The words had barely left his mouth when the door next to mine flew open and a thick gout of flame roared out, engulfing 2 grinners in an instant. Those pale, oversized faces twisted and warped in the fire. They seemed terrified of flame. At the same moment, the door across from mine opened too. A guy charged out with a wooden club and cracked a grinner across the face, knocking it staggering backward. The club was glowing white, like it had been enchanted. It's got a health bar? Then die, you son of a bitch. The second he saw he could damage it, he rushed in and started beating on it relentlessly. Zhao Jiahao Su Bo. I recognized both of them, classmates of mine. Now I was almost certain. People who were physically close together before the crossover most likely ended up together afterward. I stayed pressed against my door, watching the hallway through the peephole. Su Bo had his mouth wide open, spewing white-hot flames at the 2 grinners. His face was flushed a deep red, like he might burst at any second. Clearly the talent took a lot out of him. The 2 grinners writhed and thrashed in the fire, but couldn't break free. It took a full minute of burning before they dissolved into the air. Where they vanished, a few silver coins and copper coins dropped, along with a sheet of orange-yellow paper. Su Bo staggered over, panting, and snatched it up. One look and he lit up. It's a blueprint. At almost the same instant, Zhao Jiahao beat a grinner to death with his reinforced club. The club shattered on impact, and a few silver coins spilled onto the floor. He scooped up his loot, looked up, and locked eyes with Su Bo. Both of them froze. Zhao Jiahao? That you? Su Bo. Turns out they were classmates. They'd never really hung out, but they knew each other well enough. By then, pretty much everyone else in the hallway had finished their fights too. A few unlucky ones had been hurt getting slammed into by grinners, but everybody else was fine, just badly winded. Subo scanned the crowd and realized this floor was mostly young college students, all familiar faces. The strange part was that the grinners still alive didn't attack anyone. They just kept ramming the doors that hadn't opened. Apparently, each one had its own target. Don't provoke it, and it wouldn't bother you. Subo raised a hand for quiet, stepped into the middle of the crowd, and introduced himself. Hey, everyone. My name's Subo. Before the crossover, I was student council president. I ran a few big events, so most of you probably recognize me. I'd like to start a team in my own name. No restrictions on gender, no restrictions on how strong your talent is. Anyone who wants in is in. If we stick together, we can look out for each other and survive in this world. The students were clearly tempted. Cooperating had to be safer than going it alone. But Zhao Jiahao turned him down flat. I'll pass on the team thing. I prefer working alone. I could guess his reasoning. Joining someone else's team meant giving up your freedom, and whatever you found might have to be handed over. Not worth it. On top of that, he had a talent that could reinforce anything. Why would he settle for taking orders? With him setting the example, a few more people backed out. Still, close to 20 students ended up joining Subo. Beyond that, several smaller groups formed, mostly made up of people who already knew each other. College kids move fast. In under an hour, the chaotic hallway had sorted itself into several teams with actual order. Everybody get ready. We're going after the rest of the grinners. Subo started giving orders. A guy with dyed blonde hair couldn't help asking, "Oh, they're not even attacking us. Why risk our necks fighting them? Yeah, whoever won't open their door can fend for themselves. I'm with him. I'm down to 15 stamina. I can't even activate my talent." Subo shook his head. We're not saints. We're not killing monsters for free. What I mean is, first we get supplies out of the residents as payment, then we kill the grinners for them. And don't forget, grinners drop silver and copper, and there's a chance they drop blueprints and gear. This is pure profit for us. He paused, looking at the teammates who were already sold, and went on, I don't need to tell you how valuable blueprints and gear are. On the trading platform, a single sheet of translation. Even paper can sell for several gold coins. Silver and copper let you buy food and water from the shop. That stuff keeps you alive. Everybody check your satiety stat, and whatever you do, don't let it drop below 10, or you might just starve to death on the spot. Everything in this hellhole is data, and it messes with your judgment. The reasoning was sound enough to spook them a little, and they all pulled up their panels to check. Subo took the opportunity to scan the talents of the few people around him, his eyes flickering slightly. Brother Su, you're the captain. We'll follow your lead. Wang Zhuwei, the guy with the dyed blonde hair, was the first to speak up. Yeah, guess we should call you Captain Su now, the others chimed in. Subo really was steadier and more far-sighted than the rest of them, and everyone respected that. All right, teams of 5. First priority is staying safe. Then we go make contact with the residents whose doors are getting hit. As he spoke, Subo shot a glance at the small group off in the distance. They probably figured out that killing grinners came with rewards, too. These grinners were slow and dopey, easy kills. With decent teamwork, you could farm them without taking a scratch, even running on fumes like they were now. The group split up. Subo took 3 people with him and came to the door right next to mine. A grinner was slamming into that door. The door was unusually thick, clearly a whole tier above their own. So that's a tier 2 door? Subo raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. A tier 1 door lost only a sliver of durability after half an hour of pounding, but this one had been taking hits this whole time without so much as a scratch. And whoever lived here had managed to scrape together 8 units of lumber to upgrade their door within just 3 hours of the monsters showing up. Their talent had to be something special. Brother Su, this guy's talent probably has something to do with lumber, and lumber's exactly what we're short on. Wang Zhuwei's eyes lit up. Not necessarily. Could be a different resource talent, and he traded for the lumber on the exchange. Subo stepped up to within half a meter of the grinner and called through the door. Hey neighbor, need a hand? Pay us a little in supplies, and we'll kill this thing for you, so you don't have to sit there and take the beating. No thanks. The reply came back fast. Something about the voice sounded familiar to Subo. He frowned and pressed on. Look, man, if you don't clear this thing out today, new monsters show up tomorrow, and you could end up with 2 of them hitting your door at once. At that point, even a tier 2 door might not hold. The system said it. The monsters get stronger every single day. He deliberately laid the consequences on thick, hoping the guy would cough up payment. Facing a resident who could already afford a tier 2 door, he really wanted to squeeze out a cut. He had no choice. He was so broke he couldn't even scrape together the lumber for his own tier 2 upgrade. No thanks. Another flat refusal from inside. The guy behind the door was me. I listened to the sweet talking and arm twisting outside and felt absolutely nothing. It wasn't that I wasn't worried about extra monsters at my door tomorrow. It was that I just traded bread for iron and was about to upgrade to a tier 3 door. There was zero reason to burn resources hiring people to kill monsters for me. Besides, grinners drop rewards. Even if I didn't pay a single coin, there'd still be people fighting over the one at my door. The logic was simple. Day 1 grinners were slow and weak, and no resident with any real strength would pass up free loot like that. If my talent were offensive, I'd be grinding like crazy on day 1 too. So why would I play the sucker? Wang Jiwei glared at door 009527, annoyed. Dude, that's a pretty crappy attitude. We killed a grinner for you. You throw us a little something. That's fair, right? You really gotta be that cheap? This thing keeps banging on your door, and that affects us too. Just toss us a few units of lumber. That's all. I still didn't budge. Brother Su, what now? Wang Jiwei was fuming. Freeloaders like this deserve to die. Forget it. Let's just kill this one first. Subo had noticed the other team already going at it. Stall any longer, and they'd miss out on the loot. He had a feeling the buffed-up grinners tomorrow wouldn't go down this easily. Today was the newbie freebie. They needed to farm as many as possible and get their doors upgraded. Brother Su, I'll lock it down. You guys line up your shot. Wang Jiwei activated his talent, and the grinner mid-slam froze in the air, still grinning, body completely immobilized. Subo took a deep breath and spat out a stream of scorching flame. Under their coordinated attack, the thing was utterly helpless. The moment the fire stopped, the other two guys with weapons rushed and hacking away, and a stream of -5 popped up over the grinner's head. A dozen-odd seconds later, its whole face split open and it dissolved into a handful of silver and copper coins, plus a dagger drop. So their talents do have limits, I thought quietly from behind a peephole. Earlier, Subo had breathed fire for over a minute straight and burned 2 of them to death. This time, he only lasted about 20 seconds before needing someone else to finish the job, and when he stopped, his face was flushed red and he was gasping for air. The drain was obviously huge. Wang Jiwei, on crowd control, had gone pale too. Compared to that, my talent was the truly overpowered one. 0 cost. Just collect a fixed reward every single day. With that thought, I turned back to my private messages. I was in the middle of haggling with a student on my floor. Resident 009527. Those 3 gold coins you listed, can I pay in supplies instead? I've got bread and lumber, whatever you want. Resident 009538. Works for me. I want at least 8 units of lumber, plus 10 loaves of bread and 10 bottles of mineral water. Resident 009527. 8 units of lumber, no problem, and the bread's fine, but I don't have water to spare. How about 15 extra loaves in place of the 10 bottles? Meanwhile, in room 009538, a beautiful girl was staring at her chat window. She wore a loose black hoodie up top, distressed denim shorts with sheer black stockings, and black Doc Martens on her feet, a knockout figure. Any student on the floor would have recognized her instantly. Jiang Lai, the famous rich beauty from the finance department. 3 gold coins for 8 units of lumber and 25 loaves of bread. She started running the numbers. Bread's going for 50 copper each in the shop right now, but you can only buy 1 per person, and it looks like nobody's short on food. Once today's over, though, the shop refreshes tomorrow, and if food doesn't show up in the rotation, bread prices almost certainly go up. That's just how markets work. For me, this is a gamble. If I'm right and food doesn't restock tomorrow, these 25 loaves double in value. Trade them for other supplies, and I'm looking at 2 to 3 times the return, minimum. The only question was, take the bet or not. She thought it over for a moment, then decided to go for it. She didn't have much choice. Her talent was gold coin based, starting with 15 gold coins and a guaranteed daily income of, translation, 1 gold coin. And for every tier of 10 gold coins she held, she'd earn an extra 2 coins of interest per day. In other words, 20 coins meant 4 coins a day, 40 coins meant 8, and it stacked infinitely. Using gold to make gold, an endless stream. There was no question this talent was strong, but it was purely a growth-type talent, with 0 combat power. If she couldn't stockpile a large amount of gold early on, the talent would be useless. So she had to gamble, win the bet, and tomorrow she could trade bread at inflated prices for gold, live off the interest, and get the snowball rolling. Lose the bet, and she still had a tier 2 door. Monsters couldn't break in, plus bread to eat. So she wouldn't starve anytime soon. Either way, she wouldn't lose much. With that, Jiang Lai typed out her reply. Resident number 009538. Give me 8 units of lumber and 60 loaves of bread, and I'll give you 5 gold coins. Reading that message, I couldn't help raising an eyebrow. This person could actually cough up 5 gold coins on the spot. And she wanted 8 units of lumber, definitely to upgrade her door, which meant she had at least 8 gold coins on hand. Was she just that lucky? Struck a pile of gold right out of the gate? Or did she roll a gold-related talent? If it was pure luck, whatever. But if it was a gold-type talent, then I was very interested. Because my own demand for gold was enormous. Upgrading my room, upgrading my talents, and later on, probably buying blueprints too. So I didn't bother haggling hard. Might as well build some goodwill. I had bread to spare anyway. There was no way this deal left me worse off. And with those 5 coins, I'd have just enough to upgrade to a tier 3 door. Even if an enhanced smiling nightmare came ramming tomorrow, I wouldn't have to worry. I replied, deal. 8 units of lumber for 60 loaves. But I have one condition. She asked, go ahead. I typed, the trading platform takes a cut on gold. Bring the coins to my room and we'll do it in person. She wrote back, fine, I'll come to you. But throw in 1 extra loaf as a delivery fee. I turned her down flat. No, 60 is 60. I wanted to build goodwill, sure, but not at a loss. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. I walked over and looked through the peephole and froze for a second. Resident number 009538 was a girl. Only after confirming there was no danger around did I open up. Chunin. The girl outside blinked in surprise the moment she saw me. I frowned reflexively. And you are. Even with a mask on, you can't seriously not recognize me. There aren't many girls in our class with a body like mine. As she spoke, she pulled off her mask, revealing a set of delicate features. I recognized her instantly. Zhonglai. Rich, gorgeous, the campus goddess, the type who drove a Ferrari to class. She stood out in the entire university. And yet we'd barely crossed paths. In 3 years, we'd hardly exchanged more than a few words. Come in first. I scanned the hallway warily. The students were still relatively peaceful for now, but this was a world without laws. No guarantee someone wouldn't get ideas. Once she was inside my room, even if she wanted to attack me, she couldn't do a thing. You're really cautious, aren't you, Chunin? Zhonglai smiled, but walked in all the same. I shut the door. I'll post a blank order on the trading platform. You hand over the gold. I'll transfer the lumber and bread directly. Simpler that way. She nodded and pulled 5 gold coins out of her pack. I took them, each one about the size of my palm, and heavy. Then I transferred over the lumber and bread. Got it. Zhonglai glanced at her panel, then looked back at me, blinking with curiosity. Where'd you get so much bread? Is it a talent? What's your talent? Before you ask about someone else's talent, show your own. I met her eyes. Talents weren't the kind of thing you told outsiders. It just made you a target. But Zhonglai didn't hesitate at all. She pulled up her panel and showed me hers outright. That actually caught me off guard. You're really doing it? Still, I couldn't stop my eyes from drifting over. Compound interest, LV, 1 you immediately gain 12 gold coins. From then on, each day, if you hold more than 10 gold coins, you gain an additional 2 coins as interest, increasing incrementally. The larger the principal, the larger the interest. If you hold fewer than 10, you gain a guaranteed 1 coin per date. This talent was strong too. 12 gold coins right at the start, plus the standard 3, meant she opened with 15. Gold's purchasing power was undeniable. The shop, the trading platform, most supplies could be bought with it. Even if she spent 5, as long as she kept 10 in reserve, she'd get 2 coins free the next day. Played well, it was a powerful build. Of course, it was nothing compared to my Supreme Sovereign. 100,000 loaves of bread at the start. Who could match that? Even without keeping any principal, I'd pull in 100,000 units of supplies every single day. Well, pretty good talent, right? Zhonglai looked a little smug. Not bad. I gave a non-committal nod. Seeing that I wasn't impressed, she only got more curious about mine. I showed you mine, so you have to show me yours. You sure you want to see? I didn't open my panel. I just said calmly, if you look at my talent, you'll have to become my resident. What? Chunin, you tricked me? Zhonglai put her hands on her hips, genuinely annoyed. I let you see mine, and you won't let me see yours? Become his resident. Of course she wouldn't agree. That meant giving up her own room, which meant giving up her freedom. The room owner held absolute authority. You could imagine where that left a resident. Especially for a girl. Joining a guy's room was practically gift-wrapping herself. I didn't trick you. When exactly did I say that if you showed me your talent, I'd show you mine? I asked flatly. Zhonglai froze, thought it over, and realized he really never had said that. I don't care. You saw mine, so you have to let me see yours. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. We could even work together. A hint of coaxing crept into her voice. That trick worked on every other guy, every time. Oh, work together how? I sat back down in my lounge chair. Simple. You store all your gold with me, and we split the daily interest 50-50. That's it. Sounds fair enough. But why should I trust you not to run off with my gold? That's exactly why I showed you my talent. We each know the other's secret, so if either of us betrays the other, we've got leverage. She paused. Of course, that leverage isn't exactly airtight. So if you'd rather give up your own room and become one of my tenants, that works too. I'd treat you well. I wouldn't kick you out on a whim, and I definitely wouldn't squeeze you dry. That way we'd only have to spend 1 set of materials upgrading a single room, and we'd bank a lot more resources. She laid out the logic, then tugged at the heartstrings. You really think that's happening? I didn't give her an inch. Exactly. You won't be my tenant, so obviously I don't want to be yours either. Jiang Lai shrugged. Fine, forget it. You can go, I said flatly. It had only ever been a shot in the dark. If she stayed, pure profit. If not, no big loss. I'm not leaving. You still haven't shown me your talent. She planted herself there, refusing to budge. The truth was, she thought I looked like a decent guy, and she genuinely wanted to make the partnership work. Because if she went back and upgraded her door, she wouldn't have enough gold left to cover tomorrow's interest payment. And if she didn't upgrade it, and the door got broken down, she'd be dead. Damned either way. She'd considered teaming up with other classmates, but she'd never interacted with them and didn't dare trust them, and odds were they didn't have gold coins anyway. But I did. At least the 5 she'd just traded me. Sensing she was starting to be deliberately obtuse, I frowned. Don't mistake me for a pushover. And don't get any ideas about my gold. Because the thing I had ideas about was her. If she hadn't been the one I'd invited over to trade, I might very well have just locked her up and turned her into my personal tool. With a talent like compound interest, used properly, I'd never be short on gold again. On top of that, she was a genuine knockout. Claiming I felt zero urge to possess her would have been a lie. It took a serious act of willpower to hold that ugly thought down. You. Jiang Lai read my expression and realized I wasn't someone she could sweet talk. The whole cutesy routine hadn't softened me one bit. And that's when it hit her. She was standing inside my room right now. If I decided not to let her leave, she wouldn't be able to fight back at all. I still think you should consider working with me. Your talent earns gold. Deposit it with me, and it earns interest. Neither of us has to go out and fight monsters, and we'd still pull in a solid income every day. No more living on edge. She left those words hanging in the air and hurried out. Any longer, and she probably wouldn't have gotten out at all. She'd noticed the way I was looking at her had changed. Heh, it's only day 1 after the transmigration. I haven't completely shed my old morals yet. I rocked gently in the recliner. Jiang Lai wasn't wrong. My supreme authority paired with her compound interest would be flat out unbeatable. Trade bread for gold, deposit the gold, collect interest. Even sitting on just 100 coins, that's 20 a day for free. In a few days, I'd have the 500 gold I needed to upgrade my talent. After that, all I'd be missing was comfort. Come to think of it, would adding a tenant of the opposite sex boost the room's comfort rating? A thought suddenly struck me. The system hadn't spelled out any clear standard for comfort. But logically, a high-quality woman ought to add some. Women aren't just for sex, after all. They can clean, do the grunt work. If the right opportunity comes along, I'll test it with a female tenant, I thought. 80 comfort wasn't going to be easy to grind. I need to attack it from multiple angles. Of course, I didn't want tenants purely for comfort. I needed them for exploration. I had no intention of going out there myself. Too dangerous. If someone ambushed me, it wouldn't matter how strong my talent was. So I needed a few subordinates I could order around to go out, explore, trade, and gather intel for me. Upgrade the door first. Pushing the thoughts aside, I got up, walked over, and rested my hand on the door. A message popped up immediately. Upgrade materials sufficient. Proceed with upgrade? Yes. No hesitation. 259-25802. This upgrade took 3 minutes. Looks like the higher the level, the longer the upgrade takes, I thought, an expectant look on my face. A level 3 door should be plenty tough, right? It was precisely because I'd seen the offensive talents some of the other tenants had that I'd lost all sense of security, which was why I was in such a hurry to upgrade the door. Keeping monsters out was part of it, but keeping people out mattered more. To pull it off, I'd burned nearly 100 loaves of bread buying 5 units of iron and a dozen-odd units of wood, then traded Jiang Lai for 5 gold coins to finally scrape together the materials. Once the upgrade finished, my inventory was down to a pitiful 8 units of wood and 98,000-something loaves of bread. Shame I couldn't get any glass, or I'd have upgraded the window too. I glanced at the wooden window. Wind was pouring in, and it was freezing. Outside was nothing but endless night. No matter how I looked at it, there was no security here. My little nest still wasn't safe enough. Gold was easy to come by. Jiang Lai probably had more. Glass was the real problem. Just then the countdown on the door hit 0, and a layer of white light washed over it. When the glow faded, the heavy wooden door had gained a shell of hard iron plating. The jump in safety was visible to the naked eye. I pulled up the panel. Reinforced iron door. Level 3. Durability 25/25. Salvage yield. Wood times 16, iron times 5. Upgrade requirements. Gold times 10, iron times 15. Description. I'm terrifyingly hard now. I can block every danger from my master. Master can finally close his eyes and sleep easy. Level 3 iron door, 25 durability. Even if that grinning nightmare rammed it all day long, I doubt it'd scratch a single point off. Even the strengthened version tomorrow probably wouldn't be able to hurt my door. Now this was comfort. The first thing I did after waking up was check the shop. Item 1. Cool, sweet mineral water times 1, 80 copper. Item 2. Soft, Fluffy bread times 1, 80 copper. Item 3, wood times 8, 16 silver. Today's exchange rate. 1 gold equals 10 silver equals 100 copper. Mineral water and bread again. Looks like food and water restock every day. Not much had changed, just the adjectives in front of the water and bread. But even this tiny room already gave me enough peace of mind that I'd sleep well tonight. The next upgrade tier was steep, though, 10 gold. Even Jiang Lai couldn't scrape that together. At least 15 units of iron wouldn't be hard to get. Most tenants on this floor couldn't even manage a level 2 wooden door, so demand for iron was low. I stretched out comfortably in the plush recliner and started scrolling the trading platform for iron. This platform is a little. Translation. It's not smart. Either, no search function, no categories. If you want something, you've got to scroll through it one listing at a time. Slow, and easy to miss what you're looking for. Then again, there's no other entertainment in this world, so at least I've got time to burn. After a few hours of scrolling, I finally scraped together 15 iron blocks. The price, 150 loaves of bread and 5 units of lumber. Now I just need 10 gold coins. Once I have those, I can upgrade straight to a tier 4 iron door. I'd love to see how many Grinmars it'd take to break that thing down. I stretched and took a sip of water. Not much left. I'd have to ration it. Drinkable fresh water was the scarcest thing on the trading platform. Almost nobody was selling. I spent another hour combing the chat channel for intel, then fell asleep in the recliner and had my first dream in the world of Endless Night. I slept soundly. The other residents weren't so lucky. Voices drifted through the corridor all night, occasionally sharpening into arguments. Resources were tight, and friction had broken out among several groups, with Su Bo's crew at the center of it. At least it was still just shouting. No one had thrown a punch yet. What I didn't know was that those groups were desperate for lumber. At least a third of the residents on this floor couldn't upgrade to a tier 2 door using what was available on their own floor, because most of the empty rooms had no doors to dismantle for wood. Limited resources bred conflict. Meanwhile, in room 009538, Jiang Lai had already upgraded her door to tier 2. Now she was frowning at the tier 3 requirements: 5 gold coins, 5 iron blocks. She had 6 gold coins left, nowhere near enough to trade for iron blocks, and she'd missed her chance to compound her earnings. But she couldn't exactly have held on to that gold, either. If she hadn't bought lumber to reinforce her door, her tier 1 door would have been smashed in long ago. All she could hope for was that the shop wouldn't stock food again tomorrow, so the price of her bread would climb. Then she could flip it for gold and start earning interest. Exhausted, she wanted to rest, but the empty room held nothing but a small wooden table. Can't sit on it, can't lie on it. The cold floor was her only option. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Forget a proper bed. She'd have settled for a cushioned recliner like mine. But she couldn't bring herself to spend the gold, so she just toughed it out. Please, no food in the shop tomorrow, she thought, and drifted off. Day 2. The bread looked even more appetizing, and the price had gone up by 30 copper. And then, the shop stocked 8 units of lumber. Exactly enough for a tier 2 door. But plenty of residents had paid through the nose for lumber yesterday to upgrade their doors. This restock was a knife straight to the heart. Even I wanted to curse. If this cheap lumber had shown up yesterday, I'd have saved dozens of loaves of bread. Damn heartless devs. I picked up my tablet to check the countdown to today's monster invasion. Time until today's monster invasion: 5 hours, 49 minutes, and 21 seconds. Almost 6 hours. Plenty of time. Not that I was worried. My tier 3 door spoke for itself. Let's see what today's talent reward is. The panel showed 3 minutes until my talent activated. Shame there's no toothpaste or toothbrush. That's about how long brushing would take. I rubbed my lower back and worked the stiffness out of my body. The other residents only had to worry about survival. I had more on my plate. Washing up, using the bathroom. I'd barely eaten or drunk yesterday, so I hadn't gone at all, but today it was unavoidable. There was no toilet in the room. Going outside was far too dangerous, and I couldn't exactly foul up my own space. The 3 minutes passed quickly, and the system notification popped up. Supreme Sovereign, LV1, you are automatically bound to every person in your residential complex. For each of them that remains alive, you receive 1 random reward per date. Today's reward has been refreshed. Master Handsome Brand Mineral Water. Current survivors in complex, 99,013. You have received 99,013 bottles of mineral water. Added to inventory, only 99,000 and change. So 987 people in our complex died yesterday. I couldn't help frowning. Those Grinmares were pathetically weak, and they'd still killed nearly 1,000 people. That was 987 bottles of water straight out of my pocket. Fewer residents meant smaller rewards. That was a problem. Looks like I need to level up this talent as soon as possible. I pulled a 550 milliliters bottle from my inventory, twisted it open, and rinsed my mouth. With 90,000 plus bottles, I could afford to waste a little, and honestly, it wasn't really waste. Skip brushing after you wake up and your breath reeks, plus your teeth rot. And the medical care in this world was nothing like Earth's. Midrinse, a private message popped up on my panel. Resident 009538. Shannon, have you thought any more about working together? Resident 009527. I have. As long as you're willing to become my resident, I'll deposit all my gold with you. I went ahead and changed 009538's nickname to Jiang Lai. When she didn't reply, I closed the chat and pulled up my own status panel. Resident, Chun in unit number 009527, room comfort, 3 stamina, 100/100 satiety, 28/100 strength, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 1 talent, supreme sovereign, LV1, inventory, 46 bread times 99, 831, mineral water times 99, 012, iron block times 15, lumber times 4, satieties down to 28. No wonder I'm a little hungry. I patted my stomach, took out a few loaves of bread, and ate them with water. According to the panel, hunger wasn't tied to stamina, which was good news. Even if I didn't eat for a full day, as long as my stamina held, I could still perform at full strength. Satiety +1, satiety +1. I ate until I was about 70% full, and then the urge hit. I looked at the empty bottle in my hand, undid my belt, and took care of business right there. When I was done, I tossed the bottle out the window. No lingering smell in the room that way. I definitely need to find something on the trading platform to handle bodily functions today. Otherwise, when I have to go tonight, I'll probably have to head downstairs. The sky outside had gone pitch black. I glanced out the window, and I knew exactly what going out right now would be: suicide. Who knows how many Grinmares are still roaming the complex, or what else? As for taking a dump in the room, absolutely not. Way too rank. And the corridor wasn't an option either. So I just lay back in the recliner and started slowly scrolling the trading platform. Footsteps and voices kept passing through the corridor. Every so often someone would stop outside my place and point at my iron door, murmuring. A tier 3 door. The only one on this floor. And at the far end of the 9th floor, in room 009538, Jiang Lai was in a foul mood. The shop had once again stocked. Except for the bread. The bread she'd stockpiled hadn't gone up a cent. If anything, the price was quietly sliding down. Worse, she'd just finished off her only bottle of water. Not enough gold coins to earn interest, and now no water either. When it rained, it poured. 3 more gold coins and I'd hit 10, enough to start earning interest. But if I don't buy some lumber before the monsters come tonight, I'm never going to feel safe. She looked at her level 2 door. Level 2 was tough, sure, but today's grinning nightmares were the upgraded version. If they slammed into the door hard enough, and she didn't have lumber on hand to patch it, she was finished. Her talent gave her exactly 0 combat ability. The second that door broke, she was dead. 16 silver buys 8 lumber. Way cheaper than yesterday. She hesitated, then decided to wait and see how hard the nightmares hit the door tonight. Hard, she'd buy. Weak, she'd skip it. For now, she was going to risk stepping out and scavenging the empty units in the building. Even a pillow or a blanket would do. Sleeping on that freezing floor was unbearable. And while she was at it, she needed to find somewhere to use the bathroom. She put on a mask, cracked the door open, and peered out. Students with weapons kept hurrying down the stairs. She had no idea what they were up to. The moment the 3 people in the hallway wandered off, she slipped out. There were plenty of empty units on this floor, practically every other one. But she searched several in a row and came up with nothing. They'd all been stripped bare. Not surprising, really. Subo's crews had swept the place clean yesterday. Can't hold it anymore. Bathroom first. The empty units were too small and had no doors. Anyone walking by would see everything. She'd have to go downstairs. There was still faint light in the building, but the ground floor was pitch black. She made her way down carefully, passing other residents along the way. Everyone eyed each other warily. Nobody said a word. At least most people were still holding on to some basic decency. It hadn't devolved into looting and smashing yet. God, it's dark. At the entrance to the stairwell, she couldn't see her own hand in front of her face. She hesitated, and only when she spotted a fair number of people moving around in the distance did she dare step outside, ducking into a secluded corner to take care of business fast. She'd barely pulled her pants up when several torch flames started drifting her way. She quickly backed around the side of the building and hid. Strangers, and strangers might mean trouble. The lights stopped at the building entrance. Voices carried over. Baijia, are we really going outside the complex? Isn't that too dangerous? A timid girl's voice. It's dangerous, no question. But there aren't enough resources in this building to go around. If we don't go out and search, our food won't last more than a few days. The reply came in a low, husky voice. A pause. I heard 2 other teams on our floor are getting ready to head out. Let's watch them first. If they come back in one piece, then we go. Whatever you say, Baijia. Oh, Baijia, I just traded silver for 2 units of iron. 1 more, and we can upgrade to a level 3 door. Thank God you're leading us. 4 of us roommates in 1 unit. It's safe, and we've still got enough lumber to upgrade and repair. Baiji is a Hongshui honors student. What did you expect? The voices faded away. Behind the building, Jiang Lai's eyes flickered. High schoolers? Figures. Only high schoolers would be naive enough to give up their own units on day 1 and become somebody else's tenants. 4 people in 1 unit, 12 gold coins right out of the gate, plus 4 talents. No wonder they're already close to a level 3 door. So sharing a unit is actually the right way to survive. She mulled it over as she walked back. Sharing was more stable than forming a team. A team was cooperation in name only. Everyone had their own agenda. Everyone wanted to upgrade their own place first. But as tenants, everyone dumped their resources into a single unit. The efficiency was terrifying. If only Chunin would agree to be my tenant. His talent plus my compounding interest, the 2 of us would level up faster than those 4 high school girls, guaranteed. She thought about Chunin. That guy's talent was probably no worse than hers, or he wouldn't have hit a level 2 door before she did. Too bad he was so stubborn. He'd never agree to be her tenant. Room with someone else. She didn't trust the guys. As for girls, she only had one close friend, and she wasn't even in the same complex. There's that really shy, timid girl in my class. If I roomed with her and made her the tenant, she'd be easy to manage. She racked her brain for the girl's name. Lynn Lucy. It took her forever to remember. But with hundreds of units in this building, knocking on every single door would take until the end of time. Still turning it over in her head, she got back to the 9th floor. Passing my unit, she caught sight of several people crowded around my door. Chun An's in trouble? She hung back and watched. Come on, man, you really won't consider joining us? 29 members, biggest team on the whole 9th floor. Our strength is more than enough. This is basically the apocalypse. Humans have to stick together. You can't go lone wolf. If you won't join, how about we at least make a trade? A recruitment pitch. After a while, the group clearly got turned down and stalked off with sour looks on their faces. Only then did Jiang Lai walk over. One look at my door and she froze. That's an iron door. A level 3 door. She was stunned. I'd upgraded to level 3 already? She thought back to what she'd seen in my place yesterday. The lounge chair, the cushions, the pots and pans, the pillow, and she was even more shocked. One guy, and his upgrade speed and supply stash rivaled an entire team's. And she'd never once seen me go out to scavenge or fight monsters. Pure talent? No wonder teams were showing up at my door. A level 3 door, forget this floor. She hadn't seen one on any of the floors she'd just walked through. Even those 4 girls sharing a unit hadn't scraped together enough resources with 4 people's worth of income. His talent is that strong. Something flashed in her eyes. She glanced around to make sure nobody was watching, then stepped up and knocked. Chunin, you home? I'm here to talk business. Again, I frowned at the knocking. Ever since I upgraded to a level 3 door today, 4 different groups had come by in barely over an hour. Some wanted to recruit me. Some tried to guilt-trip me into trading supplies at bargain prices. One group just flat out threatened me. Honestly, it was getting to me. I'd spent 6 bottles of water and 6 loaves of bread on a dagger for self-defense. A level 3 door was hard to break even for a tenant, but this feeling of being watched, of being a target, I hated it. All I wanted was to live quietly and stay out of everyone's way. Even that much was apparently too big an ask. Guess it's true. Wherever there are people, there's conflict. Just because I don't want to exploit anyone doesn't mean nobody wants to exploit me. As long as I'm stronger than everyone else, you stand out even a little, you'll get noticed, you'll get envied. My mindset was slowly changing. I used to think, leave me alone and I'll leave you alone. But now, I wanted force, enough of it that nobody would dare mess with me. Nobody would dare scheme against me. Chunin, you home? I'm here to talk about that partnership. Jiang Lai's voice, out in the hallway. I walked over and checked the peephole. She was alone, before opening the door. She slipped inside fast and pulled the door shut behind her. Looks like you've got trouble, she said, glancing at the dagger in my hand. Those guys you just turned down, they left with some pretty ugly looks on their faces. Odds are they're holding a grudge. And I asked flatly, nobody in this world is nice to you for no reason. She'd shown up out of nowhere and gone straight to leaning on me. She wanted something. Jiang Lai clearly hadn't expected me to be this cold, so she just came out with it. Let's team up. I can take some of the pressure off you. I didn't answer. I just looked at her. That stare got her heart going a little faster. Today I didn't seem like the same easygoing guy she'd met yesterday. Jiang Lai, let me put an offer on the table. See if you can live with it. I kept my voice even. All that pressure from those people had only made me want to get stronger, faster, to level up sooner. So I'd started making plans of my own, and she was part of them. Go ahead. My talent is strong. I can pull in a few hundred gold coins without breaking a sweat. I let that hang. What? Her eyes went wide. A few hundred gold, effortlessly? That was insane. What kind of monster talent was that? and I've just about met the requirements to upgrade my door to level 4. If I wanted to, I could do it today. Her expression turned even more stunned, her mind racing. He's laying his cards out. Compared to how fast he's growing, her compounding interest talent was garbage. No wonder when he'd looked at her talent, all he'd said was, not bad. So with resources like mine, there's no way I'm becoming your tenant. But your talent just generates gold. It's nowhere near mine. If you're willing, give up your room and become my tenant. I sat back down in the recliner. I'll promise you this. Once you're my tenant, I won't threaten you or throw you out on a whim. And you don't have to worry about the other thing either. I'm not going to force myself on you. Oh, and one question first. Do you have a boyfriend? Would he have a problem with this? No. The answer came out on reflex. Then she frowned, thinking hard. She'd already guessed my talent was strong. She just hadn't guessed it was that strong. With that kind of growth curve, there really was no reason for me to be anyone's tenant. But giving up her own room and betting everything on my character, she hesitated. Of course, you can wait until tonight's monster invasion is over to decide, I added. But my advice? Don't waste any gold today. Her gold already counted as my assets in my head. Naturally, I didn't want it thrown away. Jiang Lai wrestled with it for a few minutes, then suddenly looked up. Fine, I'll be your tenant. Oh, that surprised me a little. I'd figured she'd say yes eventually, just not this fast. I'd assumed it would take a rough night or two before she'd swallow her pride. She spread her hands, resigned. I've got a feeling I'd end up agreeing sooner or later, so why not sooner? At least this way you'll think a little better of me, and I'll save more supplies. If the monsters come in hard tonight, I'll be burning lumber just to repair my door. Total waste. I raised an eyebrow. This woman thought fast, cool-headed, and decisive. Smart women are hard to control because they have too many ideas of their own. If this were a real apocalypse, I'd keep her at arm's length and watch her like a hawk. Luckily, the Endless Night world worked differently. Once she was a tenant, she couldn't stab me in the back. However clever she was, she couldn't touch me. But I have one condition, she said. If it's reasonable, name it. It's reasonable. She shook her head. If I ever manage to get in contact with my parents, I want you to let me go find them and give me a little support. Done. I nodded. Good. So should we go break down my door now? She asked. A level 2 door decomposed into 16 units of lumber. Useful material. Go do it yourself. I need to figure out how taking in a tenant works. Jiang Lai's mouth twisted. She knew exactly what was going on. I was being careful and didn't want to risk stepping outside. On that, she wasn't wrong. I didn't trust Jiang Lai 100%. What if someone jumped me the second I walked out the door? Until I had enough strength to protect myself, I wasn't going anywhere. After she left, I opened my panel and looked into it. Taking in a tenant turned out to be dead simple. The other person just had to renounce their status as a homeowner, then come to my room and submit an application. Didn't think she'd be that easy to talk into it. Nice little bonus. I rocked in the recliner, in a good mood. Her talent really was useful to me. And she was a woman, an attractive one, which had value in itself. The question was whether having her as a tenant would raise my room's comfort rating. 10 odd minutes later, a knock at the door. I studied the peephole for a long moment, confirming it was Jiang Lai and that nobody was lying in wait before I opened up. 3 prompts popped up on her end, terms worse than any indenture contract. As a tenant, unless I released her voluntarily, she would never be free again and could never own a room. No matter what method she tried, she could not harm me, and I held full control over all of her supplies, free to go through her backpack and her panel at will, with no right of refusal on her part. I could tell it stung. This was no different from slavery in the old world. No, it was worse. A slave could at least rebel. She couldn't lay a finger on me, and she couldn't even win her freedom back on her own. It was a gamble, and she braced herself before agreeing. If I decided to force her, she'd accept it, because this was her own choice. Her line in the sand was this. She could lose her body, she could be a tool, but she wouldn't be abused, and she definitely didn't want to die. My prompts said much the same thing, except I was the one benefiting. I read them over, satisfied, and hit accept. Your room has gained 1 tenant. You may now access your tenant's panel and backpack by thought. I can use her backpack? So I've basically got 6 extra slots. My eyes lit up. Space had been my problem. With that much coming in every day, this 10 square meter box of a room couldn't hold it all. So, Mr. Landlord, can I finally take a look at that talent of yours? Jiang Lai asked, half joking. She said with a laugh, flopping down into the lounge chair. Oh, so soft. Way better than that freezing cold floor. One night on the floor, and my back and neck were basically shot. I didn't make an issue out of her taking the chair. I'd been lying in it all day anyway. My stamina was maxed out, and I could always take it back when I needed to rest. I didn't bother hiding anything either. I just pulled up my panel and showed her. Exposing my secret? Not worried. We were in this together now. As long as I didn't let her leave, she had no choice but to depend on me. Stabbing me in the back wasn't an option. Besides, My talent gave a different reward every day. If I ever wanted to keep something good to myself, I just wouldn't show her. Supreme Sovereign. Holy crap. Chenin, your talent is way over the line. Jiang Lai had been lying flat, but after reading it, she practically shot upright. This is insane. How is a talent this strong even possible? And that's just at level 1. If level 1 was already this strong, what would it be like after upgrading? Hard to even imagine. It's a little over the top. Yeah, but it's not that crazy, I explained. My talent's output is tied to the total number of people in the complex. Fewer people, smaller rewards. And the rewards are completely random. If it rolls toilet paper or toothpicks, that's basically nothing. This talent really did come down to luck. When it rolled useful supplies like the past 2 days, it was terrifyingly strong. But if it was all junk, I could straight up starve to death in my room. There are way too many kinds of objects in the world, and the amount of useless clutter is endless. Fair point. Jiang Lai nodded, then fixed her eyes on me. But Chunin, your luck is ridiculous too. Bread on day 1, and then fresh water, the exact thing you needed most, on day 2. Are you sure you're not one of those protagonists from a novel or a TV show? Or do you have a system or something? I gave a helpless smile. Real life isn't a novel. There's no such thing as a system. As for protagonist, I think everyone's the protagonist from their own point of view. As I said it, I glanced at the gold coins in her backpack and couldn't help frowning. Those 5 coins you spent upgrading your door yesterday were a total waste. You didn't even get to use the level 2 door once before you dismantled it, and you don't get the coins back. Pure loss. If I'd known your talent was this strong, I would have latched onto you yesterday without a second thought. Jiang Lai pouted. You know a lot of internet slang. I looked at her without really meaning to. I'd assumed a rich girl who drove a Ferrari to school would be nothing like a normal person, but after spending some time with her, she seemed pretty much the same. Talking to her wasn't awkward at all. My family's just rich. We don't live in a different world. I go online like everybody else. You're the one who built up this whole filter about me. She smiled faintly. She could also tell I wasn't some two-faced snake, at least not so far. I hadn't given her any attitude just because she'd become my tenant. That said, this guy hadn't made any real effort to warm up to her either. He'd stayed distant and wary the whole time, and hadn't even bothered helping when she went to dismantle her door. She figured that if their lives were ever actually on the line, I'd drop her without hesitating. But she couldn't really hold it against me. That was just human nature. There was zero emotional connection between them. In my eyes, she was probably nothing more than a useful tool. Oh right, when I was coming downstairs earlier, I heard a bunch of residents talking about going outside the complex to look for supplies. Sounds like the area outside can be explored. Jiang Lai started sharing intel. Oh, you can explore outside the complex? And find supplies? That caught me off guard. I'd assumed everyone was confined to the complex, but apparently I was wrong. If people could go out and explore, this survival game was more complicated than I'd thought. Just as I figured, holing up in my room meant I had almost no information. Right as we were talking, footsteps came from the hallway. Someone stopped and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Through the peephole, I saw a girl with glasses. She looked vaguely familiar, probably a classmate. She knocked again, glanced left and right, then lowered her voice and called toward the door. Jiang Lai? Hi, do you have a second? Jiang Lai froze in the lounge chair, then came over and leaned into the peephole. Wang Ziyan? Why is it her? She looked at me, and I nodded for her to go ahead and talk. Wang Ziyan, what's up? Jiang Lai, is this room actually yours? I saw you go in and thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Wang Ziyan sounded amazed. It's only day 2 and you already upgraded to a level 3 door. That's incredible. Your talent must be seriously strong. So, did you need something? Jiang Lai cut her off. Wang Ziyan hesitated. Could we maybe room together? Room together? You want to be my tenant? Yes. Yes. Jiang Lai, don't worry. I'll do whatever you say. She nodded quickly. She'd thought it through. No matter how strong the grinning nightmares got tonight, they couldn't break through a level 3 door, and since they were both girls, sharing a room would be a lot safer. Jiang Lai didn't answer right away. She turned and looked at me. I thought for a moment, then said quietly, tell her you need to think about it, and have her show you her talent. Jiang Lai nodded. I need to think about it. By the way, what's your talent? My talent. I'll contact you through your room number and send it to you. Wang Ziyan instinctively checked her surroundings, not daring to open her panel in the open. She seemed afraid of being seen. Okay. With that answer, Wang Ziyan left. Jiang Lai looked at me. She'll probably message you. I nodded, and while I was at it, I checked the room's comfort level. I hadn't expected one extra tenant to actually bump it up. Room comfort, 9. It had only been 3 before. One tenant added a full 6. Jiang Lai alone was worth 2 lounge chairs. I just didn't know whether taking on more tenants would keep raising it. I thought it over, then told Jiang Lai, open the trading platform and see if anyone's selling gold coins. Trade bread, bottled water, and lumber for them. Get at least 3 coins first. Then I can upgrade to a level 3 door today. If you see blueprints or anything else you think we could use, feel free to trade for those too. Got it. Jiang Lai nodded excitedly and immediately tapped into the trading platform. With over 90,000 loaves of bread and 90,000 bottles of water in hand, she had the leverage to sweep the entire platform. I was pretty pleased to have a tenant I could put to work. It would save me a lot of effort. On top of that, she'd brought 7 gold coins with her, plus a talent that produced gold coins. Even if I never saw a cent of the interest, I'd still be getting 1 free coin a day, guaranteed. By the way, how does your talent upgrade? I asked. You can just open my panel and check. No need to be shy about it. Then don't be shy with me either. Her eyes stayed on the trading platform as she scrolled down and down. There really was a lot of stuff, but more than half of it was junk. Some people had posted empty listings hoping to leech off others, and some were even using listings to run ads. People had found all kinds of creative ways to abuse that little trading platform, which just made finding anything useful even harder. That's when it hit me. I could pull up a tenant's panel directly. I was being way too uptight about it. On a whim, I pulled up Jiang Lai's talent. Compound interest, LV. One immediately gained 12 gold coins. Each day after, if you're holding more than 10 gold, gain an extra 2 gold in interest, scaling upward from there. The bigger the principal, the bigger the interest. If you're holding less than 10, you get a guaranteed 1 gold per day. Upgrade requirements: 100 gold coins, 200 gold earned as interest, and complete 1 designated task. First 2 conditions already met, triggers automatically. So everyone really does upgrade differently. I mused. Compared to my talent, her requirements were way lower, just 100 gold plus 200 in interest. And honestly, the interest part barely counted as a requirement. She was going to be farming interest with that talent anyway, so it'd complete itself along the way. If we had enough gold, I might as well get her leveled up too. I wondered what a tier 2 compound interest would look like. While I was thinking, a private message window popped up. You just had to enter a room number to DM someone. I opened it. Wang Zian had sent 2 messages. Owner of room number 009566. Hi Jiang Lai. My talent is called Duo Dominion. It only works when 2 people are within 3 meters of each other, and the other person can't actively refuse, or it fails. Owner of room number 009566. Once it activates, it gives both people a boost to speed and strength. I haven't tested exactly how much yet. There are junk talents like that? I raised an eyebrow. Requiring 2 people to activate made it garbage. Everyone starts out alone in their own room. And even if you find someone to team up with, you've got to watch your back the whole time. Guess not every talent is strong. There are plenty of duds out there. Which made me wonder whether duplicate talents existed. Probably. When I rolled I Alone AM Supreme, it was flagged as unique, so anything without that tag likely had more than 1 copy floating around. I thought it over, then replied. Owner of room number 009527. I need you to come to my room. We'll talk face to face. Owner of room number 009566. This, okay. Owner of room number 009527. Then come now. I narrowed my eyes slightly after hitting send. I wasn't about to trust her over a few chat messages. Only once she was inside my room, with her panel open and her talent verified as real, would I believe a word of it. As for whether I'd actually take her on as a tenant, that needed more thought. Chenin, take a look at these blueprints. Should we buy them? He's asking a lot. Jiang Lai suddenly called out to me and shared the listing. Smart toilet blueprint. Construction requirements: 5 gold coins, 3 iron blocks, 1 electronic component, 2 batteries. The second she put it in front of me, my eyes lit up. A toilet. Exactly what I needed most right now. And installing one would almost certainly bump up the room's comfort rating. Then I frowned. Our room isn't hooked up to any plumbing. Would a toilet even work? That's exactly why I couldn't decide, Jiang Lai said. Plus, the electronic component and batteries it needs are pretty rare. Her interest in the toilet was purely about not having to go downstairs to use the bathroom. Hauling yourself down several flights of stairs every time nature called was exhausting and dangerous. Try haggling him down first. If it's cheap, just take it. We'll need it sooner or later, I said. 1 blueprint could only produce 1 item, which made them extremely rare. Picking one up on the cheap was never a loss. Got it. Jiang Lai immediately grabbed her metaphorical machete and started hacking away at the seller. She opened by slashing 2/3 off his price, just to feel him out. If he ignored her outright, she'd nudge it up a little. If he kept talking, that meant he'd overpriced it, and she could push him down further. She even attacked the construction requirements themselves. The materials needed to build this thing were enough to upgrade a door once, so the blueprint was basically worthless. Watching her chat log, my eye twitched. Who says rich kids are all useless freeloaders coasting through life? Those short dramas really led me astray. Nothing about Jiang Lai's shrewdness said dumb. I'd actually been worried that a pampered rich girl wouldn't understand the value of resources and would let people gouge us. Instead, her haggling put me to shame. Turns out a rich kid who gets into a top university for finance isn't just there for the diploma. The smarter she was, the more useful she'd be to me. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Wang Zian already? I walked over and looked through the peephole. Wang Zian stood outside in her glasses, glancing side to side every few seconds like she was afraid of being watched. I pulled the door open, yanked her inside, and shut it behind her. "CH Shinin, why are you here?" She froze at the sight of a guy in the room, then relaxed a little when she spotted Jiang Lai. "This is my room. I made the ownership clear up front." "Huh? Your room?" Shock spread across her face, and she instinctively looked over at Jiang Lai in the lounge chair. "That's right. I'm Chunan's tenant now, so whatever you need, take it up with him." Jiang Lai shot her a smile, then turned back to her haggling. Wang Zian was completely thrown. She never imagined Jiang Lai would end up as someone's tenant, and from the look of things, whatever was between those two wasn't simple. Were they a couple before all this? She came from a poor family and was always working part-time jobs, rarely joining class activities, so she had no clue who was connected to whom. "Open your panel. I want to see your talent," I said. She hesitated, then obediently opened it. She was already standing in someone else's room. Refusing wasn't an option. I skimmed it. Her stats were all ones, same as mine and Jiang Lai's, and her inventory held exactly 2 gold coins. What mattered was the talent. Duo Dominion LV. 1 can be activated when within 3 meters of another human. If the target does not refuse, both of you gain a boost to speed and strength. Automatically cancels if the distance exceeds 3 meters. My interest sparked. "Use it on me." She smiled bitterly to herself, but she wasn't in a position to refuse. She activated it on me. "Someone has used a talent on you. Accept." So it really did require consent, even more useless than I thought. I selected accept. The next instant, power surged through my body almost instantly. My legs and arms felt packed with explosive force, like one punch could kill a whole herd of bulls. I hadn't expected the boost to be this obvious. I turned my back to her and pulled up my panel. Strength, 1 + 4. Agility, 1 + 4. +4 to both strength and agility? That's insane. I was genuinely stunned. The talent I'd thought was so impressive earlier, the one that tripled base stats, only added 3 points. And her Duo Dominion gave 2 people +4 strength and +4 agility each. Agility, it's just crushing. And what's even more brutal is that it has no time limit. As long as it activates successfully and the distance stays under 3 meters, she can keep it running indefinitely. It's a bit like chasing synergies in a video game. The harder a build is to assemble, the more broken it is once it comes together. The activation requirements are harsh, but the payoff is genuinely huge. I hadn't really planned on taking her in. The room is only 10 square meters, and it's already cramped with 2 people. But after experiencing that talent firsthand, I was tempted. With it, my combat power skyrockets, and I won't have to worry about anyone in this building treating me like an easy mark. Down the road, if I send Jiang Lai out to scout, it'll massively boost her ability to protect herself. So my talent isn't so bad after all. Wang Zian thought to herself, marveling as she felt the changes in her body. The whole reason she'd wanted to find a roommate was that on her own, she couldn't even use her talent. Yesterday, if Su Bo's crew hadn't killed the grinning nightmare that was smashing at her door, she'd already be dead. That was what had given her the courage to come to Jiang Lai today. She just hadn't expected Jiang Lai to already have a roommate. "Think it over. Do you want to be one of my tenants?" I looked at her. "My terms, at least 3 bottles of water and 3 loaves of bread a day." That's... She was instantly tempted. Those terms weren't bad at all. At the very least, she wouldn't go hungry again. But I was a guy, and that gave her pause. She was a girl with a boyfriend, and living with another guy. "Chinin, I got the toilet blueprint. Guess how much I paid?" Jiang Lai's voice cut in out of nowhere. "Oh, how much?" I played along, putting on a curious look. 2 loaves of bread, 2 bottles of water, and 1 unit of lumber. She was insufferably proud of herself. As I recalled, the seller had originally asked for 10 loaves of bread, 10 bottles of water, and 3 gold coins. An absolutely absurd price. And she'd haggled him down to something even more absurd. "All right, from now on, you're in charge of household purchasing." I nodded, satisfied. With that miser streak of hers, Jiang Lai was a natural at managing the books. "Good. Then I'll keep shopping and try to round up all the materials for the toilet." She tossed the blueprint onto the table and went right back to scrolling the trading platform. A toilet blueprint? Wang Zian was dumbfounded. She was still agonizing over how to stay alive, and these two were already putting together a bathroom? Where were they getting all these supplies? They'd upgraded their door to level 3, they could afford a lounge chair and blueprints, and they'd already stocked up on pots, pans, bedding, and pillows. The little room was practically full. "So, Wang Zian, what have you decided?" I turned to her. She pressed her lips together. "If you've got concerns, just say them. I don't like people who talk in riddles." She lowered her head, embarrassed. I have a boyfriend, so I can't room with you. Before I could respond, Jiang Lai spoke up from the lounge chair. We just be roommates. Nobody's asking you to do anything that wrongs your boyfriend. Aren't you overthinking this? Her face flushed crimson and she hurried to explain. That's not what I meant. It's mainly that the room is so small. It's just not practical for a guy and a girl to sleep in the same space. Her mother had raised her conservatively from a young age. She'd been dating her boyfriend for nearly 6 months, and they hadn't so much as gotten physical. Everything strictly proper. Sharing a single room with a strange guy was more than she could accept. You really are old-fashioned. Jiang Lai gave her a surprised glance. She'd wrestled with the same thing herself before, but weighed against staying alive. A little propriety between the sexes barely registered. Wang Ziyan fell silent. She didn't know whether she was right to feel this way. Back in the dorms, her roommates used to tease her. The Qing dynasty fell a long time ago. Girls don't have to guard their virtue from men anymore. But the way she saw it, she wasn't being conservative for any man's sake. She just didn't want to hand her body over casually to someone she wouldn't grow old with. For some girls, letting loose might be a joy. She simply couldn't find any joy in it. Sorry to bother you, she said quietly, then pulled open the door and left. I locked it behind her out of habit. It was a bit of a shame she didn't join, but only a bit. You know, I'm pretty conservative myself, Jiang Lai said suddenly. Who asked? I nearly laughed. Humph. I've never once been in a relationship my whole life. Doesn't that make me even more conservative than her? There was a genuine note of irritation in her voice. Fine, fine, you're the most conservative. I couldn't be bothered to argue the point. I brushed her off and asked, did you get the gold coins traded for? Not yet. Gold's going for way too much right now. I asked several people willing to sell, and they all only want weapons and blueprints. Gold upgrades rooms and builds things. Makes sense that it's valuable. I picked up the tablet and glanced at it. Time until today's monster invasion. 2 hours 19 minutes and 11 seconds. 2 hours until the monsters arrived. The stairwell was already thick with the sound of footsteps. The residents were all prepping for battle. When you need time, it always flies. 2 hours vanished in a blink. Jiang Lai didn't stop for a second. After 2 straight hours on the trading platform, she'd finally rounded up the electronic components, the battery, and the 8 gold coins needed to build the toilet. Those 8 gold coins cost us 110 loaves of bread and 36 bottles of water. Total ripoff. If bread and water hadn't been in stock at the shop today, we could have gotten them for half that. She was wincing at the loss. Never mind that I still had over 90,000 units of stock sitting in my inventory. That was our stuff, and handing over even one extra piece felt like getting robbed. No point wishing for things that didn't happen. I walked calmly to the door and pressed my hand against it. Materials sufficient. Upgrade. I tapped yes, and a blue countdown floated up. 459, 458. Upgrading the door to level 4 took 5 minutes, and there were still over 10 minutes before the invasion. Plenty of time. I picked up the toilet blueprint next. Materials sufficient. Please select a construction location. Instantly, every square inch of the room mapped itself out in my mind, exactly like a building interface in a game. One thought was enough to place the toilet wherever it fit best. I settled decisively on the corner at the far end of the room, by the window. Build. The moment my intent locked in, a pure white, oversized toilet materialized out of thin air, fully formed in an instant. Smart toilet. Durability, 7/7. Effects. Auto flush, self-cleaning interior, self-heating exterior. Description. Master, oh master, come and have a good, satisfying dump. I promise I'll leave you fully satisfied. Auto flush, self-cleaning, and heated. I was instantly sold. No wonder it could be installed without any plumbing. Turns out this smart toilet had nothing to do with what I thought a toilet was. I couldn't wait to try it out. Even though I'd eaten little these past 2 days, there was plenty in storage, from yesterday until now. It had been over 30 hours since I'd taken a dump. Jiang Lai, mind stepping outside for a sec? I need to use the bathroom. I looked over at her politely. She was busy studying the toilet with obvious curiosity. I'm not going out there. She shook her head. The monsters invade in like 10 minutes. What if I get locked outside? 5 minutes, tops. Still no? There's a whole crowd out there watching your room right now. What if they come after me? She wasn't budging. My eyebrow twitched. So you're telling me you're just dying to watch me take a dump? It's fine, go ahead. Worst case, I'll turn around and not look. Jiang Lai looked completely unbothered. We're going to be living together anyway. If you can't handle even this, how are you planning to survive in this world? Me. In the end, I unbuckled my belt and sat down on the toilet. With a woman I barely knew sitting a few feet away, where exactly was I supposed to find the urge? I have a sense of shame too, you know. But she wasn't wrong. If we were going to be living together sooner or later, we'd have to get used to this kind of thing eventually. Besides, if the roles were reversed and she needed the bathroom, there's no way I'd step outside either. I wasn't taking that risk. So if she wanted to stay, fine. It's not like I was the one losing out. sitting with her back to me. Jiang Lai was a little embarrassed too, of course. But compared to feeling safe, embarrassment was nothing. She'd already mentally prepared herself for far more intimate arrangements with me. Something this small didn't even register. And so, with her turned away on the lounge chair scrolling the trading platform, I worked on it for a while and finally got the job done. Afterward, I traded a piece of bread on the platform for a roll of toilet paper, wiped, tossed it in the bowl, and pulled up my pants. The second I stepped away, the lid snapped shut like it had sensed something, and I heard the flush. 30 seconds later, the lid slowly lifted again. I leaned over and peeked in. The water was crystal clear. Not a trace of anything. Completely spotless. Didn't think a smart toilet would be this amazing. The resources I'd sunk into this toilet were definitely not wasted. From now on, all bodily functions could be handled right here in the room. No need to leave at all. Yeah, it really is something. Jiang Lai came over to look too, pinching her nose. She'd been curious whether it would even work, and now she had her answer. No sewer line needed, and the water seemed to come out of thin air. But this room is way too small, and there's no ventilation. The smell is brutal. Her nose wrinkled. The toilet was right by the window, but natural airflow only did so much, and a fair amount of stink was still hanging around. Worse than those tights you haven't washed in 2 days. I glanced at the black stockings and combat boots on her legs. Sexy combo, sure, but wear them long enough without a change, and you can imagine the results. She looked down at her stockings and went quiet. Nothing she could say to that. Damn, I really don't let anything slide. Not even a verbal jab. Once she'd fallen silent, I turned with satisfaction to the countdown on the door. At the final second, white light engulfed the doorway. The already heavy door looked like it had been plated with another layer of hardened steel, smoother, tougher. I reached out and rapped on it, and even through my fingertips I could feel that ridiculous hardness. Security steel door, level 4, durability, 50/50ths, salvageable, iron block times 15, upgrade requirement, blueprint, description. I'm hard, and I can take a beating. Fireproof and burglar-proof too. So kick back and relax, master. But if you can, please keep upgrading me. I want to get even harder. 50 durability? I lit up. Yesterday, the grinning nightmares had rammed the door for half an hour to knock off a single point. 50 durability meant it could take a full 25 hours of non-stop ramming. And a level 4 door's defense wasn't remotely comparable to level 1. Even at level 2, a grinning nightmare had pounded on it for over an hour without shaving off a single point. At level 4, it probably wouldn't lose anything for hours. Which meant that as long as we stayed in this room, monsters simply weren't a concern anymore. Jiang Lai finished reading the stats and looked just as thrilled. Amazing. At this strength, I feel like it could even tank the day 5 boss, right? Hard to say. I frowned. No room for complacency. The boss might have strength we couldn't anticipate. I needed to push the doors level higher, and fast. Level 5 needs a blueprint. Did you see any on the trading platform today? No. She shook her head. Maybe we're upgrading too fast, and the blueprints haven't shown up yet? Or maybe there was so much listed that I just missed it. Then keep scrolling and see if a door blueprint turns up. And pick up gold coins, glass, and iron blocks while you're at it. We need to get the window upgraded too. She glanced instinctively at the drafty window. Only level 2. Definitely not reassuring. She murmured an acknowledgement and went back to browsing. I checked the countdown, 50 seconds left. I moved behind the door and looked through the peephole, curious how strong the grinning nightmares would be after today's buff. The instant the countdown hit 0, pale, oversized faces materialized out of nowhere in the hallway. So they just spawn in from thin air. And today's grinning nightmares weren't like yesterday's mechanical, mindless versions. They drifted through the corridor and slammed into doors at random, sometimes 2 hitting the same one, while a few lucky units didn't get attacked at all. So it's random targeting today? Right as I was thinking that, one of them suddenly turned toward my door, let out an eerie giggle, and accelerated straight at it. Bang! A sharp, ringing impact, and it actually got knocked back a good distance, a flicker of confusion crossing that grotesque face. But it refused to accept it and charged again. Bang! Bang! That crisp metallic clang, so different from a wooden door, rang out clearly through the stairwell, and several drifting, grinning nightmares were drawn over to join in on my steel door. I was a little tense at first, but after several minutes of them taking turns, the door hadn't lost a single point of durability. So this is level 4 defense? Rock solid, all right. Now I could really relax. On day 2, a level 4 door was flat out overkill. Those resources had been well spent. I wonder how much stronger the grinning nightmares got today, though. With the doors level this high, no durability loss meant no way to gauge them. So I kept watching, waiting for Su Bo and the other combat-talented types to make a move. Maybe I could pick up some useful intel from the fighting. Just then my panel buzzed. Someone had sent a private message. I tapped it open. Wang Zian. Chunin, could you please help me? Wang Zian, my door's about to get broken down. I think I'm going to die. I replied, what exactly do you want me to do? Wang Zi, Yen, can you lend me 3 gold coins? I'm only 3 short of upgrading my door to level 2. That should be enough to hold off the pounding. Me, I'm out of gold too. Even if I had it, I wouldn't hand it over that easily. She's nothing to me, not family, not a friend, and she wouldn't even agree to become my tenant. Lend her anything, and I'd never see it again. Inside room 009566, Wang Zian read my reply and felt despair wash over her. Outside her door, a grinner was slamming into it over and over, chipping off a point of durability every 3 minutes or so. Her level 1 door didn't stand a chance. If she hadn't bought 8 units of lumber from the store and kept patching it, the thing would have caved in already. Regret hit her hard. If only she'd agreed to join his room. A level 3 door could definitely hold. Bam! The grinner crashed into the door again, letting out that shrill, grating laugh. Durability -1. She stared at the 5 units of lumber left in her pack, and her last shred of hope died. 1 unit only repaired 2 points of durability. 5 units would buy her maybe another 20, 30 minutes. 20 or 30 minutes of sitting there, waiting to die. She had absolutely no way to save herself. If only I could trigger my talent. She remembered the surge of power that had flooded her body when she activated it with him before. If she had that now, she'd throw the door open and take her chances against the grinner. Dying in a fight beat dying on her knees. Bam! Bam! Durability -1. 3 more minutes, and the door was down to a single point. She seized the moment and burned 1 unit of lumber to repair it. You had to wait until it dropped to 1 before patching, or the system ate a point of the repair. She'd learned that one the hard way. But no amount of penny pinching changed the math. It was just stalling. A grinner would keep pounding for a full 7 hours. She didn't have anywhere near enough lumber. She slid down against the door, on the verge of falling apart. She should have just joined Su Bo's group. She didn't want to die. She really didn't want to die in this place. Then a familiar voice rang out in the hallway. Everybody in the building. Today's grinners are stronger than yesterday's. A level 1 door won't last more than a few minutes. And level 2 gets ground down fast too. Don't count on repairs to save you. We have to fight this together. Su Bo. He was shouting at the top of his lungs, making sure every tenant heard him. Wang Zian wanted to answer, but she had no combat talent and no weapon. The second she cracked that door, the grinner outside would kill her on the spot. Holy SH. Something's wrong with today's grinners. They're drawn to sound. Everybody attack now? There are already 7 or 8 of them piled up outside my door. Su Bo's voice came again, this time laced with panic. Wang Zian froze. Then she realized the grinner at her own door had stopped slamming. It sounded like it had left. Drawn to sound. Did Su Bo just pull it away? Her eyes went wide. Shock, joy, disbelief all at once. And she clapped both hands over her mouth, terrified that a single noise would bring it back. She'd gone from hell to heaven in the span of a heartbeat. Wang Zian had just dodged death. Su Bo, on the other hand, was in deep trouble. He'd planned to do exactly what he'd done on day 1. Shout, get everyone coordinating, spread the monsters around. Instead, the moment he opened his mouth, several grinners came straight for him, and more were still on the way. Sure, he'd upgraded his door to level 2 and stockpiled a dozen-plus units of lumber. But one look through the peephole at that wall of grinning, twisted faces made his legs go weak. The pounding never stopped. His level 2 door clearly wasn't up to it. Cracks were splitting across the surface. Durability -1, durability -1. The numbers were dropping like a stone. Su, brother Su, what do we do? At this rate, the door's really coming down. His tenant, Wang Jiwei, was shaking so hard his voice cracked. He'd figured that hitching himself to Su Bo meant safety. He hadn't counted on day 2's grinners being this brutal. Keep repairing, don't stop. I'll figure something out, Su Bo said through clenched teeth. Okay. Wang Jiwei locked his eyes on the durability counter, patching the second it dropped near half, but it was obvious they couldn't hold much longer. Damn it. Rotten luck, Su Bo swore. If he'd known making noise would summon a crowd like this, he never would have stuck his neck out. No, he couldn't just sit here and wait to die. Even at full stamina, his flame talent only lasted a few minutes, nowhere near enough to take out this many grinners at once. He needed someone else to soak up part of the pressure. But everyone else on the floor had wised up. Not a single sound. Aside from the pounding and that eerie laughter, you couldn't even hear someone breathing hard. Talking anyone into risking their neck? Not happening. So he pulled a yellow blueprint out of his pack and shouted through the door, jaw tight. Everybody in the building. Whoever can make some noise and draw the grinners off my door, I'll trade them a blueprint. The instant he spoke, the pounding outside got worse. Today's grinners were vicious and hypersensitive to sound. He kept going anyway. The guy with the level 3 iron door. Your door's high tier. It can definitely take multiple grinners. Just pull the ones off my door, and I'll trade you the blueprint right now. He knew exactly who he was talking to. Room 009527. A few doors down, The first room on the floor to hit a level 3 iron door. That guy was probably the only one who could survive today's grinners. Just then, a private message popped up on Subo's panel. He was too wound up to care at first, but he caught the room number and opened it immediately. Owner of room 009527. I can make noise and pull the grinners off you. But on top of the blueprint, I want at least 10 gold coins and 10 units of iron. I'll need to repair my door. With that many of them coming, I won't last long either. Subo, I can do 2 gold, 5 units of iron, plus the blueprint. Trust me, that blueprint is worth way more than 10 gold. Owner of room 009527. What kind of blueprint? Subo, I'll just trade it over. One look and you'll know. It's more than worth it. Room expansion blueprint effect. Expands your room by 2 square meters upon use requirements. 6 gold coins. Inside room 009527, I looked at the blueprint Subo had traded me, and my eyes lit up. Blueprints like this existed? He wasn't exaggerating. This was a steal. 2 square meters was a little stingy though. Not even enough room for a bed. Still, free is free. You'd have to be an idiot to turn it down. That's right. Free. Offering to make noise and pull the grinners away wasn't me gambling my life for a blueprint. I had my reasons. My level 4 door is absurdly tough. Several grinners took turns hammering it for a solid 10+ minutes, and the durability didn't budge a single point. If anything, they seemed dazed from the impact. But a door that tough comes with a side effect. It's steel. When a grinner slams into it, the sound is sharp and loud, ringing out far louder than anyone else's wooden door. Translation. But today's Grinmares happened to be drawn to sound. So the first one slammed into my door, which drew a second. The second slammed into the door, which drew a third. The end result. I hadn't made a single noise, yet there were several times more Grinmares outside my door than anyone else's. A few of my neighbors even lucked out because of it. Not a single Grinmare bothered pounding on their doors. Subo had been one of those beneficiaries. But then he stupidly let out a shout, and that pulled most of the Grinmares right over to his own doorstep. So in plain terms, even if I never made a sound, I'd naturally attract more Grinmares anyway. Since I was pulling aggro whether I was passive or active, I figured I might as well earn a little on the side. And conveniently, Subo had come begging for help on his own, which saved me the trouble of talking him into it. A few messages later, he transferred me another 2 gold coins, plus 5 units of iron ingots. All of it pure profit. As for my claim that I needed to repair my door, that was pure nonsense to string him along. The Grinmares couldn't so much as scratch my door. Once I'd collected the goods, I got to work. I raised a hand and knocked on the door. Today the Grinmares were drawn to sound. As long as Subo's side stayed quiet and mine kept making noise, they'd all come charging at me. At first it didn't work too well. Most of them were still ramming Subo's door. But after a few minutes of knocking, they gradually all shifted over to me. Subo could finally breathe again. He'd actually been worried I'd take the supplies and bail. There wasn't a shred of law in this place, so if I'd run off, all he could have done was curse me out. He never expected me to be this good for my word. Not only was the noise loud, it went on for minutes straight and still hadn't stopped. Total pro. He'd been pretty broken up about losing a rare blueprint and his gold coins, but seeing how reliable his client turned out to be, he decided the deal wasn't a loss after all. At the very least, he'd kept his life. So he messaged me. Subo, bro, you can stop making noise. There are no Grinmares outside my door anymore. Thanks for the save. Subo, alright, if you're short on repair materials, just say the word and I'll scrape some together for you. I raised an eyebrow. Free supplies? Well, don't mind if I do. Occupant number 009527. I need gold coins. Subo, gold coins? Do tier. 3-door repairs take gold? Occupant number 009527. No. But there are a few dozen Grinmares outside my door right now. A tier 3-door won't hold them. I need to upgrade to tier 4. Subo, SSSSS. He had to be stunned over there. This guy can already upgrade to a tier 4 door? What the hell is his talent? And how is he this loaded? Brother Su, there's really no need to give him any more gold. I could guess someone next to him was arguing against it. We don't have much gold ourselves. Not even enough to hit tier 3. Sure, he helped, but we've already paid plenty. That room expansion blueprint alone could have traded for a mountain of supplies on the market. But Subo was clearly thinking further ahead. That blueprint was valuable, sure, but its usage requirements were so steep that nobody would actually buy it if he listed it. What he was really weighing was this. I'd upgraded to a tier 3 door within a single day on my own merits, so my talent was definitely no joke. And I'd taken payment up front and still honored the deal by pulling aggro. Someone like that was worth befriending. Even if the price of that friendship was slowing down his own upgrades, if he ran into real danger tomorrow, I might just save his life. Besides, even if he kept the gold, he still didn't have enough resources to reach tier 3. On paper, he led a team of nearly 30 people, but in reality, it was just huddling together for warmth. Nobody would hand him a single piece of lumber for free. If he tried squeezing them, they'd gang up and take him out on the spot. All things considered, staying on good terms with a high-talent resident like me was absolutely worth it. So he sent over another gold coin. Subo, that's my last gold coin. I've still got a dozen odd silver. Want those? Occupant number 009527. Pass on the silver. Subo, then just tell me what else you need, and I'll do what I can. I stared at the screen, and an idea hit me. Occupant number 009527. You want to kill Grinmares? Subo HM? What do you mean? I knew I had his attention. Since today's Grinmares were drawn to sound, he hadn't planned on opening his door at all. He just wanted to ride out the 7 hours. But if there were a safe way to farm them, with drops that lucrative, of course he'd want in. Occupant number 009527. I make a bigger racket to pull them in. You open your door and ambush them with your talent. Drops split 70/30ths. Your favor. Subo, give me a minute to think it over. I wasn't in a hurry. Whether he went for it or not, I lost nothing. I had zero intention of stepping outside. Extra income was a windfall. No deal meant I'd just keep leveling up in peace. Chenin, I got glass. We can upgrade the window. Jiang Lai called out happily. A whole bunch of stuff that was never on the exchange before just got listed. Tons of glass, and a lot of blueprints too. Stuff that was never there before. I pulled up my panel and watched the market feed refreshing, thinking it over. Most of it was probably dropped by today's Grinmares. So there really was a batch of stronger residents out there. People who understood tactical coordination and talent synergy, who could clear today's Grinmares this fast. Way stronger than Subo's ragtag crew. I put the glass in my bag, so go upgrade the window first. I'll keep watching the market. There's definitely more good stuff coming today, Jiang Lai said, then flopped back onto her lounge chair to scroll and haggle in peace. I walked over to the window and placed my hand on it. Materials sufficient. Confirm upgrade. Yes. 159-158. 2 minutes for the upgrade. Watching the countdown, I mulled it over. No Grinmares had attacked through the windows these past 2 days. Maybe they couldn't fly that high. Maybe it was something else. Either way, I hoped nothing would ever come in through the window. Just then, my panel buzzed. Subo, bro, I've decided. Let's do it. Subo, but can we renegotiate the split? I've got one more person on my end. How about 80/20ths? We're the ones going out and risking our necks. After all, we're doing more of the work. Occupant number 009527. You're risking your necks out there, and I'm risking mine pulling aggro. Plus, I've sunk a lot of resources into upgrading and repairing my door. Subo, fair enough. We'll stick to the original terms then. I'll go rally the rest of the team so we can hit them together. Occupant number 009527. Message me before you start. And keep it quiet during the ambush. Subo, got it. Plan locked in. I calmly closed the chat window. As long as I wasn't the one in harm's way, I had no problem co-op farming. As for whether drawing an even more Grinmares might backfire, I glanced at my door. They'd been slamming into it this whole time, and its durability hadn't dropped a single point. Tier 4. Translation. The Tier 4 door was harder than I'd imagined. No matter how many of them piled on, they weren't getting through. Meanwhile, the countdown on the window hit 0. A flash of white light washed over it, and the upgrade completed. Reinforced window, level 3 durability 10/10 salvageable into. With ×8, iron ingot ×1, glass ×1 upgrade requirements. Gold coin ×6, iron ingot ×3, tempered glass ×1 description. Wah, I can finally shelter master from the wind and rain. So happy. With glass in place, the cold air stopped pouring in, and the room slowly warmed up. Tempered glass. I raised an eyebrow. No idea whether that stuff would be as tough as bulletproof glass, because if something ever did come at me through the window, plain glass would shatter way too easily. Not exactly reassuring. Jiang Lai, remember to buy up tempered glass. Iron ingots too. Got it, I'll keep an eye out. She answered without looking up, still scrolling. By now she'd already come across several blueprints. Unfortunately, every seller wanted gold coins only. And gold was precious right now. Today's exchange rate was 10 silver to 1 gold, but you couldn't actually find anyone willing to trade at that rate. Upgrading rooms, crafting items, everything needed gold, so naturally the price stayed sky high. Yesterday lumber got hyped to the moon, and then today the shop stocked lumber, Jiang Lai muttered. So if gold's this valuable today, does that mean the shop might stock gold coins tomorrow? My eyes lit up. You know what? That's actually not impossible. We still hadn't figured out the pattern behind the shop's restocks, but a small gamble couldn't hurt. Should we stockpile some silver in advance? Jiang Lai was already itching to go. She'd lost her bet on food that first day, but she still believed the logic was sound and wanted another shot. Besides, silver could be spent in the shop or converted into copper. There was no real way to lose. Trade bread for a few hundred and just sit on them, I said with a nod. A few hundred silver wouldn't cost much bread. Even if it went bad, the loss would be minimal. On it, Going shopping. Jiang Lai cracked her knuckles and dove into haggling. There were plenty of silver coin listings on the trading platform. Grinners dropped them, so supply was high and there was lots of room to negotiate down. Just then, another message from Su Bo came in. Su Bo, opening the door for the ambush in 1 minute. You can start making noise now, man. Owner of room 009527. Got it. I pulled out my dagger and started banging it against the door, sharp clangs ringing out one after another. Outside, the Grinners, which had gotten a little sluggish with their pounding, snapped right back to their original tempo the moment they heard the sound. The louder I banged, the harder they slammed. Even the ones who couldn't squeeze and were shoving desperately toward the front. I tried using the peephole to see what was happening, but the Grinners were packed so tight against my door that my view was completely blocked. Several rooms down, Su Bo was peering through his own peephole. There were a few Grinners outside his door too, all of them pressing toward the source of the noise. He lowered his voice and said to Wang Jiwei beside him, "When I open the door, if any of them lunge at me, hit them with your binding talent immediately." Okay. Wang Jiwei could only nod. He hadn't wanted to risk fighting monsters at all, but Su Bo was the room owner. Disobey, and he'd get kicked out. By now he was starting to regret giving up his own room owner status. Su Bo ignored whatever was going on in his head, took a deep breath, and eased the door open. The door creaked, but nowhere near as loudly as the racket I was making, so it didn't draw any attention. He exhaled in relief and crept his head out. Then his eyes went wide at the sight of the hallway. Every single Grinner was mashed together into one writhing mass, jammed up against the door of room 009527, like a horde of crowded zombies, squirming and letting out that eerie giggling all the while. The sight was enough to make your scalp crawl. Perfect opportunity. Shame I don't have gasoline. I'd have made a fortune off this. The thought flashed through Su Bo's mind, but he knew there was no time to go by any. The window was closing fast. He threw his mouth wide open. Flame talent, activate. Searing fire erupted out, scorching across the open air into the tightly packed swarm. The outermost few were instantly engulfed in flames. They twisted their heads around stiffly, mouths splitting open, and charged at him. Back on my end, the peephole was still completely blocked. I couldn't see a thing happening in the corridor, but I could hear it, the roar of burning flame, and the sound of blades punching into flesh. Su Bo's team had begun their fight. I didn't dare risk opening my door, but I kept banging on it to generate as much noise as I could. Oddly enough, my door wasn't taking hits anymore. There were simply too many Grinners, all crammed together. They physically couldn't get the room to slam into it. That caught me off guard. Thankfully, as long as I kept making noise, they'd still keep flocking my way. I ran the numbers in my head. Yesterday's Grinners were dull and mechanical. Today's were sharply attuned to sound. And based on the messages Wang Zian had sent earlier, their door ramming damage had tripled or quadrupled overnight. So what about tomorrow? Just how strong would they get? A knot of pressure formed in my chest. Honestly, today's Grinners were still on the weak side. You could lead them around by sound and pull off aggravating tactics. But if they evolved another step tomorrow, noise alone probably wouldn't cut it. And any resident who had to go out for supplies or combat at that point would be in serious danger. On top of that, a Tier 1 door couldn't even hold today's Grinners back for 3 minutes. Tomorrow it'd probably break instantly, no time to repair it at all. A Tier 2 door likely wouldn't survive more than a few hits either. And that was calculating for a single Grinner. Judging by today, once they had you marked, you were never dealing with just one. Which meant tomorrow, Tier 2 doors wouldn't be safe either. Only a Tier 3 door might qualify as safe. Luckily, mine was Tier 4. As long as I never went outside, I was completely safe. With that thought, I kept knocking on the door and turned to ask Jiang Lai. Still no luck on a door blueprint? Nope. Let me pick up 200 more silver first, then I'll go hunting for one specifically, Jiang Lai said, typing out replies as she spoke. Another 10+ minutes went by before I heard pounding on my door again. A look through the peephole showed the clustered Grinners had dispersed. Su Bo's crew must have cleared most of them out. Only then did I stop and rub my aching wrist. As for the rest, Su Bo's team wasn't the only group out there fighting. Other residents were at it too. They could handle the leftovers. I walked over to the lounge chair and said to Jiang Lai, sprawled across it, "Up. Don't wanna." She didn't budge an inch, whining, "Go sit on the toilet. Let me lie here a little longer. I've been working all day. I'm seriously exhausted." Even as she said it, her eyes stayed glued to the chat window, fingers never stopping. She was still haggling like a madwoman, ever since she'd entered the room. Yeah, still here. I never even closed the chat window. Just haggling with people has taken me at least 20,000 keystrokes. I didn't feel like arguing, so I just hauled her up off the lounge chair and stretched out on it myself. "Jerk. Is that any way to treat your MVP?" She huffed, clearly unhappy. "I'll give you credit for the work ethic, but trading is your job to begin with. That doesn't make you an MVP." I rocked the chair lazily as I spoke. "Oh yeah? I'm not the MVP. Then take a look at this. Jiang Lai held out her hand. Sitting in her soft, pale palm was an orange-yellow blueprint. You got another blueprint? What kind? Now I was interested. Give me the lounge chair and I'll tell you. I'm the MVP. I deserve the comfiest spot. She waved the blueprint around, smug as anything. This woman was pushing her luck. My expression didn't change. The chair's not happening. Best I can do is let you sit in my lap. Come on, I don't mind. If she hadn't been doing her job so diligently, and if her tone hadn't been mostly teasing, I wouldn't have been anywhere near this patient. I am the owner of this apartment, after all. Trying to cop a feel? Sneaky man. That's what her mouth said, but her body came over anyway, to hand me the blueprint, of course. I took it, and a prompt popped up. Retaliation door blueprint. Effect. Once applied, your door gains retaliation. Every time an enemy attacks your door, it takes 5% of its own attack as reflected damaged. Requirements. Gold coin times 10. A door blueprint. I blinked, then got even more excited once I read the effect. It reflects damage? If there's one thing I'm missing right now, it's a way to fight back. My door's defense is already the highest on this floor. Honestly top tier for the whole complex, maybe for all of humanity. But pure defense only gets you so far. I wanted a counterattack. I wanted every monster that touched my door to pay for it, to make them think twice before laying a hand on it. Retaliation damage was perfect. If my door had had this effect today, I might have killed a few grinning nightmares just by standing there. I traded 2 gold coins, 5 units of iron, and 30 bottles of mineral water for it. So, pretty impressive, right? Jiang Lai said proudly. Impressive, seriously impressive. I meant it. This blueprint could massively upgrade my door, and she got it for pocket change. Total steal. Basking in the praise, she explained further, mainly because the guy selling it and his tenant accidentally made noise and drew a bunch of grinning nightmares to their door. They were desperate for gold and iron to upgrade to a tier 3 door, so I haggled them way down. Nice work, I nodded. I was starting to notice how quickly this girl warmed up to people. She was already acting like we'd known each other for years. Maybe that personality is exactly why she's so good at bargaining. By the way, you've been at this a while. What supplies do we have now? Enough to use this blueprint. I opened my inventory. Inventory, 5/6 bread times 99, 0.99. Mineral water times 98, 861. Iron times 9, wood times 18, gold coin times 2. Tenant inventory, 6/6 bread times 360. Gold coin times 4. Silver coin times 499. Glass times 1. Battery times 1. Instant hot sour noodles times 1. I consolidated the like items. Inventory, 4/6 bread times 99, for 59. Mineral water times 98, 861. Wood times 18. Gold coin times 6. Tenant inventory, 5/6 silver coin times 499. Iron times 9. Glass times 1. Battery times 1. Instant hot sour noodles times 1. Sure, we'd spent a few hundred bread and water, but in exchange we got the smart toilet blueprint, the retaliation door blueprint, plus a pile of materials in gold. Absolutely worth it. 6 gold coins, exactly enough for the room expansion blueprint. I looked around my pitch-black, cramped little room and made up my mind on the spot. Sufficient gold coins. Use room expansion blueprint. I selected yes. The blueprint dissolved into thin air, and 6 gold coins vanished from my inventory. Then Jiang Lai and I watched as the cramped room got a little longer and a little wider, and I do mean a little. 2 square meters. Enough space for maybe 2 or 3 more toilets. 6 gold coins for that. Jiang Lai looked physically pained. She'd haggled herself hoarse over a single gold coin and thrown in a mountain of bread and water on top of it, and now it was all gone in an instant. It's not bad, I said, surveying the expanded space. I didn't regret it at all. If anything, upgrading and filling out the room bit by bit gave me a real sense of accomplishment. And honestly, that expansion blueprint was way more valuable and rare than the gold. Jiang Lai nodded in agreement. True. I've been scrolling the trading platform for hours and haven't seen a single one like it. Then get back to work. The grinning nightmares got stronger today, so people might be dropping similar blueprints. Grab a bite and keep refreshing. Fine, fine, fine. Ugh, I can't believe I've become your pack mule, and one that has to stand, no less. She sighed with a wounded expression, clearly hoping to guilt me into surrendering the lounge chair. I didn't even glance up. Who said you had to stand? You can sit on the toilet or on the floor. Either way you won't freeze. Humph, cold-hearted man. Jiang Lai dropped the act and obediently plopped down on the toilet, gnawing on bread while she worked. At least the seat was heated, so her, but stayed warm. Try to collect more gold coins. See if you can trigger that compound interest talent of yours, I added. Beyond triggering the talent, the retaliation blueprint needed 10 gold coins. At least it only required gold and no other materials. Got it. I scrolled through the complex's community channel while waiting for Su Bo to message me about the split. Owner number 000581. The nightmares are so strong today. My tier 2 door needed multiple repairs just to barely hold. Owner number 000008. Strong? Not really. Not even enough for me to solo. Anyone needing monsters cleared, hit me up, not for free. Owner number 001811. Anyone selling gold? 25 silver per 1 gold. Owner number 018888. Any cute girls want to be my tenant? Already upgraded to a tier 2 door, completely safe. My talent is insanely strong. Be my woman and get ready to reach the top of the world. Owner number 019681. Guy above me is way too much. Owner number 098613. Heard from the tenant next door that there's an abandoned city outside the complex, loaded with resources. True or not? Anyone who's been outside want to share? Owner number 100000. Selling intel on the area outside the complex. Name your price via DM. Freeloaders, don't bother. I read for a while, then clicked on one. Private chat with number 00000. Room owner number 009527. I'll trade you bread for intel. How much do you want? Room owner number 100000. Depends on how much intel you want. My team's barely slept since yesterday. We scouted a lot of ground and turned up several resource sites. Room owner number 009527. 10 loaves of bread and 5 bottles of water. How much does that get me? Room owner number 100000. Damn, we've got a whale here. Room owner number 100000. You open the trade, and I'll tell you every resource site I know about, plus intel on the monster types in the abandoned city. I paid up on the spot. 10 loaves and 5 bottles of water were nothing to me. Information is never a bad buy. In worst case, I could turn around and resell it for resources. Room owner number 100000. Order received. Here's your intel. Room owner number 100000. Head out the north gate of the complex and go straight for about 500 meters. With a flashlight, you can just make out the outline of an abandoned city. Keep going east toward the low-rises for another 1 or 2 kilometers, and you'll hit a steel mill. Tons of iron inside, but you'll need tools to break it down before you can haul it back. Room owner number 100000. Heads up, there are plenty of faceless roaming the road to the steel mill. They're extremely sensitive to light. Shine anything on them, and they go berserk. We ran into them early on and lost several people. Room owner number 100000. Back at the starting point outside the complex. If you head toward the high-rises instead, that's downtown. Lots of abandoned buildings, and inside you'll find what you can break down, plus small tools, furniture, maybe even weapons. Room owner number 100000. Problem is, there are even more faceless in the city, plus some kind of ultra-fast monster. We have no idea what it is. All we know is it's fast enough to kill an armed adult in the blink of an eye. Good news is there probably aren't many of them. We only ran into it once. Room owner number 100000. Add me as a friend. I'll give you a discount next time I've got something good. Reading it all through, I realized his so-called resource site intel boiled down to go dig through the trash. No wonder 10 loaves and 5 bottles of water made me a whale in his eyes. Still, I wouldn't call it completely worthless. The bit about the faceless being hypersensitive to light, for instance. I quietly filed the whole conversation away in my head. Not because I had any plans to go outside. Just in case I ever did run into a faceless, I wanted to know how to avoid one. I forwarded the log to Zhang Lai and looked up. This is intel I just bought. See if any of it's useful. She read it through and frowned. Is this stuff legit? Not sure, but it's probably real. Making up that much detail would take effort. Honestly, I didn't much care whether it was true. I wasn't going outside anyway. Might as well let someone else test the waters for me. Zhang Lai thought it over. Fine. I'll throw it in as a freebie when I'm haggling. Should save us some resources. Smart. I nodded, satisfied. Sure, the intel cost me 10 loaves of bread and 5 bottles of mineral water, but as long as she could shave something off her trades, it'd even out soon enough. Basically free intel. Of course I'm smart, Zhang Lai said, with a pride that had clearly never met the concept of modesty. I shook my head and smiled, then added, keep an eye out for anything that gives off light. Lamps, candles, flashlights, whatever. Scrolling through this panel in the pitch dark all day is going to wreck my eyes eventually. There were no lights in the room. The glow of the panel was all we had. Zhang Lai sighed. Everyone else is worried about staying alive, and here we are worried about protecting our eyesight. The pressure is just too much. Pure humble bragging. The same flavor as Jack Ma saying he doesn't care about money. I was about to fire back when a private message from Su Bo popped up. An hour had passed. Was my cut finally coming in? I opened it immediately. Su Bo, we've cleared out the grinning nightmares in the stairwell. But there's something I need to tell you. Me, go ahead. Su Bo, like we agreed, 30% of what my team drops is yours. No problem. That's my call to make. But the other teams and the independents won't cut you in, and I couldn't talk them into it. I'd more or less seen that coming. He had pull within his own team, but no authority over anyone else. Those people wouldn't part with even 10%, and their reasoning was simple. The guy never even left his room, so why should he get a share of what we risked our lives for? With death on the line, you can't really blame people for being selfish. A few silver coins might buy a day's food. Me, doesn't matter. I never made any deal with them in the first place. Subo, glad you're not upset. So, can you come out and split the resources? The moment I read that, alarms went off in my head. Go outside. Not happening. Absolutely not. Subo seemed decent enough, but there was no guarantee it wasn't an act. Maybe he wanted to lure me out and kill me. So my gaze drifted slowly over to Jiang Lai. You're the one. Jiang Lai, move out. Why are you staring at me? You'd better not be plotting something against me. She looked up warily from the trading platform. It's not dangerous. I just need you to step out and collect our spoils, I said with a mild smile. Spoils? Your deal with Subo? She knew about it. She'd asked in passing back when I spent half a day knocking on doors. Her face went flat. Don't you think you're being a little paranoid? Subo's not going to hurt a former classmate, and you saved his life. Who knows? What if they figured out I'm sitting on a lot of resources and got ideas? I wasn't willing to take even a sliver of risk. So you're sending me instead? What if something happens to me? What if I get grabbed? Jiang Lai wasn't thrilled. Relax, I've got you. If you really get taken, I'll pay supplies to buy you back. I made the promise in complete earnest. As long as the price wasn't steep, I genuinely would ransom her. The woman was efficient as hell. Wow, thanks so much. She rolled her eyes. But thinking it over, she decided I wasn't so bad. At least I was willing to spend supplies on her. Don't worry. Like you said, Subo's crew probably means no harm. Our floor hasn't reached the point where people have to turn on each other to survive. Whatever moral education we got in the old world still holds some weight. That much was true. Only when their lives are genuinely on the line do people abandon their limits entirely. So it wasn't like I was knowingly sending her to her death. I was being cautious, not stupid. Part of why Jiang Lai didn't refuse outright was that Subo's team had helped her on day one, killed the grinning nightmare that was ramming her door. Fine. What can you do when you're stuck being your workhorse? She stood, stretched out her stiff legs, and straightened her clothes to head out. Oh, right. If anyone asks, tell them this apartment is yours. Take this dagger for protection. I handed her the dagger I'd bought earlier. I'd given her everything I could. If things really went south, all I could do was pay a ransom. Fine, fine, fine. She took the dagger with a resigned look on her face. This weasel of a man, actually using a total knockout like her as both bait and a human shield. All that was missing was riding her around like a horse. Despicable. Still grumbling. She checked the hallway through the peephole, confirmed it was clear, and only then opened the door and slipped out. I didn't waste breath telling her which resources to grab. She knew that stuff better than I did. Whatever she picked would definitely be what we needed. Let's hope gold coins drop today. I'm seriously short on gold. Whether it was using the door blueprint, upgrading the windows, or letting the interest compound, everything took gold coins. Lots of them. Gold was the single most important thing right now. I was about to keep trawling the public channel for intel when another private message popped up. Wang Ziyan. Chunin, could I trade you some silver coins for wood? Me. Why not just use the trading platform? Wang Ziyan. The platform charges a tax, and I don't have enough silver. I thought about it. No reason to refuse. Wood was basically useless to me now. It wasn't needed for either the door or the window upgrades. And silver might be exchangeable for gold down the road. No downside for me. Me, sure. Come to my apartment, and we'll trade in person. Knock quietly, and don't let anyone see you. Wang Ziyan. Okay. Thank you so much. Chunin. 3 or 4 minutes later there was a knock. Through the peephole, I saw the bespectacled Wang Ziyan skulking around, glancing left and right. I opened the door and hustled her inside. I didn't want to be seen. Growing this fast inevitably stirred up other people's greed. Talents in this world came in every flavor imaginable. For all I knew, someone out there could screw me over just by looking at my face. Until I was flat out untouchable, caution was never a mistake. Chunin, I only have 9 silver coins right now. Could you sell me 8 units of wood? I'll owe you the difference. I'll definitely pay you back. She looked embarrassed. Understandably so. She'd turned down my invitation to become a resident before, and now she was coming to me for help twice in a row. It was humiliating. But to stay alive, she had to swallow that last bit of pride. You're buying wood to upgrade to a tier 2 door, right? Why not just buy it from the shop? I already bought the 8 units from the shop. They all went into repairs just now. Tier 1 doors were paper thin. If the shop hadn't happened to stock wood today, she'd probably be dead already. So you've got enough gold for the upgrade? How'd you manage that? That was what actually interested me. Hadn't she been short on gold and borrowed from me not long ago? I found a resident to split the rent with, so now I have gold. A roommate. That explained it, so I dropped the subject. If she'd found some other way to bring in gold, I'd have wanted a piece of it. All right, 9 silver for 8 units of wood. I sent her a direct trade offer, addressed specifically to her. Thank you. Really, thank you, Chunin. Touched, she pulled out the silver coins. Her gratitude was genuine. She'd reached out to classmates on her floor she was on good terms with, hoping to buy wood cheap, but they either claimed they had none or refused to sell at her price. With nowhere left to turn, she'd worked up the nerve to come to me again, fully prepared to be turned down. She never expected that I, a classmate she'd barely exchanged a word with, would be the one to help her at a moment like this. These silver coins, did you get them off a grinning nightmare? I asked, turning the coins over in my hand. Not me. My resident went with Su Bo's team, and they dropped from the grinning nightmare they killed. She didn't hide anything. Her opinion of me was pretty high right now. I was one of only 2 people willing to help her, the other being the girl she was rooming with. In that case, if you two ever have spare gold or resources you want to sell, come to me. I won't pay below market rate. Her talent's combat potential wasn't weak, and from the sound of it, her resident had a combat-type talent too. That meant they'd be out killing monsters and exploring. They might turn up something good eventually. Okay, I'll come to you first for any trade. She nodded earnestly. And if it ever gets to the point where you can't survive out there, you can join my apartment, I added. She pressed her lips together and murmured a grateful reply. Only people who've known despair understand how beautiful hope really is. What I'd given her was a way out, a lifeline. After Wang Ziyan left, I bolted the door, lost in thought. She'd survived today on pure luck. Even with a tier 2 door, she might not withstand tomorrow's grinning nightmare assault. And when that happened, taking her in would come naturally. If I could recruit 2 residents with combat-type talents, I could send them out to gather intel on the complex for me. Maybe even to explore that abandoned city outside the walls. That was my ambition. The survival model in this world clearly wasn't just about hunkering down. Going out to explore and kill monsters paid extremely well. High risk, high reward. But I wanted the reward without the risk, which meant controlling a few obedient residents to do the exploring for me was the optimal solution. Speaking of which, it's been over 10 minutes. Why isn't Zhang Lai back yet? Don't tell me they actually detained her. I glanced at the door. No sounds of fighting or arguing, which meant she was probably fine. Nothing to worry about. I sat back down in the recliner, pulled 2 loaves of bread out of my pack, and ate while scrolling the channel. Tastes like cardboard. I frowned. At this point, my goal wasn't just to be full. I wanted to eat well. I needed to get my hands on rice, on meat, and ideally cook up a few stir-fried dishes. For that, I'd need vegetables, meat, oil, seasoning. I'll have Zhang Lai keep an eye out next time she's browsing the platform. The thought had barely finished forming when there was a knock at the door. Sure enough, Zhang Lai was standing outside. Speak of the devil, I said, opening the door with a grin. How'd it go? 2 blueprints, 7 candles. I liquidated everything else that was useless, came away with 2 gold coins and 44 silver. She shut the door behind her and gave her report. Blueprints? What kind? My interest spiked immediately. 2 of them, no less. She pulled one out and opened its info panel. Smart round bed blueprint effect. Stamina recovery rate plus 25 per hour. Requirements. Gold times 5, wood times 5, iron ingot times 2, battery times 2, spring times 4. A bed, seriously? I raised an eyebrow. A bed was exactly the piece of furniture I needed most right now. The recliner was comfortable to sit in, fine to lean back on, but sleeping in it was torture. I'd wake up with an aching back and a stiff, throbbing neck. What puzzled me, though, was this. Why would building a bed require springs and batteries? This bed, was it above board? Zhang Lai stared at the blueprint. This. Translation. That round bed's almost 10 feet across. Our room can just barely fit it, but once it's in there, there'd be nowhere left to stand, and it'd be right up against the toilet. The bed was bigger than a standard double, and our room was only about 130 square feet. Way too small. No rush, I said. Let's just stockpile materials first. Once we have enough, the problem will solve itself. I wasn't worried. If Su Bo could get a room expansion blueprint to drop, other residents were bound to get them too. But with things this dangerous right now, the first thing almost anyone would do is upgrade their door and windows, or buy weapons. Hardly anybody would be willing to burn a blueprint like that. All I had to do was keep an eye on the trading platform. I still had over 90,000 loaves of bread and 90,000 bottles of water. I could afford it. What's the other blueprint? I asked. A special decorative fixture. Zhang Lai pulled up the info and showed me. Mermaid ornament blueprint. Effect. Room stamina regeneration plus 3 per hour. Construction cost, 10 gold coins. It's kind of a dud. I wanted the other one, a room ballista blueprint, but Su Bo and his people wouldn't budge. They're taking 70% of the haul, so there wasn't much I could do. A room ballista? An offensive weapon. Now I was interested. Yeah, you build it inside your room, and it becomes part of the room itself. If your door gets broken down, It automatically attacks whatever comes in. Hearing that, I have to admit I wanted it. The value of a weapon like that is obvious. It's basically a second layer of defense behind your door. Sounds like Su Bo's crew did pretty well today. If 2 blueprints came to my share, they had to be sitting on at least 2 or 3 more. The drop rate from killing monsters really was high. I suspect they held some back, Jiang Lai said, clearly annoyed. Don't suspect, no? They definitely kept plenty for themselves. I stayed calm. Honestly, the fact that Su Bo handed over 2 blueprints and some supplies at all wasn't bad. But the rest of his team didn't necessarily listen to him, and they weren't necessarily willing to split what dropped, same way every other team and every other resident wasn't willing to cut me in. Was I angry? Of course I was pissed. I spent nearly half an hour banging on my own door, drawing damn near every grinning nightmare in the corridor to me. Sure, my door didn't lose a single point of durability, but I did at least 50 or 60% of the work in that fight. What other resident could pull aggro like that? What other resident would dare? And if I hadn't, how could the rest of them have ambushed those things so easily? God knows how many would have died. It only worked because my door's level is high enough that I don't have to worry about it breaking. Humph. Next time something like this comes up, we are absolutely not helping these people again. Jiang Lai was fuming. We'd done the most and gotten the least. They wouldn't even part with the ballista blueprint, the best one in the batch. If she thought she could win a fight, she'd have taken it by force. That's the downside of having defense and no offense. Which is why we need to use this counterattack door blueprint as soon as possible. With reflected damage, we'd have a shot at killing grinning nightmares ourselves, I said. And then every reward they dropped would be ours alone. That was one of the reasons I wanted to recruit someone like Wang Ziyan, with a combat-type talent. Once you have your own firepower, you don't have to depend on anyone, and you don't have to split anything. Okay, I'll keep collecting gold coins. I'll try to get all 10 today, so we can upgrade the door, Jiang Lai said, settling onto the lounge chair like it was the most natural thing in the world, and opening her panel. I walked over, hauled her back up by the arm, sat down myself, and said flatly, I noticed you've still got a pack of hot and sour noodles in your bag. Grab some hot water while you're at it, and take care of that craving. Jiang Lai stood there staring at me, speechless. What an insufferable man. Would it kill him to be a little nice to her? Did she really hold zero appeal for him? He wouldn't even give up a lounge chair. She had it wrong. As a virgin, I found her plenty tempting. My eyes kept drifting to those long legs and black stockings. The reason I didn't bother buttering her up was simply that I didn't need to. As far as I was concerned, Jiang Lai was a resident. Livestock I could handle however I pleased. Why would I grovel to livestock? If I wanted it, all it would take was a word. Later, I thought, pulling my gaze away. Once the other residents have all turned in, we'll give it a try tonight. Outside was pitch black eternal night, so technically it was already evening. But there were plenty of footsteps in the corridor. A lot of residents were still out there. If Jiang Lai and I did anything now, anything that made noise, we'd have a crowd with their ears pressed to the door. Nothing to do but wait. 2 frustrating hours crawled by. Finally got hot water. Jiang Lai dumped the noodles into the pot and poured the water she'd traded for over them. The sour, spicy smell filled the room. Junk food in our old life. In the eternal night, a rare treat. No luck on vegetables, rice, flour, or oil. I glanced at her bag. None. Either nobody's listing them or nobody's found any. I had to scroll forever just to find this one pack. She gave the noodles a stir. There's barely any variety of food in this world, not even instant ramen. If we go a long time without vegetables or protein, who knows what'll happen to our bodies? I couldn't say either, but my gut told me vegetables existed in this world. Nobody had just put them up for sale yet. Well, it is what it is. Let's eat. I picked up a bowl and chopsticks. Good thing I'd bought pots and dishes earlier, or we couldn't even have made the noodles. Hot and sour noodles with bread. I ate 3 pieces, Jiang Lai ate 2. Once we'd eaten, she went back to combing the trading platform. I took out 2 bottles of water, gave the pot and bowls a quick wash, and dumped the dirty water into the toilet and flushed. Having that toilet saved a lot of hassle. Oh, right. We can put that mermaid ornament blueprint up for trade, I said. The effect was impressive, but stamina regen was useless to me. I don't go out and fight, and my talent doesn't cost stamina. I don't burn a single point in a whole day. But for residents whose talents run on stamina, it'd be great. Faster recovery might mean a few extra activations per day. Sure, I'll see if it sells, Jiang Lai nodded. The catch was that building the mermaid ornament cost 10 gold coins, enough for 4 door upgrades. Not many people would be willing to spend that. After another hour plus of scrolling, she slumped against the toilet and sighed. 1 gold coin. That's all I've managed to buy. They're insanely valuable. One guy wanted 50 bottles of water, flat out. Not even close to worth it. I thought it over. Then we wait for the shop to refresh tomorrow. If no gold coins show up, we'll pay through the nose to get our 10 and use the door blueprint. Okay. She nodded. Head, then added, I just swapped out my lighter. Want me to light a candle? Yeah, light one. I'm not turning in yet. 7 candles, used sparingly, would last 2 or 3 days. The candle flared to life, and only then did I get a good look at her face. Fair skin, delicate features, she really was pretty. Her figure was even more stunning. Narrow waist, long legs, a chest that was neither too big nor too small, just full enough to sit up nicely. Chunin, why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Lai's guard went straight up. Get back to work. No slacking, I said flatly, pulling my eyes away. Jiang Lai went hard. Her fist, that is. What a pig of a man. Time flew by. A few more hours vanished in the blink of an eye. A notification suddenly popped up. Today's monster invasion has ended. Both Jiang Lai and I saw it, and we instinctively looked at each other. 7 hours already went by. Honestly, the survival pressure didn't feel that bad. Mostly because our door was tough enough. That's the only reason it was this easy. At the same moment, my panel buzzed. A private message. Wang Ziyan. Chunin, do you have any gold coins left? I want to trade you a blueprint for them. Me, what blueprint? A blueprint listing came through. Smart refrigerator blueprint. Effects. Preservation. Freezing. Ice production. Requirements. Gold coin times 8. Iron block times 5. Electronic component times 1. Battery times 2. A fridge? That thing's pretty useless. Not worth much. Jiang Lai had seen it too, and her assessment was fair enough. We didn't have any food that needed refrigerating or freezing. As for making ice, it was on the cool side outside right now, so we didn't need ice to beat the heat either. The room was already cramped. Stuffing a useless fridge in here would only make it smaller. Plus, the build requirements are ridiculous. Batteries and electronic components are both rare. There's no way I could scrounge those up anytime soon. And don't even get me started on the gold coins, Jiang Lai stressed. She was worried Wang Ziyan would seduce me into blowing money on a worthless blueprint. I know. I answered absently, still typing to Wang Ziyan. Me, how many gold coins do you need? Seeing that, Jiang Lai's eyebrow twitched. Stupid man. Did you hear a single word I said? I knew it. She's already got him wrapped around her finger. Wang Ziyan's decent looking, sure, but she doesn't hold a candle to me. There's a genuine beauty sitting right here beside him, and he's off simping for somebody else. Men really are all faithless dogs. Wang Ziyan, we're 4 gold coins short of upgrading to a tier 3 door. They were about to upgrade to a tier 3 door? That caught me off guard. Where had Wang Ziyan and the others scraped together that many resources, this blueprint included? Me, you've already got enough iron blocks. Wang Ziyan, MHM. We just got back from outside the complex and found some. Me, did you find the blueprint out there too? Wang Ziyan, yep. It dropped from a monster with no face. It dropped a gold coin too. That surprised me. The faceless things outside the complex dropped items, and at that kind of rate, gold coin drop rates were extremely low. Subo's crew had cleared over 100 grinning nightmares on this floor today, and probably only pulled a handful of coins total. I thought about it for a moment, then typed. Me, I've only got 2 gold coins on me right now. In truth, after all of Jiang Lai's buying, I had 5. But obviously I wasn't going to admit that, and I certainly wasn't going to hand over everything for a blueprint I couldn't use yet. Wang Ziyan. Then, let me talk it over with my roommate. She's the one who got the drop. Me, no rush. Take your time. Wang Ziyan, MHM. I'd barely closed the chat when I heard a scornful little snort beside me. What a shameless woman. And here I thought she was the reserved type. I looked over at Jiang Lai, who was huffing through her nose for no apparent reason, and found it kind of funny. How exactly is she shameless? We invited her to join our room before, and she wouldn't come. Now that there's danger, suddenly she's running to you, trying to mooch off us. You're not her boyfriend. Where does she get the nerve? That's shameless. Jiang Lai's hostility toward the girl with the glasses ran deep. I gave a faint smile. She hasn't mooched anything off me. The first time she asked to borrow gold coins, I said no. The second time, when she bought lumber, sure, I took a small loss, but once you factor in the transaction fee, it basically evened out. And my real goal was to get on her good side. Trading away a few pieces of lumber we had no use for to build goodwill with 2 combat-talented residents? Extremely good value. Case in point, the second she got a blueprint, we were the first people she came to. That's the payoff of buying goodwill. You only don't mind losing out because she's a girl. Humph, simps deserve everything they get. Jiang Lai huffed. Sounds like you're asking for a beating. My eye twitched. This woman was awfully petty, or rather, awfully petty specifically about Wang Ziyan. Heh, simp. Jiang Lai's lip curled, her eyes full of disdain. Hard. My fists were getting a little hard. If I can get that fridge blueprint for 2 gold coins, it's a steal, I explained patiently. Just because we can't use it now doesn't mean we won't later. Think long term. We're not only surviving the next 2 days, for all we know, we'll be living in this world for the next few decades. And that was the truth. Who knew how long we'd be stuck in this hellhole? Who knew if the weather might suddenly turn hot? If it did, a fridge that could make ice would be worth a hell of a lot more than 2 gold coins. Chunin, you know why a simp is a simp? Because even after he gets ripped off, he'll invent reasons to justify it and convince himself he came out ahead. Jiang Lai delivered this with total conviction. Okay. Now I was actually mad. Insufferable woman. I'd clearly been way too nice to her. I stood up and walked over, my face dark. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're actually losing it. Jiang Lai tried to back away, but there was nothing behind her except wall. Yes, I'm losing it. So what do you think happens next? I flexed my fists. Then I got hands on. My mental defenses had broken, so her physical ones were going down too. Wait, don't. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Jiang Lai begged frantically. Too late. Our strength stats might be identical, but this was my room. Pinning her down was effortless. You don't know you were wrong. You just know you're about to get hit. A moment later, the residents out in the hallway heard a series of slapping sounds, along with a woman laughing like she couldn't catch her breath. Subo happened to be passing by, and at the sound he instinctively glanced at that steel door. He knew the room belonged to Jiang Lai, and he knew there was more than one person inside. He had to admit, it stung a little. He envied the guy in there with Jiang Lai, the guy who'd just been smacking her around. Jiang Lai was gorgeous and her talent was strong. He'd tried to recruit her onto his team a minute ago, and she'd turned him down flat. Infuriating. Stop. No more. I really get it, I was wrong. I'll never take that snide tone with you again. Jiang Lai begged, her clothes in disarray, her face flushed red. Do it again, and I won't go easy on you. I gave a cold snort and pulled my hand back. The punishment wasn't actually that harsh, a few smacks on her, but plus some tickling. I couldn't go too hard. If I hurt her, there'd be nobody to do my work for me. Tickling was the perfect option, and it let me get a little something out of it too. What a nasty man, no chivalry at all. So heavy-handed, and copping a feel on purpose. Jiang Lai rubbed her backside, straightening her clothes and muttering under her breath before dropping back into the lounge chair. I opened my panel. Wang Ziyan had messaged me a while ago. Wang Ziyan, I'll sell it to you for 2 gold coins. Does that work? Me. This blueprint isn't worth 2 gold. Right now, 1 gold coin trades for 30 or 40 bottles of mineral water on the market. That's a lot of value. Gold coins can upgrade your door. A fridge just keeps food fresh, and it eats a pile of resources to build. Pretty useless. Wang Ziyan, she got it too. The blueprint couldn't defend, couldn't boost combat power, and burned resources. Only someone with 0 survival worries would want it. And how many residents have 0 survival worries? Wang Ziyan. Then how many resources could you give me, Chenin? She knows perfectly well the blueprint is junk, and she still opened at 4 gold coins. She was obviously trying to fleece you. You see that, right? Jiang Lai cut in. If she hadn't just gotten her hide tanned, she wouldn't have put it half so politely. Obviously I knew. My original ceiling had been 2 gold coins, but now I suddenly felt like lowering my offer. You want to take advantage of me, so I get to take advantage of you. We're all just trying to survive. Nobody's in the wrong. Me, 1 gold coin, 3 loaves of bread, 3 bottles of water. That's my max. No response from her end. I wasn't in a hurry. Getting the fridge blueprint cheap would be a win. Not getting it was fine too. It wasn't something I needed in the next day or two. I just saw a compound bow up for sale, but no arrows. Should I buy it? Jiang Lai suddenly looked up. Of course buy it. Though a ranged weapon like that probably won't come cheap, I said. If there's a bow out there, there are definitely arrows too. Worst case, I'd spend some time buying them up. I asked about the price and somebody already snapped it up. It had only been listed a few minutes. Looks like plenty of people have resources, she said, frowning. I wasn't surprised. An individual's resources can't compete with a team's. Based on my earlier reasoning, once you entered the Eternal Night world, rooms were assigned by physical proximity. If you were a soldier stationed with a military unit, their baseline quality is already above the average person's, plus they trust each other by default, so banding together comes easily. Picture it, an entire floor of special forces. Absolutely terrifying. Sure, everyone's stats start at 1, but their combat experience, their techniques, their wilderness survival skills, all of that carries over. Of course, I couldn't rule out soldiers tearing into each other in here too. This was the Eternal Night world. No rules, no restraints. People are unpredictable. Feels like we're not going to scrape together 10 gold coins for the interest today either. Jiang Lai rubbed her tired eyes and sighed. If we actually traded 50 bottles of mineral water for 1 gold coin, that would be a loss. I stood up and stretched. My legs had gone a little numb from lying down so long. Yeah, Jiang Lai nodded, seizing the chance to flop back into the lounge chair and spread out, blissful. Interest income was nice, but we couldn't dump too many resources into buying gold. Mineral water was absolutely hard currency in this world. The shop listed it at 80 copper a bottle, sure, but it was rationed. 1 bottle, that's it. Same with the bread, 1 serving, max. Which is why most residents right now are barely staving off starvation and thirst. Nowhere near full, let alone able to trade food and clean water for resources. Jiang Lai's eyes suddenly went to the toilet. Can you drink toilet water? Ours refills automatically. Could we bottle it and sell it? That stopped me. Truly a capitalist daughter. She's got an eye for this. I stared thoughtfully at the water in the bowl. How about you take a sip and find out? If it's drinkable, we sell it. You should taste it. My sense of taste isn't reliable. Jiang Lai demurred with a completely straight face. Sense of taste? My ass. She just didn't want to drink toilet water. It's fine, forget the taste. If you drink it and don't die, we can sell it, I said calmly. Seeing that I wasn't going to be talked into it, she immediately changed the subject. Okay, I thought about it more. Even if we don't sell it as drinking water, we could sell it as foot washing water, bathing water. 550 milliliters for a few silver coins should be no problem. You already had this idea from the start, didn't you? I laughed. This woman had a real vindictive streak. She wanted to trick me into drinking toilet water. Of course not. Where would I get that kind of foresight? She denied instantly. You'd better be telling the truth. I let it go and looked at the water in the bowl. Honestly, it was pretty clear. It looked drinkable. Not that I'd ever drink it, but selling it to other people should be fine. Use those 2 empty bottles on the floor, fill them up, and list them. Let's see what they go for. Why don't you fill them? Jiang Lai wasn't a germaphobe, exactly, but she didn't want to stick her hand in the toilet either, especially not one I'd used. You fill them, and you get the lounge chair tonight, I offered. You mean it? She perked right up. Naturally. When have I ever gone back on my word? I said evenly. I wasn't lying to her. But, well, I also never said she'd have the lounge chair to herself. A little wordplay. Fine. You'd better not be tricking me, or I'll get mad. Really mad. She picked up the empty bottles. She caved that easily, not because of the chair, obviously. It was because she knew that even if I didn't give her the chair, this job was hers regardless. That's what she got for living under my roof as the household workhorse. At least she got a change of sleeping arrangements out of it, a little consolation prize. Jiang Lai walked over to the toilet, closed the lid first, flushed it once more, and only then lowered a bottle in to fill it. The woman didn't have princess syndrome, at least. Willing to do the work, willing to swallow her pride. Genuinely rare among college girls. Just then my panel buzzed. A message from Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan, could you add 1 more bottle of water and 1 more loaf of bread? Then there'd be exactly enough for the 2 of us to split. Me, sure. For old time's sake, since we're classmates, I'll throw in an extra loaf. Wang Ziyan, thank you. Really thank you. You're such a good person. Chenin. Me. Come to my room for the trade, then. Wang Ziyan, I'll be right over. I closed the panel. Jiang Lai had finished filling 1 bottle and opened the trading platform to list it. List non-potable water for sale? Why? No. Non-potable water? She realized the label couldn't be changed, meaning there was no passing toilet water off as bottled spring water. The trading platform actually had oversight built in, which was fine by me. At least I'd never get scammed buying something. The toilet runs a cycle every time the tank refills, so the water isn't unlimited. Too many flushes and the battery might die, Jiang Lai said, looking over at me. Building the toilet had used up batteries. It ran on electricity. If the profit margin was too thin, it wouldn't even cover the cost of replacing them, so there'd be no point selling. Yeah, we'll do the math before we sell anything. I walked to the door. A knock came right on cue. I checked the peephole. Wang Ziyan. I opened up. 1 gold coin for bottles of water, 5 loaves of bread. I handed it all over. Wang Ziyan tucked everything into her backpack and passed me the blueprint. At the same time, her eyes drifted, almost involuntarily, to Jiang Lai, who was currently filling bottles from a toilet. There's a toilet in Chunan's room? Why is Jiang Lai filling bottles out of it? Hold on. These bottles in my hands. They weren't filled from the toilet too, were they? She opened her mouth, then shut it. I read her mind and said flatly, relax. What I gave you is clean spring water. If you don't believe me, list it on the trading platform and take a look. It'll tell you. Oh, good. She let out a breath. Toilet water might be drinkable, but not knowing and knowing are 2 very different feelings. I should head back. My tenant and I are going to make another run outside the complex for supplies. Sure. Stay safe. I nodded. I'm happy to hand out nice-sounding words that cost me nothing. Free goodwill. Plus it builds the whole kind and generous guy image. That kind of reputation pays off in unexpected ways sometimes. Thanks, Chenin. Wang Ziyan left. And then came Jiang Lai's voice, dripping with sarcasm. Thanks, Chenin. I looked at her, half exasperated, half amused. She'd even nailed that syrupy little tone. Why do you have such a problem with Wang Ziyan? Because you're such a good person. Chenin, she kept up the act, still doing the impression. She'd read our whole chat log earlier. Does your backside need another round? I rolled my wrist. Looked like I'd have to get hands on again. Go on, defend her. Defend your little green tea princess. At this rate, you'll give away everything in this room. She looked genuinely disappointed, like I'd betrayed her feelings or something. If I didn't already know that 1 gold coin plus a few loaves of bread for a blueprint was a solid deal, I'd have started second-guessing myself. Then I looked her up and down and grinned. Jianglai, are you jealous? Jealous? Who's jealous? What are we even to each other? Why would I be jealous over you? She shot back instantly. When did I say you were jealous over me? I chuckled. That expression, that tone, she'd basically detonated herself. So she really was jealous. I've never dated anyone, but I'm not some emotionally illiterate brick either. I'd sensed for a while that Jianglai treated me a little differently. I just wasn't sure whether I was imagining it. After these last 10-odd hours together, I was fairly certain, not imagining it. Of course, jealousy wasn't the only thing going on in her head. I've just never studied psychology, so I couldn't see all the way through her. You're so full of yourself. As if I could ever like you. Her words were dismissive, but the tips of her ears were faintly red, just barely. Not that I could see it. Did Jianglai have feelings for me? Definitely. Otherwise, she'd never have agreed to be my tenant. Wanting to survive was part of it, sure, but the bigger part was that she didn't find me repulsive. The reason she couldn't stand Wang Ziyan was that Wang Ziyan had called her conservative earlier today and made her lose face. If not entering a guy's room made Wang Ziyan conservative, then what did that make Jianglai, who had walked in, loose? On top of that, Wang Ziyan had the nerve to ask to borrow gold coins, which annoyed her even more. But the real issue was seeing me treat Wang Ziyan better than I treated her. Here she was, a genuine knockout, giving me everything. And I wouldn't spare her a glance while tripping over myself to fawn over some other girl. A two-timing player, one in the bowl and eyes on the pot the whole time. Infuriating. But she was just the hired help. She had no standing to stop me. All she could do was vent with her mouth. And then a thought struck her. Right. Why am I playing hard to get? Waiting around for him to make the first move? If I just take the initiative and lock him down, doesn't that make me the lady of the house? And then the next time that green tea fake comes around looking for handouts, I can kick her out with full authority. She turned and stared straight at me. Jianglai, what's with that look? You're staring at me like a wolf. My guard went up. 1 second this woman was flatly denying any interest in me. The next her expression turned all suggestive. Had something just clicked for her? Chunin, do you want to touch my leg? Jianglai gave the hem of her denim shorts a light tug and deliberately extended one long, black-stockinged leg toward me. Something had definitely clicked. They were already living together. Something happening between them was inevitable. And if it was inevitable, why not sooner? That way she'd become the lady of the house that much faster, and she'd have grounds to throw out any other stray woman who came sniffing around. I looked at Jianglai's long legs and those black stockings and raised an eyebrow without thinking. I'd figured making something happen with her tonight would take some real effort. Turned out she made the first move herself. A little unexpected, but it tracked. Jianglai was a very rational woman. You could tell from how decisively she'd joined my room right from the start. A girl like Wang Ziyan, all hesitation and hand-wringing, only makes that kind of choice after real despair breaks her. Jianglai could see the consequences in advance and talk herself into accepting them. With that kind of decisiveness, even if she'd never met me, her odds of surviving in this world would have been better than most people's. Well, since you're asking so sincerely, I won't be shy about it. I'm no saint. When a beautiful woman comes to me, I don't turn her down. And whatever she was scheming, as my tenant, she couldn't touch me anyway. So why hesitate? My hand went straight to that soft thigh. Nice. My breathing had picked up a little too. I'm still just a guy, after all. Blow out the candle first. Jianglai's cheeks had gone red. She pulled free of my hand, went over and blew out the candle, then closed the panel. The room dropped into complete darkness. And then I stopped bothering to hide how hungry I was. Wait, don't rip it. Ryup. The lounge chair started creaking and rocking. Jianglai, did you not brush your teeth today? One hand on her thigh, the other wiping my mouth. I shouldn't have kissed her on the lips just now. There was a taste. I don't even have a toothbrush, so obviously not. Getting turned down like that. She pouted and shifted her position. The lounge chair was too small. All that thrashing around had left both of us uncomfortable. I got up, pulled on my shorts, and opened my backpack to check my supplies, seeing whether I could swing the big round bed. Backpack, bread times 99, for 19, bottled water times 98, 853, wood times 10, gold coins times 3. Resident backpack, silver coins times 559, iron blocks times 11, batteries times 2, springs times 2, candles times 6. 2 more springs and 2 more gold coins, and I could build the big round bed. Time to go trawl the trading platform. I made up my mind. Build the bed first, then wait for the shop to refresh tomorrow. If gold coins didn't show up, then even at 40 or 50 bottles of water apiece, I was going to scrape together 10 gold coins and use that door blueprint. Comfort and safety had to go up together. When that happened, I'd sell off the lounge chair or break it down for parts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough room. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Jianglai lay there, unwilling to move. She'd lost several dozen points of stamina and was worn out. I dropped nearly 40 points myself, which made me realize women really are corrupting. 40 stamina was enough for the average resident to kill a grinning nightmare, and I'd blown it on recreation. At least my stamina regenerated. As long as the door was solid enough, I didn't have to worry about burning through it. Looking at it that way, a big round bed that restored 25 stamina an hour was even more practical. And that mermaid figurine that restored stamina, if I had the gold to spare, that was going in the room too. Then I could get my mojo back that much faster. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but maybe it was inexperience. The first round didn't even last 5 minutes, and the second was only 7. I don't think I'm just bad at it. It's definitely because my body got turned into data and is being affected by my stats. My stats are too low, and Zhonglai's body is too good, which threw off my performance. I've got to find a way to raise my stats. Then I'll definitely break 10 minutes. I resolved privately. Zhonglai's expression hadn't shown any disappointment, but I wasn't satisfied with myself. While scrolling the trading platform, I kept half an eye on the chat room. Then I suddenly remembered that resident from yesterday who could triple his stats. He had a combat talent and had the guts to go outside on day 1. Maybe he knew how someone with a non-combat talent could raise their stats. We'd added each other as friends, so I sent him a DM. Me, do you know any ways to raise stats? It took him 3 minutes to reply. Him, send me any 1 unit of any resource and I'll tell you what I've dug up. I traded him a loaf of bread. Only after receiving it did he answer. Him, talents. Mine boosts stats temporarily. Some people can boost theirs permanently. I added a guy earlier whose talent gives him 1 free stat point a day to put wherever he wants. Him. Also, word is that if you get strength, agility, and intelligence all to 5, a stamina stat unlocks on your panel. Supposedly, it improves your physical condition and extends your stamina bar. Very useful. Him. You asking all this because you're planning to go out and fight, man? Take my advice and think hard about it. Do not go outside without enough firepower. It's dangerous out past the complex. Tons of monsters, super aggressive. And some of the residents are snakes who'll stab you in the back. Even in a party, watch yourself. Don't trust anybody blindly. Me. Thanks for the heads up. I already knew talents could raise stats, but the bit about a stamina stat unlocking at 5 across the board was news to me. You really do get what you pay for. Come to think of it, if I had Wang Ziyan use dual domination on me and then went around with Zhonglai, would I last longer? The thought popped into my head out of nowhere. Good thing the other residents had no idea what ridiculous ideas I was having. They'd have rolled their eyes right out of their heads. A talent that powerful, used to buff bedroom performance? Talk about a waste. 2+ hours later, I finally traded 4 loaves of bread for 2 springs and 67 bottles of water for 2 gold coins. Springs aren't very useful, but they're scarce, so it took some doing. Gold coins were just plain expensive. If I hadn't wanted a good night's sleep, I wouldn't have shelled out that much water, but I was loaded, so it didn't sting. I woke Zhonglai up, stowed the lounge chair in my backpack, and picked up the big round bed blueprint. Materials sufficient to build smart big round bed. Use blueprint. I tapped yes. A placement view appeared in my mind. I fiddled with it for a while and just barely managed to leave a 1-person walkway from the door to the toilet, then confirmed the placement. A flash of white light and a pink round bed materialized in the center of the room, fitted with a properly sized mattress. I pressed down on it, soft, comfortable, with a nice bounce. I noticed the bed came with its own remote, with 2 functions, on and speed up. Curious, I hit on, and the bed started vibrating up and down. I hit speed up, and it went faster. This effect, why does it feel so familiar? My eye twitched, and I instinctively glanced at Zhonglai. Indecent bed, she muttered, then flopped onto it face down with a look of pure bliss. The bed feels so good. It's not as nice as the one at home, but soft is soft. I pulled up the comfort rating and took a look. Room comfort, 15. Getting rid of the lounge chair cost me 3 points, but the smart big round bed added a flat 9. Net win. Seeing Zhonglai stretched out resting, I realized I was tired too. I closed the panel, lay down, and pulled out the bedding and pillows I bought earlier. It had been chilly the last couple of days. Sleep with nothing over you, and you'll catch a cold. Curled up around a soft, warm Zhonglai, I slept great. 2 days into this other world, and I'd finally gotten both safety and comfort up to a barely satisfactory level. Nothing else happened that night. I woke up the next morning, took out a bottle of water to rinse my mouth, and opened the shop. One look at today's refreshed inventory, and my eyes lit up. Today's merchandise has refreshed. Item 1. Gold coins times 15, 150 silver coins. Item 2. Sharp military combat knife times 1, 1 gold coin. Item 3. Glass times 5, 5 silver coins. Today's exchange rate. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 100 copper coins. Gold coins. The shop actually stocked gold coins. Zhonglai said, delighted. We'd stockpiled over 500 silver on the cheap yesterday. We were about to make a killing. I was grinning too. The shop had purchase limits, but between the two of us we could buy 30 gold coins. 10 would go toward using English translation, door blueprints, and the remaining 20 go into compounding interest. On top of that, no food or water restock today, which means the 90,000 plus servings of food and water in my pack are about to go up in value too. Gold coin prices dropping, food and water prices climbing. I'm about to make a fortune here. Rinse your mouth out, then keep an eye on the trading post and see if anyone's selling gold. Starting today, we buy up everything. I handed Jiang Lai a bottle of water. She nodded eagerly, like she could already see stacks of gold coins waving at her. Today's restock was good news for any resident holding silver. They could trade it for gold, upgrade their door, use a blueprint. But for the residents with no silver and no food or water, the sky had just fallen. Stamina wasn't tied to your satiety meter, sure, but going a whole day without eating or drinking still took a toll on the body, especially for residents who had to go outside and fight, which was exactly the situation Wang Ziyan and her resident, Lin Lucy, were in right now. The two girls had just woken up, and neither looked happy about the 3 items the shop had restocked. They still had the water and bread they'd traded me for yesterday, but they were out of silver. No silver meant no gold. No gold meant no Tier 3 door. And without a Tier 3 door, the grinning nightmares, stronger after tonight's refresh, might just smash their way in. Worse, they were down to 3 bottles of water and 4 loaves of bread. Both of them had combat-type talents, which burned through stamina fast. Afterward, the exhaustion and hunger hit hard, so their food and water needs were high. If they didn't find more today, their stock would last a day at most. And not going out to fight wasn't an option. No fighting meant no resources, and no resources meant a slow death. Lucy, what if we head outside the complex and try killing some monsters before today's invasion starts? If we can trigger your talent, maybe we can get that Tier 3 door. Wang Ziyan looked over at the girl beside her. The girl was very thin, with a thick curtain of long black hair hiding most of her face, every movement radiating shyness. Her name was Lin Lucy, Wang Ziyan's classmate, and her resident. Okay. Lin Lucy nodded faintly and pulled a red fire axe out of her pack. The frail girl hugging an axe nearly as big as her upper body made for a jarring picture. With that settled, the two of them headed out. As they passed through the hallway, their eyes drifted, almost on reflex, to that unusual door of mine. Smooth, perfectly flat, and clearly rock solid just from the look of it. Practically every resident who walked by couldn't help sneaking a second glance. It was the only Tier 4 door on the entire floor. Chun En's talent is unreal. He doesn't even have to leave his room, and he got it up to Tier 4 in 2 days. Wang Ziyan murmured enviously. And it wasn't just the door. His room was full of little odds and ends, and even his window was different from everyone else's, fitted with actual glass. He definitely upgraded it. Lin Lucy glanced over once, then quickly looked away, letting out a soft The two of them stepped into the stairwell and headed down. Not long after they left, the door across from mine opened too. A tall, lanky guy stepped out holding a sharp longsword. He'd barely taken a few steps before he ran straight into Su Bo and blonde-haired Wang Zhui on their way out. Su Bo spoke up first. Jiahao, heading outside the complex? Team up with us. More people, safer. No need. I'm enough on my own. Jiahao said it flatly, then walked off with his sword, not even sparing them a second look. TCH, who does he think he is? So he's got a good talent, big deal. Wang Zhui muttered under his breath. Su Bo just sighed, feeling the loss. Jiahao's talent wasn't just good, it was incredible. He could enhance anything. He could turn a plain wooden stick into something on par with a blade. If he joined the team, weapons would stop being a problem entirely, and their combat power would at least double. Right now, even the most basic melee weapon on the trading platform went for 1 or 2 gold minimum. Way too expensive. Ranged weapons like bows and crossbows cost even more, and there were barely any. The second one got listed, it was snapped up. Nobody had ever put a firearm up for sale. Maybe they just didn't exist in this world. Zhui, go round up the others. We'll do a sweep before the invasion hits, and see if we can scrape together enough silver for door upgrades. Su Bo paused. First stop is that abandoned department store we spotted yesterday. We'll look for food and water while we're at it. The shop didn't restock food today, so our reserves might not hold. Wang Zhui nodded and went off knocking on doors one by one. My talent refreshes in 13 minutes. I wonder if the gold we've saved up will actually earn interest. Jiang Lai lay in my arms, swiping through her panel, her smooth, long legs swinging lazily. Should be fine, I said. One hand resting on her leg, I said, I'll message Wang Ziyan. She can't afford the gold in the shop today, so we can buy out her allotment. Don't let her play you again, Jiang Lai said, unhappy. When have I ever been played by her? I pinched her, irritated. Fine, you've never been played. Now hurry up and have your little tea-sipping snake of a sister buy us some gold. Jiang Lai pursed her lips. Gold had a purchase cap, 15 per person, and we still had over 250 silver on hand. I got hold of Wang Zian quickly. I told her the deal was the same as what we discussed. Buy gold for me at the shop, 1 silver for every 5 gold as her cut. She agreed, but said she could only buy 25 at most. She needed to keep 5 for her own door upgrade. Works for me. Come to my room to trade. I'm still outside the complex. It'll probably be an hour or two before I'm back. Can the trade wait until I'm there? I frowned. If it did, I'd miss today's compounding interest. And going through the trading platform wasn't worth it. 25 gold would get hit with a 15% tax, or 3.75. The remaining 20 would only earn 4 in interest. After all that back and forth, I wouldn't make a single coin. Zhang Lai, still using my thigh as a pillow, read the chat and raised an eyebrow. She's got the guts to go in and out of the complex that often? Your little T-snake must have a hell of a talent. I couldn't be bothered to correct her nickname for Wang Zian. I just said, I transferred all the gold to your pack. Check if the interest came in. Zhang Lai looked at her panel. The talent countdown had just hit 0. Compound interest. LV1 you immediately gain 12 gold. Each day thereafter, if you hold more than 10 gold, you gain an additional 2 gold in interest, increasing incrementally. The larger the principal, the larger the interest. If you hold fewer than 10 gold, you gain a guaranteed 1 gold per date. Today's interest has refreshed. You currently hold 30 gold. You have gained 6 additional gold in interest, automatically deposited into your pact. 30 gold earns 6 gold in interest. Now this is the right way to make money. Zhang Lai nuzzled happily against my thigh. Freeloading feels amazing. Too bad Wang Zian and Su Bo aren't around. We could have traded for more gold coins and racked up even more interest. I toyed with her long hair, in a pretty good mood. With compound interest this generous, saving up the 500 gold coins I needed to upgrade my talent might not even take a month. Zhang Lai rolled over, propped her chin on my leg, and asked curiously, Did your talent refresh yet? What are today's supplies? The way she was lying there was getting me worked up. Biology took over, and I nearly poked her in the face. Perf. Zhang Lai's face went a little pink as she reached over and gave it a squeeze. Knock it off, we've got business to take care of. I pinned her hand down and opened my panel. Supreme Sovereign, LV1 you are automatically bound to every person in your residential complex. As long as they remain alive, you receive 1 random reward from each of them every day. Today's reward has refreshed. Wooden repeating crossbow. Current survivors in complex, 97,990. You have received 97,990 wooden repeating crossbows today, automatically deposited into your inventory. Crossbows. I was stunned. Actual weapons. Ranged weapons, no less. Whoa. Chunin, your luck is insane. In her excitement, Zhang Lai's hand clamped down hard. She damn near crushed it. It hurt so bad I had to suck in several breaths before I recovered. Then I smacked her, but a few times, furious. Get off my bed. Damn it. She nearly ended my bloodline right there. Ow, sorry. I got excited and forgot I wasn't holding a water bottle. Zhang Lai wheedled, cheeks flushed. I shot her a glare, rubbed the area, and then turned my attention to the crossbows in my inventory. 97,990 total, 1,023 fewer than yesterday's 99,013 bottles of mineral water, which meant over 1,000 more people in the complex had died in the past day. That stung a little. Those people were my supply line, and I had a feeling today's death toll would be even higher. Today's smiling nightmares would be stronger than yesterday's, which were already stronger than the day before. A lot of residents had only barely upgraded to a Tier 2 door, and that hadn't even been enough to hold yesterday. Does the crossbow come with bolts? Or do you have to buy special ammo to use it? Zhang Lai asked, pulling on her denim shorts. I'd been wondering the same thing. A repeating crossbow without bolts was useless. I pulled one out to check. Heavier than I expected. It was wooden, but pushing 10 pounds, and over a meter long. The magazine accounted for most of the weight. I opened the magazine and found it packed full of bolts. I counted them, 15. 15 bolts per crossbow, so 90,000 plus crossbows meant over 1.4 million bolts. There was no way I'd ever use them all myself. So to maximize my interest, the obvious play was to sell them for gold coins and blueprints. Weapon prices on the exchange had been consistently high, with long weapons, sabers, swords, spears, being the most popular. Nobody wanted to go toe-to-toe with a monster up close. Ranged weapons went for absolutely absurd prices. Just yesterday Zhang Lai saw a compound bow without arrows sell for several gold coins. A repeating crossbow packed more punch than a compound bow, so it had to be worth even more. Let's test the power first, then decide on the price. I loaded the bolts, stood in the doorway, aimed at the wall, and squeezed the trigger. Thwip thwip thwip. A whole string of bolts buried themselves in the wall. At close range, the rapid fire hit hard, and the accuracy was solid, probably enough to one-shot a smiling nightmare. Then I went to the window to test the range. Only 30 or 40 meters. Past that the bolts started drifting. so the effective kill range was around 30 meters. All in all, powerful. Especially for someone like me with zero combat talent, this thing was a godsend. Zhang Lai, list this crossbow on the trading platform. Gold coins only. Let's see what it goes for. I handed her the one I'd tested with, 7 bolts left inside. Selling crossbows posed no threat to me anyway, since I was holed up at home. And with every resident desperate for weapons this early on, it was the perfect time to charge a premium. The day firearms showed up, melee and primitive ranged weapons would crash hard. Man, if only these could be upgraded to military grade. I'd seen military crossbows before, effective out to 400 or 500 meters, more ridiculous than a handgun. Whoa, someone bought it the second it went up. Zhang Lai shouted, shocked. That fast? How much? I was caught off guard. It had been, what, 15 seconds? 10 gold coins. A full 10 gold coins. Huh, that threw me too. This thing sold for 10 gold coins. You've got to be kidding me. I only listed it at 10 to see if anyone would haggle. I figured 6 was the realistic price, and someone just bought it outright the instant it went up. Didn't even try to negotiate. Zhang Lai couldn't believe it either. She'd figured the crossbow would be valuable. She hadn't figured this valuable. 10 gold coins was enough to upgrade to a tier 3 door, and I had almost 100,000 of them in my inventory. At 10 each, even after tax, that was 8 or 9 million. Once the excitement passed, I thought it over. Probably because the shop dropped gold coins today. These people are on a revenge spending spree. Still, anyone willing to drop 10 gold without haggling is genuinely loaded. Killing monsters dropped silver coins, so it wasn't surprising there were rich people mixed in with the crowd. So what now? Keep selling. Zhang Lai asked, buzzing with excitement. Obviously, without hesitation, I transferred another 100 into her inventory. This time, list them at 15 gold each. Or take blueprints in trade. They come with 15 bolts, so they should go for more. You can come down on the price as needed, of course. Not many people can casually drop a dozen plus gold coins. The high listing price is just bait to draw people in. Got it. Leave the selling to me. I won't let us get shortchanged. She was already working before she finished the sentence, listing crossbow after crossbow. She started with 5, didn't dare list too many at once. Flooding the market would tank the price. Scarcity drives value. We're going to clean up today. I had a feeling I could pull in 200 gold coins today, maybe even push 300. 300 gold would generate 60 a day in interest alone, leaving me only 200 short of the talent upgrade. This talent was already broken as it was. Who knew what kind of ridiculous boost level 2 would bring? Just thinking about it got me hyped. I didn't sit idle either. I listed a few myself, deliberately priced at 20 gold coins, to make Zhang Lai's listings look like a bargain by comparison. Business tactics, simple but effective. Meanwhile, in a hallway on one of the floors of another building, a young man in a green military uniform was excitedly fiddling with a repeating crossbow. Captain, this crossbow plus my perfect marksmanship talent equals unstoppable. When the monsters invade today, just sit back and watch me work. A middle-aged man in the same uniform, insignia on his shoulder, looked at him with pure exasperation. June, are you out of your damn mind? Even if the crossbow is useful for you, you can't just blow 10 gold coins on it. You need to build up some reserves. Easy. Yeah, June, you jumped the gun. The other soldiers chimed in with complaints. June rubbed the back of his head and gave an embarrassed grin. I saw the repeating crossbow and got too excited. I was scared somebody else would snatch it, so I just hit by. Sorry, Captain Chun. That was reckless of me. Captain Chun sighed, but let it drop. Check what kind of bolts it uses. If we can't resupply the ammo, that crossbow loses most of its value. Right, I'm on it. Li Jun hurried to open the bolt magazine. Captain Chun could only sigh again. At least everyone on their floor was from the same company, so they gathered resources fast. Otherwise, blowing 10 gold coins on a crossbow would have been a serious loss. Just then, the young soldier next to him, who'd been scrolling the trading platform, spoke up. Captain, that seller just listed another repeating crossbow. 15 gold this time. What a shark. Charging that much for a plain old crossbow. The nerve. 15 gold. Even Captain Chun was stunned. Was the guy insane? Did he have any idea what 15 gold coins were worth? Sure, the repeating crossbow was the best ranged weapon on the platform right now, but it wasn't worth anywhere near that. If it weren't for how well it synergized with Li Jun's talent, it wouldn't even have been worth the 10 they paid. Good thing I bought fast, or it would have cost us 15, Li Jun said, relieved. Captain Chin stared at the kid, speechless. Has it occurred to you that the only reason he dared jack it up to 15 is that you overpaid and gave him the wrong idea? I guess that's possible. Li Jun's face froze. So he was the one who'd caused this? His squadmates burst out laughing. They griped about him wasting resources, but nobody was actually angry. Years of training together and multiple missions in the field had forged the kind of bond where you'd take a bullet for each other. After the laughter died down, Captain Chun turned serious. All right, Everyone check the platform for bolts and whatever gear you need. We don't have much time before today's monster invasion. Boost your combat strength as much as you can. We clear the monsters off this floor first, then help the other residents in the building. They're citizens of Xiao. We can't let monsters slaughter them. Yes, sir. The soldiers dropped the joking at once and answered in earnest. For the past 2 days, they hadn't just been surviving on their own. They'd been rallying and helping the building's residents while making contact with the other buildings in the complex. Captain Chun wanted to unite the entire compound. He believed humanity would only last if people stood together. We just broke 150 gold. Zhang Lai could barely contain her excitement. We hit triple digits that fast. I was startled too. It hadn't even been half an hour. The repeating crossbow was that popular? I haven't run into another sucker willing to pay 10, but plenty of people are paying 5 or 6. I've sold 55 of them already. Zhang Lai's grin was impossible to suppress. A lot of buyers have been fishing for info about my talent. Some of them think I can mass-produce crossbows. Others are offering big money for bolts. Too bad we can't make those, or we'd be raking in another fortune. Not bad. Did you trade for any blueprints? I did. Besides the gold, I got 3 blueprints, and 2 of them are really good. Zhang Lai laid them all out. The details of all 3 lit up. Room expansion blueprint. Effect: expands the room by 3 square meters. Requirements: gold coin times 10. Ornate chandelier blueprint. Effect: provides continuous light, dispels darkness, and intimidates weaker creatures of the dark. Requirements: gold coin times 5, iron ingot times 3, glass times 2, light tube times 4, battery times 2. Surveillance camera blueprint, room-bound. Effect: grants vision of the hallway. Requirements: gold coin times 15. The room expansion and the camera are both solid. I was fairly happy with my room, but the space was still too cramped. Another 3 square meters would free up a decent amount of room to move around, and I could finally set out the lounge chair, which would push my comfort rating up too. Comfort tied directly into my talent's upgrade requirements, so it mattered a lot. As for the camera, if I could mount it in the hallway, I'd have real-time awareness of everything outside. The usefulness spoke for itself. The other blueprints can wait. I've got enough gold. Upgrade the door first. I picked the retaliation door blueprint out of the pile on the table. I hadn't put any of this odds and ends stuff in my backpack. The slots were limited, after all. Materials satisfied. Use the retaliation door blueprint. I tapped yes. The familiar countdown appeared on the steel door, 10 minutes this time. Just as I figured. The higher the door's level, the longer the upgrade. The same formula as most farming sim games. I just didn't know whether this world had any items that sped up construction. If a single upgrade eventually took hours, or even days, that would be brutal. I was still mulling it over when the interface suddenly buzzed. A private message from a friend. I opened it. Wang Xian. Something happened. Su Bo is dead. Their group lost more than 10 people. Me, what happened? Wang Xian. When we got to the compound, a gang was blocking the entrance, forcing everyone to pay an entry fee and protection money. Su Bo's group refused, and it turned into an argument. Then somebody blindsided Su Bo and caved his skull in. Those bandits said from now on you have to pay protection money to enter or leave the compound, and in a few days they're going to lock the building doors to force every resident to pay. I frowned. I'd assumed Su Bo had been ambushed by a monster. Turns out he was killed by his own kind. What concerned me more was this protection money crew. I wasn't going out for now, so I didn't have to worry about being shaken down, but once I could defend myself, I'd definitely be heading outside. At that point, these people would be a serious problem. Worse, with those animals bleeding everyone dry, the whole compound would descend into chaos. Residents would grow far more slowly, and the death rate was bound to spike. My talent was tied to the number of survivors in the compound. Driving up the death rate meant cutting my own foundation out from under me. That was absolutely unacceptable. Me. Did you make it into the compound? Wang Xian, yes. The 2 of us had to pay 2 gold coins before they'd let us through. Plenty of other people were forced to pay the toll too. 1 gold coin per person. It was flat-out extortion, squeezing blood from a stone. No wonder Su Bo's group had come to blows with them. A toll that steep? These people are shameless. Zhang Lai fumed after reading the chat log. We grind away at trading for half a day just to earn 100 some gold, and they camp at the gate, contribute nothing, and collect money lying down. Even if only 2,000 or 3,000 people come and go each day, that's 2,000 or 3,000 gold a day for them. I frowned. When Wang Xian gets back, first we'll collect from them. Gathering intel. I was already working out how to kill these bloodsuckers. The other residents had to be just as unwilling to take it lying down. The only question was whether anyone could get organized enough to fight back. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. I threw my clothes on and checked the peephole. Only after confirming it was Wang Xian did I open up. She came in with a long-haired girl trailing behind her, someone who looked vaguely familiar. I didn't bother giving her a second look and got straight to the point. How many of those bandits are there? It was too dark to get a good count, but definitely over 100. Just then, a mess of footsteps and cursing echoed down the hallway. The rooms weren't soundproof at all, so I could hear every word. If Brother Sue hadn't been jumped, if it had been a straight fight, a guy with his talent would have taken a few of them down with him even if he lost. Bunch of animals. One wrong word and they're swinging. From now on, 1 gold coin every time we leave the complex. Who the hell can afford that? We just lost more than a dozen fighters on the 9th floor. Fighting back's basically off the table now. And those bastards said they're going door to door collecting protection money. If only some real heavyweight would step up and lead us against those animals. The voices gradually faded away. Wang Zian lowered her head and asked quietly, "Chunin, could you take us in?" The sudden initiative caught both me and Jiang Lai off guard. She smiled bitterly and explained, "Lucy and I actually still had a shot at upgrading to a tier 3 door, enough to hold off the grinning nightmares tonight. But they just robbed us of 2 gold coins. We've only got 2 left. There's no way we can upgrade before the monsters come tonight." As she spoke, she glanced past me at the big bed, the toilet, and the pile of items on the wooden table, which, notably, included several blueprints. That alone told her just how monstrously strong I was. She understood the situation. Right now, clinging to a strong person's leg was the only way to survive. Forget the long term. Whether they'd even live through tonight's invasion was an open question. Tier 5 door, comfort 30. Joining my room? Sure, no problem. I'd been meaning to pick up a few underlings to help me explore outside anyway. Wang Zian and her friend fit the bill. They could go in and out of the complex killing monsters repeatedly without getting hurt, so their talents had to be genuinely useful. "Then I'll relinquish my owner status right now and apply," Wang Zian said quickly. After a full day of struggling to survive, she'd stopped worrying about propriety between men and women. Compared to staying alive, it was nothing. Besides, I had a girlfriend in Zhonglai, so presumably I wouldn't be interested in her. "You have applied to become a resident of room 009527. Awaiting the owner's approval." We both knew the drill by now. Lin Lucy had no objections as a resident, and the ownership binding went through fast. My room now had 2 more residents. At that exact moment, the door was enveloped in white light. Red symbols surfaced across the once smooth steel surface, spreading until they covered the entire door. "What is this?" Wang Zian froze. The door had upgraded? I walked over, pressed my hand against it, and pulled up the stats. Room data was only visible to others if the owner chose to display it. Retaliation door, tier 5, durability, 55/55, effect. Reflects 15% of an enemy's attack directly onto the enemy's body. Upgrade requirements. Gold coin times 15, refined steel times 10, red rune stone times 1. Tier 5. Wang Zian's mouth fell open. Lin Lucy looked equally incredulous. They'd been risking their lives killing monsters, only to have their hopes of reaching tier 3 wiped out by a random disaster, while I'd barely set foot outside and was already at tier 5. The gap was absurd. What kind of talents did Jiang Lai and I have? How were we leveling up this fast? But what shocked them most was that 15% reflection effect. Hide in the room, do absolutely nothing, and the reflected damage alone could kill monsters. It was completely broken. Only 5 extra durability. I, on the other hand, was a little dissatisfied. That was a pretty stingy bump. Still, the door was tier 5 now, and future upgrades no longer required blueprints, but materials instead. That had to be how this world worked. And I had a theory. Maybe the retaliation door wasn't the only upgrade path. There might be doors with entirely different effects, which meant tier 4 to tier 5 was a major upgrade for every resident. Most people just couldn't even reach tier 3, so nobody knew it yet. Unfortunately, I didn't have the refined steel or the red rune stone needed for tier 6. I'd been scouring the trading platform this whole time and had never seen refined steel listed. As for a red rune stone, I'd never even heard of one. A rune stone. I think I got one of those today. A soft, sweet voice spoke up. "What?" I whipped my head around. It was the long-haired girl, Lin Lucy. "That's right. We killed a faceless earlier, and I think it dropped something called a rune stone." Wang Zian remembered and dug it out of her pack. It was a fist-sized piece of jade carved with runes, giving off a faint green glow. Green rune stone. Effect. Increases an item's restoration capacity and restoration speed. So this is a rune stone? I took it and examined it. Green, and I needed red. Did different colors mean different effects? It says it increases item restoration, but I had no idea how to use it, so I just tossed it in my pack, Wang Zian explained. "No rush. First, go back and dismantle your door, and bring back everything you can carry," I instructed. I might be sitting on a fortune, but there was no sense wasting resources that were rightfully ours. The 2 of them nodded and headed out. I pulled out a candle and lit it to brighten the room, then picked up the room expansion blueprint on the table. I planned to save it for a couple more days, but with 2 new residents suddenly moving in, the place was too cramped. Might as well expand now. Materials sufficient. Use blueprint. Yes. 10 gold coins were deducted, and the blueprint dissolved. This time, a full layout of the room appeared in my mind. I could pick which direction to expand, and the resulting floor space would be previewed as a translucent projection before I confirmed. Convenient. It gave me room for trial and error. I tested a few directions and finally settled on expanding toward the toilet and window side. Instantly, that whole area opened up. Now the toilet wasn't right next to the bed, so the smell wouldn't be as bad, and there was even space beside it for a lounge chair. Right about then, Wang Ziyan and Lin Lucy came back. Huh, the room got bigger again. Yeah, I just used a blueprint. Oh right, Su Bo's dead. Doesn't that mean his room's empty now? It suddenly occurred to me that this was the perfect chance to loot the place. I was pretty sure he had a room crossbow blueprint. His door already got broken down by his old teammates. Everything's gone. That fast. I raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. I sighed and pulled out a lounge chair, setting it down next to the toilet. Room comfort +3. I pulled up my panel. Homeowner, Shonen residence, Jiang Lai, Wang Ziyan, Lin Lucy. Room comfort, 30 talent. Supreme Sovereign, LV1. Inventory, 46 bread times 99, for 17. Bottled water times 98, 810. Lumber times 6. Wooden repeating crossbow times 97, 888. Resident inventory. Gold coins times 168. Silver coins times 269. Iron ingots. Comfort had finally broken past 20. Not counting the 3 points from the lounge chair, Wang Ziyan and Lin Lucy each brought 6 points, 12 between the two of them. Not bad. One step closer to upgrading my talent. Besides comfort, I'd also gained 12 more inventory slots. More room for stuff. Looking through what the two of them were carrying, I was genuinely surprised. Before the invasion yesterday, Wang Ziyan had been dirt poor with a tier 1 door. One day later, and she had 2 gold and 9 silver in her inventory, plus a tier 2 door, plus a few units of lumber and iron. And let's not forget the 2 gold coins she'd been shaken down for as a toll. In other words, these two girls had scraped together 8 or 9 gold coins in a single day, along with a blueprint and a pile of basic materials. Their resource gathering rate was insane. I found myself looking at the shy, introverted, long-haired girl, Lin Lucy. A haul like that. Could it have something to do with her talent? I asked her outright, "What's your talent?" Lin Lucy froze, instinctively glancing at Wang Ziyan, then hurriedly opened her panel and turned it toward me. When I finished reading, I couldn't keep the shock off my face. Spoils of War LV1. Immediately gain +2 to all attributes. Every enemy unit you kill increases your drop rate. The higher your drop rate, the richer the rewards from your kills. When your drop rate reaches 100%, you will receive 1 ultimate prize. Current drop rate, 5%. HSSSS. Broken. That was absolutely broken. Right out of the gate, a permanent +2 to all attributes. Already a massive head start. Then killing monsters raised her drop rate, and every single kill stacked. Until she cashed in that grand prize, her drop rate would only keep climbing. No growth phase. Nothing but peak phase. As long as she was willing to fight, willing to kill, she'd just keep getting stronger. And more importantly, the talent didn't specify that enemy units meant monsters only. Any human hostile toward her counted as an enemy unit too, and could drop loot just the same. No wonder one day of working with Wang Ziyan had netted them that much. Lin Lucy came with +2 to all attributes baked in, and stacked with the 4 points of strength and agility from Wang Ziyan's Duo Dominion. She had a flat 7 strength and 7 agility, 7 times an ordinary resident. She could steamroll monsters on raw stats alone. Passive talents really are the nastiest. Back when I played games, I always felt passives were the most insidious. No stamina cost, no activation, and the payoff was terrifying. Come to think of it, my own talent was passive too. So was Jiang Lai's uncapped compound interest. Lin Lucy, your talent is way too strong. Like, unfairly strong. Jiang Lai blurted out, basically speaking for me. It's not. Lin Lucy ducked her head and mumbled a reply. Seriously introverted. I said, no wonder you managed to get a rare material like a rune stone. Has to be your talent. Rune stones were the material needed to upgrade a door to tier 6, far more valuable than ordinary materials. Nobody had listed one on the trading platform yet. Not because nobody had gotten one to drop, but because ordinary people simply couldn't. She kept her head down and gave a soft murmur. Nothing more. Painfully shy. I didn't push her. She was my resident now, so I wasn't worried about getting stabbed in the back. That said, her talent only paid off through combat, and combat meant leaving the apartment, maybe even leaving the complex entirely, which made those toll-collecting leeches even more deserving of death. Before, I'd wanted them dead just to keep the complex's death rate down. Now it directly affected a major source of income sitting right in front of me. The grand prize at 100% drop rate had to be something incredible, maybe even a rare blueprint. We had to max it out. And the runestones for a tier 6 door were rare enough that we'd probably have to farm monsters with her to get them. I started working out how to wipe out the bloodsuckers. The complex needed to develop in a healthy direction, and I happened to have an idea. I looked at the two girls. We need to team up with the other residents in the complex and take out that gang of bandits together. Both of them straightened up. Lynn Lucy met my eyes for half a second before timidly dropping her gaze again. I didn't dwell on it and kept going. There are over 90,000 people in this complex. The protection money bandits number a few hundred at most. We don't need everyone. Getting 1 or 2 buildings worth of residents on board is plenty. Wang Ziyan hesitated. Getting total strangers to team up won't exactly be easy. Strangers didn't trust each other, and even if they did, that didn't mean they'd risk their lives. I've got a way. I pulled a repeating crossbow out of my inventory. Is that a crossbow? Wang Ziyan looked stunned. If they'd had crossbows earlier, Lin Lucy could easily have killed several more faceless. I've got weapons people will drool over. Put them out cheap, and there'll be plenty willing to fight for the payoff, I said quietly. How many crossbows do you have? To rally 100+ people, a handful wouldn't cut it. You'd need at least 10, not 1 per person, just enough to keep most of them hooked. Only about 97,000 left. I glanced at my inventory. How many? Wang Ziyan's jaw nearly hit the floor. 90,000. Did I hear that wrong? I turned my panel toward her. When she saw the number, her eyes went even wider. You've got to be kidding me. Even the perpetually timid Lin Lucy clapped a hand over her mouth at the sight of that figure. Then they noticed the absurd bread and water counts, and the utterly ridiculous talent, Supreme Sovereign. How is this not just instant got it? That talent is insane. Wang Ziyan murmured, dazed. Watching the two of them lose it, Jiang Lai finally felt vindicated. See, it wasn't just her. Anyone would be shocked seeing that talent for the first time. Well, enough for you to work with? I asked with a grin. Basking in their stunned stares, I felt a little smug. What can I say? Everybody's got an ego. Enough. More than enough. Wang Ziyan said quickly. She nodded along, then suddenly caught herself. Wait, why me? Everything belongs to me. Shouldn't I be the one making the public appeal, then using the opportunity to plant myself in the leader's seat? I need you to be the face of it, I explained calmly. I'll be the boss, but I'm not leaving this room for now. There's no way I'm going out there and taking risks. I want the reputation, but I want to keep breathing too. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If I go strutting around outside, who knows when someone will jump me? Look at Su Bo, a powerful offensive talent, 20-some people guarding him, and somebody still blew his head off in an ambush. I have zero interest in becoming Su Bo II. Besides, my strength is mainly in how fast I can upgrade this room, not personal firepower. Wang Ziyan hesitated. She'd worked it out too. Allying with other people carried risk, but it was also a real opportunity. While she was still torn, Jiang Lai suddenly spoke up. Look at your tablets. There's another line under today's monster invasion notice. I picked up my tablet, puzzled. Time until today's monster invasion. 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 35 seconds. Time until random airdrop package. 3 hours, 1 minute, and 9 seconds. Airdrop package. What's that? Wang Ziyan asked. The notice had appeared out of nowhere, with zero additional information. Probably some kind of reward, like in a game. Jiang Lai frowned. The question is where it'll show up. Whether it could drop straight into our room. I was hoping it would land right in the room, too. Otherwise, collecting it would be a hassle. Luckily, I now had 2 residents I could deploy, Wang Ziyan and Lin Lucy. Even if it landed in the stairwell or somewhere in the complex, I could send them out to fight for it. I opened the complex chat room. It was buzzing. Everyone was talking about the bandits and the airdrop. Some people were cursing the bandits for camping outside doors just to shake people down for a single gold coin. Absolute scum. Someone was calling for everyone to band together and negotiate with them. Someone else immediately shot that down, saying the guy making the call was a bandit. A resident next door had been lured out over an hour ago and still hadn't come back. And someone kept shouting, anything important, take it to DMs. The chat room isn't safe. The most glaring messages came from the protection fee crew, openly taunting everyone. Whatever this airdrop turns out to be, we're taking all of it. Anybody with a death wish is welcome to come try us. And at that point, it won't be as simple as paying a little protection money. Someone clapped back right away. The bandits threatened him. You just leaked your unit number and you're still running your mouth? You want to settle this in person? The guy didn't back down at all. You think anybody's scared of you? Come up to our building and try it. Then came a string of watching. +1 inch, watching. +2 inch. I read for a while. The bandits' arrival had everyone's blood up, and they had the nerve to publicly provoke the entire complex. Was that confidence or arrogance? The good news was that not everyone was afraid of them. That group with unit numbers starting in 0999 were probably residents from the same building, same floor, banding together to survive, similar to Subo's setup, which suited me fine. With them standing up, blasting the bandits, maybe even willing to actually throw down with them, the complex had itself a ringleader. That bought me more time to develop. Maybe I could even fish in muddy waters and quietly take the bandits out myself. Oh, Zhonglai, transfer the rest of the silver coins to Wang Zian and Lin Lucy. Have them buy gold from the shop and hand it back to you, I added offhandedly. Neither girl objected. They dutifully bought the gold and turned all of it over to Zhonglai. Nobody brought up the previously agreed payment of 1 silver coin per 5 gold exchanged. We were one team now, all resources pooled and put to use. Then I pulled 2 repeating crossbows out of my pack, 1 for each of them. You two have combat talents. From here on out, monster invasions, fighting for airdrops, scouting outside the complex. Anything that requires going out, it's on you. Tell me what gear you need, and I'll prioritize getting it for you. Got it. Thank you, Chinen. Both took theirs, visibly excited. With ranged weapons, going outside felt a lot safer. They'd never expected that joining my room would mean never having to kill monsters again. But with logistical support this strong behind them, even fighting wouldn't be all that dangerous. Before this, the two of them had shared exactly 1 fire axe between them. Not because they didn't want more, but because they flat out couldn't afford it. The cheapest dagger in the shop today ran a full gold coin, and a dagger's too short to be much use to inexperienced fighters. Try killing a faceless monster with one, and you'd probably get killed yourself. They'd only just joined and already had repeating crossbows, which showed I wasn't stingy in the slightest. And the perks went beyond weapons. No more pooling money to upgrade a door, since my level 5 door was absolutely secure, and no more worrying about food or water. Nothing left to weigh on their minds. Weapons and supplies. That's what you get for latching onto the right person. Both girls figured they'd come out way ahead. I figured I had too. Once they became residents, they were bound to me completely. Betrayal wasn't even on the table. Investing in them was really investing in myself. Everything of theirs was mine, after all. Get familiar with the crossbows first. Practice your aim on the wall, and don't ration the bolts. As I spoke, I dug the surveillance camera blueprint out from the pile on the table. The peephole's field of view was far too limited. Cameras were a necessity. Tracking the movements of monsters and residents in the stairwell would also help those two harvest more efficiently. Materials sufficient. Begin construction? Yes. The blueprint dissolved, and 15 gold coins were automatically deducted from my pack. Nothing inside the room appeared to change, but when I pulled up my panel, a new surveillance camera icon had been added. I tapped it, and a crisp view of the stairwell corridor rose into view. All 3 girls crowded over, curious. There was faint lighting in the stairwell, which made the picture even clearer. With these cameras, killing monsters is going to be so much easier. Wang Zian's eyes lit up. If they spotted danger outside the door on the feed, they just wouldn't go out, a massive boost to safety. Stop crowding, you're way too close. Ever heard of keeping a respectable distance between a man and a woman? Zhonglai shoved her back, displeased, then hooked her arms around mine, staking her claim. She had no intention of sharing her man with another woman. Wang Zian could be a resident, could be a workhorse, but she'd better not lay a finger on what was hers. It was an accident. Wang Zian looked a little embarrassed. The room was small to begin with, and the big bed took up most of it, so incidental contact was inevitable. Don't forget you've got a boyfriend. Wouldn't want you doing him wrong, Zhonglai warned, dripping with sarcasm. I really wasn't thinking anything like that. Wang Zian was flustered and annoyed. Lin Lucy seemed to want to smooth things over, but her voice was so soft and mousy and her gestures so timid that nobody paid her the slightest attention. I was frowning, about to say something, when I caught movement on the camera feed. Several residents had come up to my door and started knocking. Zhonglai, are you in there? We'd like to work with you on something. They're looking for you. I looked over at Zhonglai. Zhonglai had no choice but to let Wang Zian off the hook for now. She glanced at the people on the monitor and said, "They're residents on this floor, plus some guys from Subo's crew. I ran into them when I was handing out supplies earlier. They probably think I'm the owner of this room, which is why they came looking for me. Go find out what they want," I said, lifting my head slightly. Zhonglai climbed off the bed and walked over behind the door. "What is it? Just spit it out." The tallest of the guys spoke up. "Subo's been killed, and those bandits are saying they're coming to our building to collect protection money. We just talked it over. We want to get everyone on this floor to band together and fight back." "Keep going," Zhonglai said thoughtfully. The group exchanged a look, and the one in front explained, "If we're going to unite everybody, we need someone to lead. Otherwise, we're just a bunch of loose sand. Your room is the highest tier 1 on this floor, so we'd like to ask you to be our leader." There was even a note of deference in his voice. This was the payoff from a tier 5 door. The residents couldn't tell exactly what level my door was, but just from how solid it looked, they could guess it wasn't low. Upgrading that far in only 2 days meant the owner's talent had to be something special. That's why residents from several different groups had each sent a representative to come recruit Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned back to me, asking for my read on it. At the same time, she shot a look at Wang Ziyan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and let out a small huff, clearly unhappy that the woman had the nerve to sit on her bed. Wang Ziyan pretended not to notice and went on sitting exactly where she was. She honestly couldn't figure out why Jiang Lai was so hostile toward her. It had never once crossed her mind to start anything with me. If she'd had a choice, she wouldn't even have joined my room. But being sized up and looked down on like that was starting to get under her skin. Jiang Lai, keep going out of your way to target me and don't blame me when I actually do steal your man. Wang Ziyan fumed inwardly. Meanwhile, I had no idea that in the span of a single moment, the two women had entered a war zone again. I thought about it briefly, then nodded at Jiang Lai. We can accept. This was the perfect chance to consolidate the residents on this floor. After 2 days around them, I was confident none of these people were truly rotten. At the very least, there'd been no infighting. That was enough. I could work with that. Being the leader isn't a problem. But what is it you actually want? Let's hear it. Jiang Lai glared at Wang Ziyan, who was pointedly not looking at her, then turned back to the door. Nothing. We don't want anything. As long as you don't turn on us, everyone on this floor will take your orders from here on out. The guy paused, and his tone turned earnest. We just want to survive. We don't want to get wrecked by those bandits. Nothing? You sure? Because if you don't say it now, I won't be honoring it later, Jiang Lai said flatly. They'd come asking her to lead precisely because my door was high tier. They wanted to ride our coattails and put us out in front to take the hits. Otherwise, who volunteers for a boss out of the goodness of their heart? Some things are more comfortable out in the open than left as a scheme. The expressions of the men outside shifted at that, and they started making subtle little gestures to each other. Without the surveillance feed, none of it would have been visible. After a short huddle, the tall guy spoke again. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Jia, Class 3, right next door to yours. Everyone in the department knows you, Jiang Lai. Good family, gorgeous. We were classmates, more or less. Most of the residents on this floor are from a few of our classes, so we all know each other. We're solid people. Just tell me why you came to me. Jiang Lai cut in, unimpressed. Bringing up the past, the classmate angle, the random flattery, it all just proved these guys had ulterior motives, and that whatever came next was going to be an attempt to squeeze her. She'd watched her father negotiate with people who ran the exact same playbook. She'd been immune for years. Li Jia choked for a second, then recovered fast. All right, I'll be straight with you. Jiang Lai, your door leveled up this fast. That has to be tied to your talent, right? We were hoping you'd help us upgrade our doors too. We're willing to pay in gold coins and materials. It's just that what we've scraped together isn't enough for everyone. If your talent reduces the material cost or has some other effect, could you help us out first? Otherwise, a lot of people probably won't even survive tonight's monster invasion. Wang Ziyan couldn't help frowning. Wasn't this just freeloading? A second ago, she'd been puzzled about why Jiang Lai hadn't simply accepted the leadership position. Now she realized she'd been the naive one. And here was this awful woman being so guarded, handed the chance to command an entire floor on a silver platter, and she hadn't taken the bait. If it had been Wang Ziyan, she'd probably have gotten swept up in all the praise and agreed on the spot. Truthfully, I'd been a little tempted at first too. Or rather, I was used to throwing money around, and I'd been focused entirely on consolidating this floor as fast as possible. Petty gains like this hadn't even registered. But Jiang Lai came from a family of merchants, and it showed. Her nose for interests and leverage was razor sharp. She hadn't been led off course by a single empty word. Jiang Lai considered it, then told Li Jia, actually, I'm not the owner of this room. My boyfriend is. Whether we cooperate is up to him. Boyfriend. Li Jia and the others froze, genuinely thrown. They'd heard plenty of gossip about this rich, beautiful girl back at school, but never once anything about a boyfriend. Who's your boyfriend? Somebody from our school. There was a sour edge to Li Jia's voice. He hadn't come to recruit Jiang Lai as leader just for her supplies. He'd wanted the proximity, wanted first crack at pursuing her. Land her, and he'd have a high-tier room and a beautiful girlfriend. Absolute dream scenario. And now it turned out she already had a boyfriend, and they were living together. Talk about envy curdling into resentment. Jiang Lai glanced back at me, her expression asking whether she should say it. The reason she'd mentioned a boyfriend at all was that I'd never intended to hide it. I'd told her already. I'd bring out the repeating crossbows to unite this floor, but I'd be the one in charge. She knew I wanted the reputation, so she'd said it without hesitation. At the same time, it was a declaration of sovereignty to Wang Ziyan and Lin Lucy, a reminder not to get any ideas about poaching him. Jiang Lai's possessiveness ran deep. My name is Chunin. I'm the owner of this room, I said calmly. I had no plans to hide who I was. As long as I stayed inside the room, I was safe, guaranteed. Besides, with this many people packed onto one floor and walls that didn't block sound, Staying completely invisible was a losing proposition anyway. Most importantly, I didn't want to live like a rat in a gutter, ducking and hiding all day long. I'd busted my ass upgrading the door and farming supplies for one reason, so I could enjoy myself out in the open and live without the constant pressure. If I spent all day cowering and hiding, what was the point of the high-tier door at all? So I'd already waited out. As long as my safety was secured, I could show my face. And when I needed to go out and handle something, everything else, I'll hand off to Lin Lucy and Wang Xian. All I need to do is sit in my room and play Retired Emperor. With the surveillance up, I can keep tabs on the whole floor without ever stepping outside, which is exactly why I had Wang Xian get everything set up ahead of time. That way I don't have to skulk around like a sewer rat. I stay completely safe, and I still get to enjoy the reputation. Fame carries risks, sure, but it also brings in serious perks. Otherwise, why would so many people be clawing over each other to get to the top? Chunin, Li Jia racked his brain and came up with absolutely nothing. Even people in the same class don't necessarily hang out much. And I'm a loner by nature. Every free minute went into part-time work to cover living expenses, so my social life was even thinner. I never even learned all my own classmates' names. Li Jia glanced at the others, and seeing that none of them recognized the name either, he called into the room. Chunin, as long as you're willing to lead us against those bandits and keep us alive, every single resident on this floor will follow you. You think you can talk your way into my resources for free? Not happening. I cut him off, my tone flat. If you really want to improve your odds of surviving, I can help. 5 gold coins gets you a repeating crossbow plus 15 bolts. Right now, a repeating crossbow goes for over 10 gold on the trading platform. I'm giving you at least half off. And don't doubt its stopping power. Even with today's grinning nightmares getting a buff, it'll most likely still take them down. Those bandits will think twice when they see a crossbow, too. Li Jia and the others were stunned, but they immediately pulled up the trading platform to check. Sure enough, there were repeating crossbows listed, 15 gold, some as high as 20. Of course, they had no idea those were Jiang Li's anonymous listings. 5 gold for a crossbow? That's a steal. A guy in glasses couldn't help blurting it out. He was seriously tempted. His talent wasn't combat-oriented, and a weapon like that was exactly what he needed. Li Jia was tempted too. His talent boosted his combat power, but only marginally. Give him a ranged weapon, and he could multiply his effectiveness several times over. All right, you're our boss. We accept that. Li Jia said. Accepting a boss was really just a trade of interests. But a trade of interests was exactly what I wanted. I wanted the residents united, and I didn't want to eat a loss doing it. Selling crossbows at 5 gold definitely wasn't a loss. Even if I had Jiang Li list them on the platform, they'd go for 6 gold at most. The whales willing to drop 10 gold are few and far between, and ordinary residents simply don't have that kind of resources. So how do we do this, Boss Chen? Also, are your talents and sister-in-law Jiang Li's related to resources? Could you upgrade our doors first? Li Jia made himself right at home, already calling her sister-in-law. Go back and ask around first. Find out how many people want a crossbow. Whoever wants one, come line up outside my door, I said. I wasn't going to leave my room lightly. Calling people inside to trade was the safest option. A room is an absolute safe zone. As long as the door and windows hold, I can't be harmed as the room's owner. Even residents who haven't joined my room can attack me, so long as I'm the one who invited them in. Li Jia obviously knew the rules. Inwardly, he thought, this boss is one paranoid turtle. It was plain as day he didn't trust them. But thinking was one thing. Out loud, he said immediately, got it, Boss Chun. I'll go round everyone up. With that, he led his group away. Sweetheart, you really know how to run a business, Jiang Li said, hugging my arm and beaming at me. The boss title was mostly hot air and pretty much useless. But if every resident on this floor came to buy a crossbow, 1 round a day would net me several hundred gold, tax-free, and might even earn a little gratitude on top. Nothing like the platform, where selling high gets you called a price gouging shark and selling low leaves you with almost nothing after tax. Thankless either way. That's the other upside of uniting the residents. Supplies get absorbed quickly in-house, and the average strength of this floor goes up, which works in our favor too. Keep selling crossbows on the platform, but jack the price up. We'll harvest the top-tier residents specifically. I said it while enjoying the softness against me. People with elite-level strength are guaranteed to be sitting on resources. And I'll try buying up red runestones and refined steel while I'm at it. If I can get them, we can upgrade the door. Jiang Li kicked off her shoes, flopped onto the big bed, and started happily scrolling. Having an actual bed is the best. While she browsed, she kept shooting Wang Xian warning glances. Don't come near my bed. Wang Xian was speechless. She'd just been standing so long that she wanted to sit down for a minute. But there was nothing she could do. She was only an ordinary resident, in no position to push back. With a sigh, she took the hint and sat on the lounge chair. Lin Lucy was even more withdrawn. From the moment she'd walked in, She'd stood there obediently, without moving an inch. Jiang Lai's presence was just too intimidating. She'd been flexing her lady of the house authority from the very start. Watching all this, I had to fight back a laugh. I gave Jiang Lai's but a swat to tell her to knock off the mean streak, then said to Lin Lucy, "Don't be scared of her. If you're tired, go sit on the bed." I'm fine, I'm fine." Lin Lucy waved her hands frantically. The bed was certainly big enough, but she barely knew me. Sitting on my bed was too embarrassing. She'd even started wondering how she was supposed to sleep tonight. Standing up? Right then, there was a knock at the door. To unite a bunch of residents who were nothing but loose sand, you needed a bigger external enemy. The monsters that invaded on schedule every day were a threat, but not enough of one. People clustered in small groups and could just barely hold the line. Su Bo, even with the weight of the student council president title behind him, had never managed to unify this floor, and that was exactly why. But the threat the bandits posed was more urgent and more brutal than the monsters. So when Li Jia told everyone I could supply cheap weapons, the residents barely hesitated. They all accepted him as their front man. "Form a line, one at a time," Li Jia directed. Everyone obediently fell into a single file, leaving the front spot open for him. He'd fought fiercely against the grinning nightmares earlier and had saved a few lives, so people respected him. He knocked on the door. "Boss Chun, everyone's here. Can we start trading?" There was less than an hour until the monster invasion. They were desperate to get their crossbows early. Every extra minute meant a better chance at living. The heavy door swung slowly open. Everyone in line craned their necks curiously, eager to see what the guy with the highest grade door on the floor actually looked like. The one who opened it was an unfamiliar girl with long hair. Li Jia blinked, then stepped inside. Entering someone else's room carried risks, but with this many residents at his back, I surely wouldn't try anything on him. The moment he walked in and saw the bed, the toilet, the lounge chair, all that furniture, he sucked in a breath. "Damn, Boss Chun, you're loaded." He sized me up, and I could guess exactly what envy and jealousy were churning in his head. Good-looking, high-grade door, a girlfriend as gorgeous as Jiang Lai, and now a pile of supplies on top of it, with 3 female residents living under his roof. Odds were he'd also spotted the shredded stockings on the floor and filled in the blanks with some unspeakable scene. "The fight. Let's do the deal first," I said. "Sure." Li Jia pulled 5 gold coins out of his pack, wincing a little. He'd busted his ass for 2 days, and between him and his roommate they'd scraped together less than 10. "Take the money." I gestured. I'd meant for Jiang Lai to take it, but Lin Lucy read the room fast and stepped up first, accepting the coins and turning around to hand them to Jiang Lai on the bed. Jiang Lai's expression improved immediately. Not bad. That's what a well-behaved tenant looks like." Lin Lucy ducked her head, embarrassed, then retreated to the doorway and stood there obediently. The more Jiang Lai looked at her, the more satisfied she got. She'd figured out this girl was no threat to her position. Then she shot a glance at Wang Ziyan in the lounge chair and let out a cold snort. Heh, some people just can't read a room. Wang Ziyan. She hadn't done a thing, hadn't even opened her mouth, and she'd still caught a stray bullet out of nowhere. Absolutely speechless. None of the difficult bosses she'd dealt with back when she was working part-time had been half as bad as Jiang Lai. Li Jia was starting to sweat. All over something as small as handing over some coins. The air in the room had somehow filled with gunpowder. Privately, he counted himself lucky. Thank God the tenant he'd taken in was a guy. Simple, straightforward. I glanced at Jiang Lai, then pulled the repeating crossbow out of my pack and handed it over. "All 15 bolts are in there. The heads are refined iron. If they don't get too banged up, you can recover them." "Got it. Thanks, Boss Chun." He took it with both hands, bounced it once to feel the weight, and could tell it packed a punch. "Boss, did you make this from a blueprint, or is it a talent?" "Talent. Then could you make extra bolts and sell them to me?" "Not for now." I waved him off. "We're short on time. Send in the next one." The people at the door had heard the whole transaction. Second customer, third. There were quite a few, men and women both, though guys made up 70 or 80%. 10+ minutes of work later, everyone in line had bought a crossbow and left satisfied. Only 36 sold total? There's got to be more people on this floor than that. Jiang Lai counted the gold coins, puzzled. Most rooms have 2 or 3 people crammed in now, so you have to count by room, not by head. Not many people can come up with 5 gold coins. 1 crossbow per room is doing pretty well. Wang Ziyan spoke up quietly, with a faint edge to her tone. Obviously I know that. Jiang Lai was displeased. But even counting by room, there are over 200 people on this floor, so at least 100 rooms. Even with a few dozen dead, that's way more than 36. Which means plenty of people still haven't come. Get it? Seeing the 2 of them about to go at it again, I frowned and cut in. "Quiet. Both shut up instantly. I'd like things in this room to be a little more harmonious going forward. You want to compete? Fine. But keep it healthy. No fighting, and definitely don't let your petty moods cut into my interests." "Understood." I looked at them both, Wang Ziyan especially. Wang Ziyan explained, wronged. I wasn't trying to compete with Jiang Lai. She's the one who keeps coming after me. I know. I nodded blandly. And that was that. Nothing came of it. Jiang Lai is my woman. Even when she's in the wrong, I back her. Blood over reason. That's just how it goes. On top of that, it was a warning shot at Wang Ziyan. I wanted both her and Lin Lucy to understand that only by becoming my woman do you get to stand above the rest in this room, get privileges. Otherwise, everyone's perfectly equal. And how do you get healthy competition out of that? What I want is for the women to pour their energy into grinding levels, scavenging supplies, earning gold coins, and into pleasing me. My interests stay intact, and I get to enjoy the scenery. Multiple birds, one stone. As for the fact that Wang Ziyan has a boyfriend, and whether she's willing to swallow her pride, not my problem. If she isn't willing, then she can just eat it every time Jiang Lai pushes her around. Unfair? There's no such thing as fair in the everlasting night world. If you want to live comfortably, you pay more for it. I understand. Wang Ziyan bit her lip and answered in a low voice. She'd caught on that this was a rigged call, and it left her feeling both wronged and furious. Jiang Lai, on the other hand, let out a relieved breath and happily threw her arms around me and kissed my cheek. Baby, you're the best. She'd thought I was angry at her. Turned out I was taking her side. Refresh the trading platform more often. See if any of the resources we need show up. I rubbed her thigh and chuckled. Jiang Lai shifted into a more convenient position for me, threw a smug look at Wang Ziyan, then opened the platform and got to work. The atmosphere straightened right out. Jiang Lai was more obedient, and Wang Ziyan didn't dare throw shade anymore. Nice. Just then, another knock came at the door. I checked the time, 9 minutes until the monster invasion. Who now? I pulled up the surveillance feed and saw a tall woman with curly hair, all mature elegance, standing outside. I froze for a second. Professor Bai Mingjie, a 31-year-old beauty, associate professor, strong credentials all around, and my teacher. I hadn't expected her to be on this floor. Open the door. Lin Lucy stepped over and pulled it open. Lin Lucy, Bai Mingjie blinked, then looked past her into the room and recognized Wang Ziyan, Jiang Lai, and me. Chunin. All of them were students in her class. Professor Bai had a gentle personality. Everyone thought well of her. Chunin, the monster invasion is almost here. I came to buy a repeating crossbow. She looked a little embarrassed. But I've been selling supplies for ages, and I still couldn't scrape together 5 gold coins. Could I borrow one for now? I'll pay you back the moment I have the coins, I promise. She really was out of options. Her room couldn't be upgraded to level 3, and her talent gave her nothing in a fight. Without a crossbow, she might not survive the day. Anyone else, and I'd say no. But you've helped me before, Professor Bai, and I trust your character. I took a crossbow out of my pack. I'll admit I'm a refined sort of egoist, but I'm never stingy about repaying the people who've helped me. Professor Bai once lent me 300 yuan for living expenses. Not much, but a kindness is a kindness. Thank you, Chunin. Excited, she dug out 2 gold coins, 7 silver, and 3 copper. Clearly everything she'd been able to cobble together. I'll pay the rest as soon as I kill a grinning nightmare today, and it drops loot. I swear. Keep the gold. Just take the crossbow. I shook my head. This was about settling a debt in the first place. No. Helping you back then was my duty as a teacher. I'm not going to use it to take advantage of you. She pushed the money into my hands, picked up the crossbow, and said, I should get back. And she left before I could refuse again. Looking at the money in my hand, I laughed to myself. All I'd wanted was to clear the debt, so I could freely take advantage of her later, guilt-free. And she insisted on paying. Back in her own room, Bai Mingjie was rapidly working out how to use the crossbow. She'd insisted on paying for 2 reasons. 1, she didn't want to owe anyone. 2, she had a gut feeling that if she'd taken something of mine for free, their relationship would actually cool off, and even that little bit of teacher-student goodwill would be gone. She'd spent a long time watching him today. The level of his door, the room stuffed with supplies, all those repeating crossbows he'd sold off. His talent had to be incredibly strong. So there was no way she'd throw away that connection over a single crossbow. Today's monster deployment begins. That announcement voice, impossible to tell whether it was male or female, rang out, and eerie laughter drifted up through the stairwell. Bai Mingjie gripped her crossbow tight, eyes locked on her level 2 door, not daring to make a sound. Bang! Something slammed into the door hard enough to cave in a big chunk of the wood. Durability -1. What? Her eyes went wide. 1 hit took a full point of durability? A level 2 wooden door only had 10 total. It could take 10 hits, that was it? Why were the laughing nightmares hitting so hard today? And besides, she hadn't made a sound. How had 1 locked onto her door in the first place? Meanwhile, on my end, bang, bang. The pounding came one blow after another, and my door didn't lose a single point of durability. Just as I thought. Even day 3 laughing nightmares were no threat to a level 5 door. Better still, Every time it struck, the red runes on the door flared, and numbers popped up over the nightmare's head. -8, -9. So that's the reflect damage effect. Pretty useful. I smiled. These things didn't seem to feel pain. Even bleeding out from the reflected damage, it just kept throwing itself at the door, which was great news. My only worry was that they wouldn't hit it. I'd been counting the hits, 8 or 9 damage each, and it took 23 of them before the thing burst apart, leaving behind a few silver and copper coins, which put a laughing nightmare's HP at roughly 200. Wang Ziyan stared at the door that hadn't so much as budged and couldn't help muttering. So this is a level 5 door? I could tell that even though she was stuck here, at least she no longer had to worry about whether she'd survive, and a lot of the resentment had drained out of her. Honestly, she'd never hated me. Zhang Lai was the one she was angry at. All she wanted was somewhere she could stay alive. Nothing more. But Zhang Lai kept pushing her down, kept slandering her, until she finally snapped. She'd even had the sneaky thought, if she became my girlfriend too, would Zhang Lai stop daring to bully her? At that, she glanced at Zhang Lai nestled against me, something flickering in her eyes. I didn't have time to deal with any of that right now. I noticed the nightmares had gotten a little smarter today. Yesterday, they were drawn to sound. Today, they weren't. My door's reflect effect was making a racket, and the other nightmares still didn't come. Instead, they deliberately went after the level 2 doors. They knew to tear down the weak doors first. They had brains now, but every one of those nightmares was free loot. Why should anyone else get to take them? I turned to Wang Ziyan and Lin Lucy. Your turn to farm. 1 crossbow each. Test the damage from the doorway first. If it's not working, fall straight back. Lin Lucy nodded seriously and pulled out her crossbow. I'll do my best. Wang Ziyan looked just as determined. She knew this was an opportunity, a chance to prove her worth. As long as she was useful enough, I wouldn't just stand by while Zhang Lai bullied her. With that in mind, she activated her dual dominance talent on Lin Lucy, and both their stats shot up. Everybody ready? I asked, eyes on the monitors. Ready. They both took a deep breath. 2 days of fighting had made them a lot braver, and with crossbows in hand, they were willing to face a laughing nightmare head-on. Kill the one on the left first, the closest one. I pointed at the screen. I unlocked the door and yanked it open. Lin Lucy reacted fast, charging out, raising the crossbow, and squeezing the trigger. Thwip, thwip, thwip. A few bolts flew wide, but most of them sank into the nightmare. -30, -35, -38. 30 damage minimum per bolt. 1 full magazine, and the thing burst apart before it even registered what was happening, dropping a gold coin and a handful of silver. That's amazing. Even Lin Lucy was stunned. No kiting, no technique required. Pure numerical superiority. But right then, every nightmare that had been pounding on the level 2 doors turned its head in unison, those uncanny grins on their faces, and came sprinting straight at us. Get back in. I hauled both of them into the room, slammed the door, and threw the lock in one smooth motion. Bang, bang, bang. -12, -11, -13. Way harder than the first one had been hitting. If those blows had landed on a person, they'd have died on the spot. They're fast. Today's nightmares react so much quicker than the last 2 days. Wang Ziyan swallowed hard. A second ago, she'd been thinking about pushing a few steps farther to take another one. A couple seconds of delay, and she'd have been sent flying. That's today's upgrade path: speed, attack power, and intelligence. I kept my eyes on the monitors. The nightmares that had rushed us got 1 hit in, gained nothing from it, and went back to tearing at the lower level doors. So they had some brains, just not many. Otherwise, they'd have focused fire on a single door long ago. I laid out the next round. Same play as before. Go kill the one on the right, then pull back immediately. Don't stop to pick up the drops either. With the monitors, I could scout positions and set up in advance. As long as we were careful, there was no real danger. My aggro pulling tactic was simple, but ordinary residents couldn't copy it. Their doors were too low level. The nightmares would either smash straight through or target them from the start. On this entire floor, I was the only one who could pull like this. The routine was straightforward. Check the monitors to confirm positions. I open the door. The 2 of them go out and shoot. And the second the target dies, they fall back and swap to a fully loaded crossbow, then get set for the next one. The other nightmares charged us every time, but they only ever managed 1 hit. And once they got nothing out of it, they'd sulk off. We ran that back and forth for a few minutes and killed 7 of them. So they do have some intelligence, just not much. I smiled. If they'd been genuinely smart, this tactic wouldn't work at all. Still, stupid or not, today's speed alone would be brutal for most residents. Monsters with brains are so much harder to fight than ones without. Day 3, and they've already got intelligence, plus that kind of speed. I don't even want to think about how terrifying the Day 5 boss is going to be. Wang Ziyan sighed. If they hadn't joined up with me, then even with a level 2 door, they'd be like everyone else out there, endlessly repairing it and just barely hanging on. Nothing like this. A level 5 door that shrugged off hits, monitors giving them eyes on the whole floor, all the crossbows they needed, resources maxed out. And suddenly a sense of urgency hit her. She realized her value wasn't that high. She wasn't irreplaceable. If she got on my bad side, there was a real chance I'd throw her out. Of those 7 kills, 5 had been Lin Lucy's, and Lin Lucy's talent boosted drop rate higher, so each one drops an extra gold coin. Jiang Lai doesn't fight, but she handles buying and selling supplies on the trading platform, which is a real contribution, plus she's my girlfriend. Before I even realized it, she'd become the most useless person in the room. The more I thought about it, the more the pressure built. Ready? This one's a little far off. We'll have to get closer before we strike. I studied the monitor. The neighbors nearby were mostly dead by now, and the closest grinner was a good 10+ meters away. Ready and waiting. Wang Ziyan gripped her repeating crossbow tight. She had something to prove. Lin Lucy was still a woman of few words. I confirmed the doorway was clear and opened the door. This time Wang Ziyan charged out first, Lin Lucy right behind her. A few steps in, the grinner that had been ramming the door whipped around and came at us, mouth split wide. Wang Ziyan held the trigger down. Her aim was lousy, but the hallway was narrow and the grinner was big, so most of the bolts landed and blew it apart. She started lining up the one farther down the hall, but right then, more grinners came pouring out of the far end of the corridor, laughing as they ran. She didn't push her luck. She fell back fast, Lin Lucy on her heels, and I bolted the door behind them. Bang, bang, bang. A whole mob of grinners slammed into the door. I knew this routine by now. No panic. Good thing it's a level 5 door, or pulling aggro like that would be way too risky. I let out a breath, then shot Wang Ziyan a slightly annoyed look. Were you about to go for a second one just now? I told you. Don't rush, don't get greedy. What if the grinners at the other end had rushed you? You've only got 15 bolts in a crossbow. You used at least 10 on the first one. What's left isn't nearly enough. You pull a reckless stunt like that, you're not just risking your own neck, you're risking Lin Lucy's, and I have to take a risk right along with you. I'm saying this one last time. Get greedy again, and I won't take the chance of holding the door. You can just die out there. Wang Ziyan pressed her lips together and lowered her head. I understand. She'd only wanted to prove herself. She hadn't expected the grinners to react that fast. They seemed quicker than before. Heh, greedy woman. Jiang Lai scrolled through the trading platform and tossed out the jab flatly. Wang Ziyan's fists clenched. She felt even worse. Lin Lucy opened her mouth, then said nothing after all. All right, enough. Just be careful next time. I don't want anything happening to you two either. I patted her shoulder. I knew she wasn't acting out of selfishness, but a warning still had to be given. This wasn't a game. Die and you don't respawn. One slip and you're really gone. I'll definitely be careful this time. She looked up at me, her eyes a little more serious. Here, swap in a fresh one. I handed over a repeating crossbow loaded with bolts. The empties got listed cheap on the trading platform. No way to lose on that deal. Try to let Lin Lucy do the killing. Her drop rate is higher. You just watch for grinners closing in and cover her. I paused. Their reaction time looked faster just now. They've probably gotten smart enough to notice when they're being baited. So even if you run out of bolts before it dies, don't try to tough it out. Pull back in time and rebait it. We've got plenty of margin for error anyway. Wang Ziyan didn't mind my nagging one bit. If anything, it reassured her. She knew I genuinely didn't want anything to happen to them. Looks like someone else came out. The words had barely left my mouth when I saw a door open on the monitor. A guy was copying our tactic, heading out with a repeating crossbow to farm. His luck was terrible, though. There happened to be a grinner ramming the door right next to his. His reflexes weren't bad. He raised the crossbow and fired, but the thing still slammed into him hard. The other grinners heard the noise and all converged on him. Now, while the grinners are distracted, get out there and hit them from behind. The guy was far from my place, which made him the perfect bait. I opened the door. Wang Ziyan and Lin Lucy shot out, took aim at the grinners piling onto him, and squeezed the triggers. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Bolts streamed out, and 3 grinners burst on the spot, scattering gold coins across the floor. But that volley also pulled the rest of the grinners' attention their way, and both of their crossbows happened to run dry at that exact moment. So they immediately fell back into the room. The guy who'd been hit didn't die. A layer of golden light flared over him, absorbing most of the damage, and after cutting down one grinner, he scrambled back into his own room on all fours. His door was only level 2, though. The grinners battered at it like mad, and even though it kept auto-repairing, it didn't look like it would hold much longer. I seized the opportunity and stuffed 50 repeating crossbows into each of their packs so they could swap freely. Keep hunting. The two of them watched the monitor, locked onto targets, went out, opened fire, pulled aggro, and retreated, over and over. You could see their composure and their marksmanship improving in real time. Watching their movements get smoother on the monitor, I was satisfied. Honestly, I wanted to kill some too. But going out was a bit dangerous. Sure, the risk was maybe 5%, probably less, but that still wasn't safe enough. I didn't have a dual dominance talent boosting me, and my agility was way below theirs. If I couldn't make it back to the room, or if I tripped over my own feet on flat ground, that could be the end of me. Forget it. No unnecessary risks. Once I had gear that could keep me alive, or my stats came up, I'd work on combat experience. Right as I was thinking that, I saw Lin Lucy cut down another grinner, and it dropped a blueprint. Finally, a blueprint. Blueprints were far more precious than gold coins. But Lin Lucy had no time to grab it. More grinners were massing again, so the two of them had to fall back once more, breathing hard. Their stamina was down more than 40 points already. Hauling 10-pound crossbows in and out like that was no small workout. Drink some water, take a breather. I handed them each a bottle. Thanks. They took the water, sat on the bed, and drank while their stamina regenerated. But the recovery was still too slow enough that it was starting to hurt our output. Then I remembered the mermaid figurine blueprint from earlier. I thought it also boosted stamina regen. I dug through the pots and pans piled on the table and fished it out. Mermaid figurine blueprint. Effect: room stamina recovery plus 3 per hour. Build requirements: 10 gold coins. Met. I hit build right away. I used to think this blueprint was junk. Turns out it isn't, because figurine and furniture effects stack. The round bed gave 25 points an hour. Add the figurines 3 and that's 28. The more stuff I put in, the more it piled up. Maybe someday, I'd be regenerating 100 points an hour. A flash of white light, and a finely made figurine about the length of my forearm appeared on the table. The upper half a woman with delicate features and long, slightly wavy hair. The lower half a fishtail, all set into a transparent base. Lifelike. My eyes went wide, not because I was getting worked up over a figurine, but because I'd noticed that it can actually be upgraded. Mermaid figurine LV1 effect. Stamina recovery plus 3 per hour upgrade cost. 15 gold coins description. Fishy helps her master last a little longer. Something built from a blueprint can be upgraded? That caught me off guard. Maybe this figurine was just special. The cost was cheap. Upgrade it. Faster recovery meant the two of them could kill more monsters and farm more rewards. Losing a little interest income on the gold was more than worth it. Besides, we'd need that endurance for the airdrop grab coming up, for scouting outside the complex, for grinding monsters tomorrow, and for the boss fight the day after. The 30-second countdown ended, and white light washed over it. LV2 effect. Stamina recovery plus 9 per hour upgrade cost. 25 gold coins description. Fishy can help her master last even longer now. Triple the effect. What a little gold guzzler. I hit upgrade again. It wasn't like I was short on gold. 631 coins in my pack already, and Zhang Lai was still moving repeating crossbows non-stop. Breaking 1,000 today wouldn't be a problem. Gold was meant to be spent on getting stronger. Hoarding it just to collect interest was the real loss. At level 3, the effect jumped again, and the figurine grew a size bigger. LV3 effect. Stamina recovery plus 20 per hour upgrade cost. 50 gold coins. Upgrade. Money's a bastard. Spend it and earn more. 5 minutes later, it finished again. LV4 effect. Stamina recovery plus 50 per hour upgrade cost. 60 gold coins. Green rune stone times 1 description. Fishy can now help her master last super, ultra, invincibly long. A green rune stone? I raised an eyebrow. Good thing I happened to have one. Lin Lucy had dropped a green rune stone earlier. I planned to save it and trade up for a red rune stone to upgrade the apartment door. Didn't expect to burn it this soon. The door needed a blueprint to go from 4 to 5, and the figurine needs a rune stone. Looks like 4 to 5 is the wall, and the payoff's big. I hit upgrade. A runestone just sitting in my pack was dead weight. Better to convert it straight into power and see what level 5 looked like. I'd already sunk nearly 100 gold into this thing. Stopping here would be the real waste. This time it took 10 minutes. Since the girls had recovered some stamina, I sent them back out to grind. After spending that much, I needed to earn it back fast. 10 minutes later, the white light was noticeably thicker and it spread wider. When it faded, the figurine had nearly tripled in size, as big as a small child. Her features were more vivid, like she might come alive any second, and now she held a staff in one hand. The whole look had changed. LV5 effect. Stamina recovery plus 70 per hour. Injury and illness recovery speed plus 10% upgrade cost. 100 gold coins. Green rune stone times 1 description. Fishy helps her master last longer, and now she can heal her master's wounds too. Injury and illness recovery plus 10%. Now that's useful. My eyes lit up. Totally worth it. I had 0 healing options right now. If I got hurt or sick, I just had to tough it out. This figurine was basically free medicine. And 70 stamina an hour, plus 25 from the round bed, came out to 95 an hour. My endurance was maxed out. Shame I'm out of green rune stones. I clicked my tongue. If I stacked recovery speed to 100%, would wounds close the instant I got them? Probably not that extreme, but the effect definitely wouldn't disappoint. So far, the more I invested, the bigger the returns. Right then, that voice, impossible to tell if it was male or female, rang out. Random airdrop packages now deploying location. Any open ground within the residential complex quantity. 100 time, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Note, may contain food, rare resources, advanced weapons, advanced armor, single-use items, gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, skill books. Skill books. That snapped me to attention. Learn one and you gain a skill? Just like an MMO? The packages. We have to grab them this time. Jiang Lai's head whipped toward me, her voice charged with excitement. She'd clearly done the math on skill books too. Neither of us had an offensive talent, so we had almost no combat ability. If she could learn an attack skill, she'd finally be able to defend herself. And even if we didn't pull a skill book, advanced weapons or rare resources were nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, I nodded, while something even more important occurred to me. If skill books existed in this world, could my talent generate them? If I rolled 90,000 plus copies tomorrow, wouldn't that be game over for everyone else? The odds had to be absurdly low, but at least there was hope. And my talent could be upgraded. Level 1 had terrible odds, but what about level 2 or 3? Maybe I could even start pulling firearms. The thought sent a rush of heat through my chest. I need to get the room's comfort rating up ASAP, then upgrade my talent. While I was still riding that high, Wang Ziyan and Lin Lucy came back from another round of grinding. I locked the door behind them out of habit. Wang Ziyan said, "The other residents heard the airdrop announcement. Now they're brave enough to come out and fight. The Grinmares on this floor should be almost cleared. No rush. Eat something first and get your stamina back." I pulled out bottled water, bread, and the 2 packs of pickled mustard Jiang Lai had just bought. You needed a full stomach to go downstairs and fight for airdrops. Neither of them stood on ceremony. They dug in and filled their hunger bars to max. If they were going to die, they'd die full. For once, Jiang Lai didn't nag Wang Ziyan to hurry, because she knew this trip downstairs was genuinely dangerous. The monsters were the lesser problem. The real threat was the bandits. They'd already been threatening other residents in the chat room, and they were absolutely willing to kill, especially with stakes this high. I was thinking about how to secure the packages more reliably. Sending just the 2 of them out to scramble for them left too much to luck. Once the stairwells cleared, we could try teaming up with the other residents, I said. Nominally, I was the boss of this floor now, and I could leverage that. Words alone wouldn't convince anyone, though. I had to tie them to me with self-interest first. Those 5 gold repeating crossbows were pretty handy, weren't they? Want more? On top of that, Li Jia suspected my talent had something to do with the resources for upgrading doors. That was another card I could play. 10-odd minutes later, the sounds of fighting in the stairwell had died down considerably. Between the mermaid figurine and the round bed working in tandem, both girls were back to full stamina, several points recovered every single minute. Clear out whatever monsters are left, collect the drops, and I'll have another talk with Li Jia. They both agreed and headed out with their crossbows. We'd already killed plenty, and with the other residents pitching in, only a handful of Grinmares remained in the stairwell. The 2 of them wiped them out without much back and forth, then started picking up the rewards they hadn't had time to grab earlier. Watching through the surveillance. Translation. The fight, when I suddenly spotted some guy skulking around, trying to snatch a blueprint off the floor, one that Lin Lucy had dropped. "You've got the nerve to steal my stuff?" It was the first time I'd been this angry since coming to the Eternal Night world. I grabbed a repeating crossbow, threw open the door, took aim at him, and snapped, "Put it down." The guy turned around, saw the crossbow leveled at him, and jumped, hands shooting up. Chief Chen, take it easy. I was just picking it up for you guys. I swear I wasn't thinking anything else. I kept my face cold. "Put it down and get back to your room." Okay. He scurried back behind that half-broken door of his. I swept my eyes over the other residents. They took the hint. Nobody laid a finger on the loot the 2 girls had dropped. Just then Li Jia came over with a tall guy in tow. "Chief Chen, should we head downstairs later and fight for the airdrop? Come inside and talk." I didn't let my guard down. The 2 of them stepped in. Li Jia spoke first. "Chief Chen, I'm almost out of arrows. If we're going after the airdrop, could you sell me some more?" Grinning nightmares swallowed the arrows when they exploded. Anything you shot into them was gone for good. Instead of answering, I asked a question of my own. What I want to know is, are you 2 really willing to take my orders? To work together to survive from here on out? Of course, Li Jia nodded without hesitation. I looked Li Jia straight in the eye and got to the point. "In that case, go tell the other residents. Anyone who's out of arrows can come to me. 1 gold coin for materials, and I'll trade them a brand new crossbow, fully loaded. I don't have to make money off you people, and I'm willing to help you stay alive. But I'm no saint. If you want me to keep helping, you'd better show me some good faith." "Chief Chen, are you serious?" Li Jia was stunned. A repeating crossbow with a full load of arrows for a single gold coin? If that was true, they'd never have to worry about weapons again. 1 gold coin was nothing. Use the crossbow well, and you could easily kill 2 or 3 monsters with it. More than double your money back. My talent is a crafting type. Give me the raw materials, and I can synthesize whatever's needed. So as long as the crossbow itself isn't broken, 1 gold coin is enough to refill the arrows. But if the crossbow is broken, that takes more materials, 3 gold coins minimum. I said it with a perfectly straight face. Obviously, I wasn't going to tell them the truth. It already stung to earn less. Did they expect me to hand out crossbows for free? These people were nothing to me. Why the hell would I play the sucker? Damn, Chief, your talent is straight up broken. Li Jia was floored. I could tell what he was thinking. With enough materials, I could crank out as many crossbows as I wanted. Hell, maybe even the furniture in this room was something I'd synthesized. That kind of logistical power was insane. Taking me as their leader was a no-brainer. Don't worry, Chief, I'll go talk to the others right now and make sure they submit for real. Make it fast. The airdrop's about to land. Got it. Li Jia nodded and left, taking his hulking roommate, who hadn't said a single word the whole time, with him. I knew he understood. I still didn't fully trust their sincerity. So bringing back an airdrop package would be their sincerity. The moment Li Jia spread the word, the entire floor exploded. A full load of arrows for 1 gold coin. What a steal. Those dog bandits charged a whole gold coin just as a toll. And 15 arrows, used well, could take down 2 or 3 grinning nightmares. Against Faceless, you could recover the arrows over and over, 7 or 8 kills, easy. Chief Chen's the real deal. From now on I'm his dog. Chief Chen's a badass. Chief Chen's got class. The hallway was buzzing. A few people even started calling me their godfather. It wasn't that they had no dignity. Resources were just that important. Today's grinning nightmares had already given them a taste of death. One of them ramming a level 2 door could break it down in 10 hits. If they couldn't upgrade to a level 3 door before tomorrow's monster invasion, they wouldn't hold out for even one. Cutting my prices at this exact moment really did win me a wave of loyalty. And I hadn't lost anything. Plus, with this whole floor united, my own safety was that much more secure. Honey, does this make us the real bosses of this floor now? Jiang Lai was a little worked up, listening to the cheering in the hallway. That feeling, being feared, admired, holding power, made her feel like she was back in the world she'd come from. Sort of, but not entirely. I knew perfectly well that most of them were shouting because of the benefits. The ones who were genuinely grateful to me probably didn't even make up a third. But that was enough. This was only step 1. If you can rally a third of a group, you've already got a preliminary grip on it. Most people are blind followers anyway. Very few actually think for themselves. People like Li Jia, or Su Bo, who was already dead. And Li Jia was smarter than Su Bo. He knew when to bend and when to stand tall. That's why I'd gone to him first. The old me had no reputation on this floor. Nothing I said carried weight. Li Jia, on the other hand, had already won a lot of people over. An hour ago, his standing on this floor was higher than mine, and he could mobilize more people. If he hadn't acknowledged me, nobody else would have. But now, with a steady stream of benefits on the table, even the dumbest resident knew whose leg to cling to. Li Jia's influence had been completely eclipsed by mine, and he'd known full well he'd be overshadowed, yet he'd accepted it anyway, without showing a trace of resentment. Someone who reads the situation and knows when to advance and when to retreat. A man like that has real ambition. But as long as I could keep him in check, he'd make an extremely useful subordinate. Just a few hours, and you've already gotten this far. That's seriously impressive. Jiang Lai kissed me and hugged my arm happily, nuzzling against it. She was more and more convinced her instincts had been dead on. Out of everyone on this floor, she'd picked the best-looking man with the most potential at a single glance. Naturally, I was in a great mood. I pulled her in and kissed her hard. In that moment, I understood something even more clearly. A man absolutely has to have strength and status. With those, even the proudest rich girl turns proactive, gentle, and agreeable. Chunin, Wang Zian, and Lin Lucy had just walked in and run straight into this intimate scene. They flushed, hearts racing, and the words died in Wang Zian's throat. The room was too small. There was just no privacy. I'd barely started making out with Jiang Lai, hadn't even gotten a hand under her clothes, and the two of them had already seen us. Luckily, I'm thick-skinned enough not to care. You finished collecting everything? How'd we do? I wiped my mouth and asked calmly. Jiang Lai looked a bit bashful, cleared her throat softly, and opened her status panel, pretending to be very busy. Yeah, 19 gold coins, 63 silver, 103 copper in total, plus 1 blueprint, 3 loaves of bread, 2 bottles of water, and 2 cups of instant noodles. Wang Zian swallowed her embarrassment and finished her report. Lin Lucy kept her head down, saying nothing. 19 gold coins. Lin Lucy's drop rate really is something. I'd watched other residents drop rates through the surveillance feed. They almost never got gold coins off the grinning nightmares, and their silver drops ran 1 or 2 coins lower per kill than Lin Lucy's, sometimes 3 or 4. That showed just how good or treasure really was. What would happen if it leveled up to 2? Curious, I pulled up Lin Lucy's status panel without asking. She lifted her head slightly, watching me open her panel like it was nothing. It felt strange to her, but residents ranked below me, and she had no way to push back. War Treasure LV1. All attributes +2. Killing enemy units increases drop rate. The higher the drop rate, the richer the rewards. Reaching 100% triggers the grand prize. Current drop rate, 16%. Upgrade requirements, 300 gold coins. Claim the grand prize once, and complete one designated mission, automatically triggered once the first 2 conditions are met. Doesn't look too hard, I mused. From what I'd seen, each grinning nightmare she killed added 1% to her drop rate, so 100 kills would do it. Then I opened Wang Xian's panel to check her talent's requirements. Dual Dominion LV1 can be activated within 3 meters of another human. If the other party does not refuse, both receive a boost to speed and strength. Automatically deactivates beyond 3 meters. Upgrade requirements. 150 gold coins. Reach a trust level of 70 plus with any resident, and complete one designated mission. Trust level? What's that supposed to be? I raised an eyebrow and scanned the panel again, finally spotting an extra line near the bottom. Current room resident trust levels. Chun En, 39. Lin Lucy, 38. Jiang Lai, 9. So that was it. None of the 3 women's panels had shown a room comfort stat, and I'd assumed it was because they weren't the room's owner. Now I understood. Every person's panel displayed different information. No wonder the beginner tutorial had gone out of its way to warn me about hiding my panel. Special stats like trust and comfort were exactly the kind of thing a stranger could use against you. I took the blueprint out of Wang Xian's backpack. Smart Bathtub Blueprint. Effects. Cleans the body, self-heating, removes fatigue. Construction requirements. 10 gold coins, 2 batteries, 6 iron ingots. Too bad it's not a weapon blueprint. Wang Xian sounded disappointed. Weapon blueprints were worth far more. A bathtub was basically useless. People didn't even have enough water to drink. So who was going to take a bath? You couldn't sell it either, and the materials alone would have paid for a door upgrade. But that was true for other people. For me, the bathtub blueprint was actually more useful. My talent depended on raising the room's comfort level. The problem was the room was too cramped right now. One look at that tub, and you could tell it would eat up floor space. There was nowhere to put it. Jiang Lai, buy up as many room expansion blueprints as you can. Don't worry if they're overpriced. Same goes for the materials for a level 6 door. Pay above market if you have to. A bigger room meant more furniture, and the faster I pushed comfort to 80, the faster I could upgrade my talent. With a talent this strong, paying a premium was still a bargain. As for the door, that went without saying. It was a matter of life and death, worth any price. Hoard all the gold you want. You can't spend it if you're dead. Got it. Jiang Lai took a sip of water and kept scrolling the trading platform. Though I've been searching forever and haven't seen any refined steel or red runestones for the level 6 door. There were 2 blueprints for other door types, but they were way too expensive and we can't use them anyway, so I passed. I nodded without pressing further, because a crowd had gathered at my door, probably the people Li Jia had rounded up to swap out crossbows. The airdrop was about to land, and some of them wanted to head downstairs and try their luck. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Lucy went over and opened the door. Li Jia and his hulking roommate came in first, crossbows in hand. Boss, I've still got 6 bolts left in mine. Can you pull them out? Of course. My crafting talent can synthesize a full magazine directly, so anything you haven't used, you can take out first. Nothing goes to waste. I looked at the group waiting outside and said it with a perfectly straight face. Wang Xian and Lin Lucy both shot me a glance, but neither said a word. We understood each other. I hadn't exactly told the truth, but the price cut really had helped everyone on the floor. And I wasn't losing anything either. The empty crossbows I collected could go right back up on the trading platform. These wooden crossbows had terrible durability, so even residents who'd already bought one would need replacements eventually. Plus, I had a stroke of genius. Pull a few bolts out of the fully loaded crossbows and drop them into the empty ones. That way every crossbow had at least some ammo, and I could charge more for each one. Sweet, thanks boss. Li Jia had the resident remove his bolts. I took the empty crossbow, tucked it into my backpack, went through the motions of crafting, then pulled out a fully loaded one and handed it over. Li Jia popped open the magazine and checked. Full, just as promised. He was impressed. Boss, your talent is insane. Loaded it in one shot. It's nothing. Tell the others to come swap theirs out. I gave him a faint smile. You got it, boss. Here's your gold. Li Jia handed over 1 gold coin for the cost and headed out. Right after, a guy with glasses walked in holding a crossbow. Boss. I went through the same routine, pretending to swap out his crossbow. And so it went. A dozen or so residents got theirs replaced in no time. I called Li Jia back over. That's about everyone. So how many people on this floor are willing to go down and fight for the airdrop? Boss, I just went around and asked, Li Jia explained. Counting me, only 17 are willing to go. Those bandits keep making threats in the chat room, and a lot of people are scared they'll get jumped, so they won't leave their floors. I wasn't the least bit surprised. Talk alone was never going to convince people to risk their lives. And even if they did grab a package, there was no guarantee they'd hand it over to me. So I'd already planned ahead. I laid it out. Tell everyone this. Anyone who grabs a package and turns it into me, I'll upgrade their door to level 4 and throw in a crossbow on top. And even if you come back empty-handed, everyone willing to go down and put in the work gets 1 gold coin. Whoever contributes the most, I've got extra rewards waiting. I deliberately raised my voice, and every one of the dozen-odd residents loitering by the door heard it loud and clear. Their eyes lit up instantly. 1 package for a level 4 door. The offer was almost too good to pass up. They could grind all day and, with good luck, maybe reach level 3. Level 4 was completely out of reach. They didn't even know what the materials were. But everyone understood one thing. With a level 4 door, tomorrow's grinning nightmares would probably be held off. Not to mention, even if they came back empty-handed, just going downstairs guaranteed 1 gold coin, and lending a hand earned extra on top of that. Given how deep my pockets clearly ran, those bonuses definitely wouldn't be small. Before Li Jia could get a word in, someone outside shouted, Boss, I'm going to go talk it over with my roommate right now. We'll both head down and help you grab the airdrop. Me too, boss. I thought it through. I want to do my part for this floor. Boss, I'll go pass your orders along right now. Li Jia looked at the excited crowd in the doorway and sighed inwardly. He understood. From this moment on, I'd bought power outright with money and resources, and most of these residents had thrown in with me. Fortunately, he wasn't the rebellious type, and he didn't feel the least bit sour about it. Besides, the rewards I was offering had even him tempted. He'd already been planning to hand over any loot box he won in exchange for my protection. His own meager stash was barely enough to upgrade his door to level 3, and once he did that he'd be flat broke. Level 4? Not even worth dreaming about. Trading 1 loot box, contents unknown, for a level 4 door was an absolute steal. Boss, I'll go work on them a little, then take them downstairs, Li Jia volunteered. Good. Anyone willing to go down but without a weapon can come to me for a repeating crossbow on credit. They can pay the gold later, I said. You got it. Boss is a righteous man. Li Jia praised sincerely. He'd probably figured out that I was still turning a profit even at 3 gold apiece, but the help was real. A repeating crossbow, fully loaded with bolts, for 3 gold? You couldn't find that on the trading platform at any price. Take 1 on credit from me, flip it right back onto the market, and you'd clear several gold in pure margin. Boss is a beast. Godfather's too generous. The moment the residents at the door heard crossbows were available on credit, they went wild. Most of them had been sharing one between 2 people. On credit, everyone could have their own. Self-interest moves mountains. 1 promise from me, and sure enough, a whole crowd was ready to head downstairs, more than a dozen of them women, all lining up for a crossbow. I had Zhang Lai take down names, then handed them out freely, 1 apiece. Credit. Credit for everybody. As long as I armed my floor to the teeth, those bandits wouldn't be worth a damn. Thank you, Chenin, Bai Mengjie said, genuinely grateful as she took her new crossbow. She'd run out of bolts earlier, and her old crossbow had been wrecked when the grinning nightmares slammed into her door. She'd been agonizing over how to survive tomorrow's monster invasion. Then out of nowhere, I started handing out crossbows on credit. So she decided to go down and take her chances too, to pay me back. Ms. Bai, stick with Wang Zian and Lin Lucy. They're strong, and they can keep an eye on you while they're at it. I added the reminder for her specifically. I did owe Ms. Bai a small debt. She looked a little embarrassed, but nodded, then tactfully stepped out to wait in the hall. Everybody ready? Time to move. The airdrop hits in less than 10 minutes. Li Jia called out in the corridor. The residents were still scared, but with a crossbow gripped in their hands, they were visibly braver. Watch yourselves down there. The loot boxes are secondary. Staying alive comes first, I told Wang Zian and Lin Lucy. Both nodded and set out. All told, 91 people from our floor went down in that wave. Practically the entire floor. 91 people, 1 repeating crossbow each, an absurd, terrifying level of extravagance. Add in the talents each of them was hiding, and they wouldn't have to fear even those bandits. At that point, the only question was who'd be robbing whom. 91 people. When they get back, you'll own 91 gold coins. Isn't that way too much of a loss? Zhang Lai couldn't help frowning. Relax. I won't lose a thing. I glanced at the balance in my inventory. Building and upgrading the mermaid ornament earlier had cost over 100, dropping me from 600-something all the way to 480. Now it was back up to 550. Everyone who took a crossbow on credit owes me a good chunk of gold. Once we settle up, I won't just avoid paying out. I'll come out ahead. I leaned against Jiang Lai and ran the numbers for her. Don't feel bad about the crossbows I gave away. That's a long-term investment. The stronger the people on this floor are, the more resources we can take later. Jiang Lai had a head for business. One hint, and she got it. She was right. There'd been an airdrop today. Odds were there'd be more. And even if we missed the drops, there were monsters to kill. The more we killed, the more loot dropped. Eventually, we wouldn't even need the trading platform. We could buy everything we needed offline. Even rare goods like runestones might drop. Not to mention, the stronger the residents were, the better our odds on day 5 against the boss. And we knew absolutely nothing about that thing's strength. So rallying as many people as possible to face it together was unquestionably the right call. There was nothing to gain from being a lone wolf. No single person could clear an entire complex of monsters. These were the people I sent out for the airdrop. What happened next I pieced together bit by bit from their accounts after they came back. That night, as Wang Zian, Lin Lucy, and the others headed downstairs, points of light dotted the darkness everywhere. Candles, torches, flashlights. All of them residents from other buildings, moving in packs. Li Jia kept his voice low. Nobody wander off. It's pitch black. Watch for ambushes. The tall, burly man beside him held up a torch, barely carving out a pocket of light. The blackness overhead pressed down until it was hard to breathe. Just then, that familiar layered voice sounded in everyone's ears. Airdrop deployment commencing. Where would they land? The crowd stirred instantly, eyeing the other buildings warily. Luckily, the complex was huge, with over 100 meters between buildings, so nothing broke out right away. Look up. Is that the airdrop? Points of red, yellow, blue, and green light drifted slowly down through the night sky, so bright they hurt to look at. The whole complex could see them. Li Jia's expression hardened. Get ready. One of them's coming down not far from us. When we run into trouble, don't lose your nerve. Don't let the boss's trust go to waste. We've got repeating crossbows. The best they'll have is melee weapons. They're not even in the same league. Anyone with a defensive talent, remember to shield the people next to you. Don't just cover yourself. If everyone around you dies, you don't come out ahead. Odds are you go down with them. That fired them up. The tension drained out of them and turned into adrenaline. He was right. There were nearly 100 of them, every single one holding a repeating crossbow. If it came to a fight, the other side should be the one scared. Li's right. Let's show Boss Chen what we can do. I can put up a 5-meter ice wall. Things get hairy. I'm dropping it first. My talent's defensive too. It only covers me, but I can take point as the meat shield. I'm pulling the most weight this run, so when we get back. Translation. I'll definitely put in a word with the boss for you. This floor was all college kids. Young, simple-minded. A few sentences, and their blood was already boiling. Some of them even volunteered to fight in the front row. Sure, they were after bigger rewards, but they really did get the momentum going. Li Jia quietly let out a breath. It's all because the payout I'm offering is good enough. If it were just his mouth doing the work, there's no way he'd whip this crowd up. But their enthusiasm was running so hot it actually scared him a little. He was afraid they'd get so greedy they'd start swinging at their own people. He quickly added, everybody keep it in check. Absolutely no infighting. As long as someone from our floor gets the gift pack, the boss won't shortchange anyone. Relax, brotherly. We're all from the same floor. We all know each other. Anybody who backstabs is basically saying he doesn't want to go home, a guy in glasses hollered. That shut down the one or two who'd been thinking about fishing in muddy waters. Backstab your teammates, and even if you survive, you'd get frozen out and beaten to a pulp back home. Not worth it. Boom. An explosion went off somewhere in the distance, the flash searing. Every head snapped toward it. A few people were so startled they activated their talents on reflex. An explosion? Where the hell did that come from? Don't tell me somebody got their hands on firearms. If anyone actually has heavy weapons, this whole game is over. Li Jia's face went pale. But then several figures came sprinting from the blast site, cursing as they ran. Psycho. That guy is a goddamn psycho. Who gets a talent like that, taking his rage out on the whole world? Li Jia flagged down one of them, a panicked middle-aged man, and casually pulled a soft pack of cigarettes out of his backpack and offered it over. Loot from a faceless monster he'd killed yesterday. He didn't smoke, so it might as well get used. The man had looked annoyed at being stopped, but the second he saw the cigarettes he swallowed, took them, and stuffed them in his pocket. There's a lunatic over by building 31. Some big guy slapped him twice, and out of nowhere he screamed something like, "We Gen Z don't take that crap from anybody," and just self-detonated. Survivors say that was his talent, one-time self-destruct, and the blast is scarier than a grenade in the movies. If I hadn't been standing far off, I'd have been blown to bits. The crowd was stunned speechless. There are talents like that. There are people like that. Bai Mengjie and Wang Zian spoke at the same time, but they were fixating on completely different things. Even Li Jia couldn't keep his composure. He got that talents came in all shapes and sizes, but a self-destruct talent? The power was vicious, sure, but it was single-use and cost you your life. Once you're dead, what good does taking an enemy with you do? Honestly, I have no idea how he made it through 3 days of the monster invasion without a talent. Right? He barely survived all that. And then he just blows himself up over nothing. That one explosion scared off, well, over half the people from the surrounding buildings. Your life mattered more than a gift pack. Who knew how many more suicide bomber psychos were out there? Even the people on Li Jia's floor instinctively took a couple of steps away from anyone they didn't know well. Nobody panic. We're all on the same side here. None of us is sick in the head. None of us is going to blow ourselves up. Li Jia hurried to pull them back together. Xian, look. The gift pack's coming down. Right where the explosion was. Hurry, let's go. Bai Mengjie shouted, pointing at the night sky. Move. Follow me. Li Jia charged out in front. The others were scared, but seeing Li Jia and his people leading the way, they all followed. Once they got close and could make out the scene by the firelight, more than a few of them started dry heaving. Chunks of flesh and severed limbs everywhere, the air thick with the stench of charred meat. That blast had killed a lot of people. At the center, there wasn't even bone left. Li Jia choked back his nausea, but his first thought was regret. Dead people don't drop their backpacks. Otherwise, we'd have gotten rich looting these corpses. Then again, it was precisely because the dead dropped nothing that the residents weren't slaughtering each other much. Same logic as those bandits. They charged a toll, but they didn't kill. Killing got you nothing. The pack's here. A gift pack glowing with shimmering pink light hit the ground, elegantly wrapped, about the size of a watermelon. Someone started forward, and suddenly a dozen-odd residents came rushing in from ahead, with dozens more trickling in from every other direction. The explosion hadn't scared off all the greedy ones. Every one of them was eyeing the prize, but nobody dared be the first to move. Whoever touched that pack first would get swarmed. Li Jia scanned the crowd and saw that the other groups were all small, armed only with melee weapons, red-tasseled spears, longswords, daggers. He instantly relaxed. Fewer people than us, no ranged weapons. This one's ours. He stepped forward and called out to everyone. Folks, do me a favor. Building 27 is claiming this pack. Go find another one. The moment he finished, he raised his crossbow, and the people behind him leveled theirs in perfect unison at the crowd opposite. The front row even brought up shields in case of a sneak attack. Holy crap, where did you people get that many repeating crossbows? A guy with a night vision talent took one look at the dozens of crossbows and ducked behind his own crowd. The rest could see it now too, close to 100 people, more than all their groups combined, and every single one holding a repeating crossbow. That was obscene. Just because you've got more people and better weapons doesn't mean you can throw your weight around. It's the apocalypse. Humans are supposed to help each other. You can't just abandon all moral standards. You can't bully the weak because you're strong. A girl wrapped in a faint white glow stepped forward, shouting. Seeing someone take the lead, the people who'd been about to back off stopped and joined the chorus. Yeah, what makes you any different from those bandits? We want fairness. 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 I don't believe for a second you can kill every last one of us. And more people kept drifting in from a distance, all of them here for the pack. Lucy, I'll shield you with my talent. You grab the chance and get the pack into your backpack, Bai Mengjie whispered into Lin Lucy's ear. Okay. Lin Lucy was nervous, but she nodded hard. Bai Mengjie's talent was damage distribution. Designate one target, and any damage they take gets spread evenly across everyone nearby. The people absorbing it can't refuse, and don't even notice it happening. Done, she said quietly. Lin Lucy stowed her crossbow in her backpack, and the instant Li Jia's standoff with the other side left an opening, she bolted for the gift pack. With 7 points of agility behind her, she was terrifyingly fast. By the time anyone reacted, her hand was already on the pack. Stop. Put it down. A buzzcut guy roared, a bolt of golden lightning condensing in his hand before he hurled it at her. But Lin Lucy beat him to it. The pack was already in her backpack. Son of a, you dare hit the boss's woman. Shoot him. Li Jia's expression changed on the spot. Lin Lucy is one of my residents, which means she could very well end up being my woman. If something happens to her, and I get upset and cut off their resources, they'll be the ones taking the loss. Everyone squeezed their triggers on reflex. Dozens of bolts fired at once. Mother, the buzzcut guy only got out one scream before he was turned into a pincushion. The other residents who'd been yelling about fairness scattered like startled animals. In the face of overwhelming power, guilt-tripping counts for exactly nothing. At that same moment, the bolt of golden lightning struck Lin Lucy too. Her whole body jolted. She stumbled a step, then looked down at her tingling chest. The damage seems really low. What she didn't notice was that, off in the distance, Bai Mengjie and 8 or 9 people around her all shuddered at the same instant, chests prickling and numb with a faint sting, none of them having the faintest idea why. They just chalked it up to not getting enough sleep lately. Phew, thank God for Ms. Bai. Wang Ziyan rubbed her chest and let out a breath. She'd talked with Bai Mengjie earlier, so she knew what that talent did. It split damage, and the more people nearby, the less each person absorbed. If that lightning had landed on Lin Lucy alone, she'd have been dead for sure. Spread across nearly 10 people, it was basically nothing, just a bit of pins and needles. My talent can probably take 2 or 3 more hits like that, Bai Mengjie said, breathing hard. That one strike had cost her nearly 30 points of stamina. Lin Lucy walked over and said quietly, "Thank you, Ms. Bai." She'd figured out that Ms. Bai had just saved her life. That lightning was way too fast. Even with 7 points of agility, she couldn't have dodged it. "Sis, please don't take risks like that again. If something happened to you, I wouldn't even know how to face the boss." Li Jia crowded in, still pale from the scare. I'm not." Lin Lucy waved her hands frantically, trying to explain, but she was bad with words to begin with. And with this many people staring at her, she was too embarrassed to string together a single complete sentence. Li Jia just assumed she was being bashful and kept going, earnest as ever. "Sis, talents come in all shapes and sizes. Take that one just now. Not much power, but scary fast. We didn't even get a chance to throw up a shield. From now on, if you're going to make a move, give us a heads up first. Give us little guys a chance to show what we're worth too. We want to do our part for the boss." My name is Chunin. That afternoon, things downstairs were a complete mess. Lin Lucy was surrounded by a crowd, all of them convinced she was my girlfriend, their big sis. She wanted to explain that she absolutely wasn't, but she was way too introverted. With that many eyes on her, she couldn't even get her mouth open, so she just lowered her head and said nothing. And while everyone's attention was fixed on her, one figure quietly slipped out of the crowd and disappeared into the dark. More on that later. Wang Ziyan came over and said to Li Jia, "All right, let's not waste time here. Let's go see if we can grab another care package. With this many crossbows under my command, we might be able to snag a few more today." Li Jia answered respectfully, "Got it, sis. There's fighting up ahead. Could be an airdrop over there too." Wang Ziyan froze for a second, and her face went slightly red. But unlike Lin Lucy, she didn't squirm and try to explain. Instead, she quietly accepted the title of sis. Li Jia turned and shouted, "Everybody, hurry up and recover the bolts. We move out together. Nobody wander off." "You got it." The crowd moved in, yanking out even the bolts stuck in corpses, the ones already stained red with blood. After that clash, the residents finally had a clear read on their own strength. They were strong. Really strong. That other group had been about the same size as theirs, and they hadn't dared fight back at all. They'd just been scared off. Now the residents' confidence was through the roof. Even a pack of vicious bandits wouldn't faze them. While everyone was busy collecting bolts, Lin Lucy and Wang Ziyan messaged me, gave me a quick rundown of what had happened, and transferred the airdrop package over. Wang Ziyan said, "Lucy risked her life for this package, and Ms. Bai did a ton of work too. Her protective talent is seriously amazing. But Lucy's the one who did the most." She didn't try to claim an ounce of credit. She just heaped praise on Lin Lucy instead. I wrote back, "Nice work, all of you. When you get back, I'll make sure you're rewarded properly." Home. We're heading out to grab another package now. Hoping to get a couple more today. Be careful out there. Once I finished replying, I couldn't wait to pull out the airdrop package. Let's see what kind of goodies are in here. Looking at that pink package, I felt my heart beating faster than usual. The second I laid a hand on it, a panel popped up. "Open airdrop package." Yes/no. I blinked. I'd figured I'd have to tear the thing open myself. I didn't expect a one-click option. This world was getting more and more like a video game. I hit yes. Pink light flared so bright I couldn't see for a moment. When it faded, a pile of materials sat in front of me. Obtained. Gold coins times 10, reinforced glass times 5, 550 milliliters cola times 10, self-heating hot pot times 2, 1 liter bottled purified water times 1. That's it. I was massively let down. A rare package with only 100 dropped across a complex of 100,000 people. And this was all it coughed up? What is this? Spare change for a beggar. Zhang Lai hugged my arm, amused, and consoled me. This is actually a lot. It's just that your talent's too strong and you've got too much stuff, so it feels like nothing. Take those 10 gold coins. 80% of the residents right now couldn't scrape that together if they sold everything they owned. Not to mention the cola, the self-heating hot pot, and the purified water. Those are all rare food items on the trading platform. Each one would go for at least 1 or 2 gold coins. She'd been watching the trading platform nonstop, so nobody knew the value of this stuff better than her. Especially the reinforced glass. I'd had her try to buy some before, and she'd never managed to find any, which was how she could say for certain it was a genuinely rare material. Fair enough. I realized my perspective had gotten a little warped. Couldn't help it. My inventory was so stuffed with supplies that I never had to ration food or water. I could even wash my face and wipe down with bottled mineral water. That kind of luxury corrupts a person fast. Reinforced glass, though, perfect for upgrading the window. I got out of bed, walked over to the window, and put my hand on it. Material requirements met. Upgrade. I hit yes. A 6-minute countdown appeared, so I flopped back onto the bed to wait in comfort. Oh right, see if anyone's selling meat. Buy some so we can treat Lin Lucy and Wang Ziyan, I said, turning to Zhang Lai. Lin Lucy was the one who'd grabbed this package, and from what Wang Ziyan said, it had been brutally dangerous. Without Ms. Bai's help, she might have been badly hurt or even killed. So a reward was mandatory. She was my tenant, so a tier 4 door was no use to her, which meant food was the only way to make it up to her. That said, reward or not, the moment she gets back, I'm giving her a good hard kick. A kick. She nearly died over a piece of junk loot. Never mind that there was barely anything inside. Even if it had coughed up a blueprint or a skill book, it still wouldn't have been worth her life. Before we went downstairs, I specifically said survival comes first. That airhead didn't listen to a word of it. Thank God for Ms. Bai. Her talent really is something. She can actually split damage. Survival talents like that are my favorite. I'd have to find a way to sweet talk her into my room later. Not just for the talent, either. It'd bump up my comfort rating too. One woman adds 6 points, which beats hauling in furniture any day. Problem is, the room's too small. Even after 2 expansions, it's only about 160 square feet, barely bigger than a normal bedroom. And it's already crammed with a king-size bed, a toilet, and a recliner. There isn't even space for a fridge. I wanted to use that fancy chandelier blueprint, but the system told me the ceiling wasn't high enough. That's why expanding matters so much. The building chat is a war zone. Everybody's losing their minds over those 100 loot boxes. Zhang Lai scrolled through the platform, frowning. I thought it was a shame too. Every person who dies means 1 less share of rewards for me. My only hope was that leveling the talent to tier 2 would change something. Otherwise, the daily supplies I pull in would keep shrinking. Sure, it's still tens of thousands of units, but as far as I'm concerned, that's not enough. And I couldn't shake the feeling this damn game was deliberately pushing humans to turn on each other. Like Wang Ziyan mentioned, some resident downstairs blew himself up and took a whole crowd with him. A self-destruct talent that costs you everything to hurt the other guy a little, and the game actually hands those out. Staying alive in this world in one piece is going to be rough. Right then, the countdown on the window hit 0. A flash of white light, and the upgrade finished. Reinforced window, level 4, durability, 20/20ths. Salvageable into wood times 8, iron ingot times 4, glass times 1, tempered glass times 1. Upgrade requirement, window blueprint times 1. Description, in an NGH I finally got all nice and hard. Now I can keep the scary things in the dark away from Master. So happy. Yep, there's a wall between level 4 and 5. I'd already figured as much, so no surprise there. The level 4 window was noticeably bigger than before, with a lot more glass. I rapped on it, a little worried about whether it could take a hit from a monster. Let's test it. I wound up and slammed my fist into it as hard as I could. Bam! My knuckles screamed. The glass didn't budge an inch. So that's tempered glass, huh? Not bad. I was satisfied. The last weak point in my room was finally patched. No more worrying about monsters coming in through the window. Nothing had come through the window in the first 3 days, and nobody in the chat had mentioned it either. But judging from that whiny little window's description, odds were good something would eventually. Which made sense. Otherwise, why would the system bother telling me windows could be upgraded? Look at the walls. No upgrade prompt at all. They look like plain concrete, but I tested them with my crossbow. The bolts hit, and they don't leave a scratch. Meaning that whether it's a monster or a person, if they want to get at me in here, they have to come through the door or the window. So those 2 openings need to be upgraded into the ground. I saw a window blueprint listed earlier, but I didn't get to buy it in time. The seller's avatar went black and the listing got pulled, Zhang Lai explained, eyes on her screen. An avatar going black means that resident is dead. Once someone dies, everything they've listed is automatically removed. No rush, just keep an eye on the trade platform. I doubt anything's coming through the window in the next couple of days. And even if I was wrong, a level 4 window should hold. Got it. Zhang Lai nodded, dropped the gossip, and started combing through the listings in earnest. Her job as our buyer wasn't as easy as it looked. New items went up every single second, and you had to stay glued to the screen or you'd miss the good stuff. Still, compared to Lin Lucy and Wang Ziyan out there risking their necks, at least her life wasn't on the line. Just then my panel buzzed. Wang Ziyan. We didn't get the second loot box. Ms. Bai and Lucy are both hurt. There's some jerk who can turn invisible. He waited until we were fighting other residents and slipped the box into his inventory. We caught him, but he'd already traded it to someone else. I frowned and was about to reply when the panel buzzed again. A message from Li Jia. Boss, we almost had the second box, and then some bastard swiped it right out from under us. He swears he traded it to his room owner. I beat the hell out of him, and he still says there's no getting it back. Boss, what do you want done with him? My first instinct was to just kill him. But killing him gains me nothing. I thought for a few seconds, then replied, bring him up with you when you come. We'll negotiate with his room owner. Make the owner pay a ransom. You got it, boss. I closed Li Jia's window and messaged Wang Zian. Bring Lin Lucy and Ms. Bai upstairs first. If you're hurt, stop taking risks. I wonder how bad Lucy's hurt. Let me see if I can find bandages and medicine on the platform, Jiang Lai said. Medical supplies are really scarce, though, and the prices are all through the roof. If you find any, buy it. I don't care about the markup. I was the one who sent them downstairs, after all. As for the guy who stole our box, killing him outright does nothing for me. Better to see if I can squeeze some supplies out of him. I refuse to believe he's not scared of dying or of being worked over. I've never been trained in torture, but I can put on a good scare. And if that doesn't work, I'll just have Li Jia finish him. Anyone who takes what's ours has to pay for it. Otherwise, word gets around that we're easy pickings, and every resident in the building will want to turn stepping on us. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. I figured Lin Lucy and the others were back, but the security feed showed Zhao Jiahao, my neighbor from across the hall. I frowned. I remembered this guy. I'd heard him turn down Su Bo's invitations several times. A lone wolf. That said, he bought a crossbow from me and paid in gold coins on the spot, so he was developing better than the average resident. I opened the door. Chunin, want to talk business? Zhao Jiahao got straight to it. Business? Come in and talk. I've always been wary of lone wolves. That type has ambition and won't take orders from anyone. And Zhao Jiahao didn't even bother hiding it. Everyone else called me boss. Some even called me godfather. But he just used my name. So what's the deal? Let's hear it. I sat down on the bed and looked him over. There were wounds on his arm and leg, wrapped in scraps of cloth and still seeping blood. You said before that anyone who brings you a loot box gets help upgrading their door to level 4. Does that still stand? He asked, one hand clamped over his arm. Something clicked in my head. I nodded. I said it in front of everyone. Why wouldn't it? Back out on you. Look, you hand over the pack, and no matter what pops out of it, I'll get your door to level 4. Deal. I've already listed the pack on the trading platform with you as the designated recipient. Upgrade my door now, and it's yours. He swallowed hard. Judging by how shaky he looked, his stamina had to be nearly bottomed out. I glanced at the platform, confirmed the order was there, then pulled out a bottle of water and tossed it to him. Drink up. Give me upgrade permissions and wait here. I'll go take care of your door. Okay, thanks. He exhaled in relief. He hadn't handed the pack over directly. He was guarding against me just robbing him outright. Sure, based on today, he had no real reason to think I was that kind of guy, but caution was caution. He wasn't about to bet on human decency. I locked Zhao Jiahao in my own room before heading out to upgrade his door. Same logic. I was guarding against him pulling something on me. None of the other residents were back yet, and who knew what ideas might start creeping into this guy's head. Materials sufficient. Upgrade door. Warning. The door you are upgrading is not bound to you. Please proceed with care. I hit yes, without hesitating. Level 2 to level 3 cost 5 gold coins and 5 units of iron. I had 30 units of iron in my inventory and gold to spare, so it didn't sting at all. 3 minutes later, the heavy wooden door turned into an iron one. Hardened iron door. Level 3. Durability. 25/25. Upgrade cost. Gold coin times 10. Iron times 15. Continue upgrading. Identical stats to my own door back when it was level 3. But there was one difference. This door had no description. I noticed because everything in my room, from the doors and windows to the decorations, had a description, and those descriptions carried a distinctly weird flavor to them. So descriptions were apparently visible only to the room's owner. I tapped upgrade again and headed back. Chunin, is it done? Zhao Jiahao was on me the second I walked in, looking anxious. He was in someone else's room. After all, if I'd really wanted him dead, he couldn't have put up a fight. Yeah, just wait for the countdown. I pointed at the timer on his door. He checked it and let out a long breath. He'd fought over 100 people for that pack, been chased and beaten by a mob, and come back covered in wounds. He'd barely made it. But with a level 4 door, he had a shot at surviving tomorrow, maybe even the day 5 boss. The pack's yours. I'll get out of your hair. With that, he hurried back to his own room, probably itching to see just how tough a level 4 door was, and to lie down and recover. He was running on fumes. Never thought Zhao Jiahao would be the one to grab a pack. And it looks like he went in alone. Guy's got guts, Jiang Lai said, swinging her long legs. Everyone gets their own breaks. I never asked him how he'd pulled it off, start to finish. Either way, I came out fine on this one. Even if the contents were identical to the first pack, I'd basically break even. Worst case, I'd be down 5 or 6 gold. Opening packs is a gamble by nature. If they reliably dropped skill books, there's no way he'd have traded it to me in the first place. Now, let's open this thing. I took out the red pack. Same size as the pink one from before. Open. Blinding red light burst out and took a good 10 plus seconds to fade. You have opened a random airdrop pack. Obtained. Elemental Skill Book ×1. Holy, a skill book. The surprise hit me so fast I almost didn't process it. A thick tome hovered in the air. I touched it and the info popped up. Elemental Skill Book grants one random element-related skill upon use. Use now. Notice, please use in a safe location. I hit yes. The book dissolved into streaming light and sank into my body. Zhonglai watched expectantly from beside me. Then a chill welled up inside me. At first it was just a little cool, but it grew heavier, colder, like something stabbing straight into my bones. SSSS. Since when does getting a skill hurt this much? I was shivering hard. Zhonglai saw it and came over to hold me. She could feel the cold radiating right through my clothes. Thankfully, it didn't last. 5 or 6 minutes later, the chill drained away, and my whole body flooded with relief. So good, I nearly moaned out loud. I couldn't even feel the room's usual coolness anymore. Is this my cold resistance going up? You have obtained the skill, Frost Sovereign. Frost Sovereign, LV. 1. Create and manipulate ice to attack or defend, and gain a degree of resistance to low temperatures. Current control range, 10 meters. Babe, that skill looks amazing. Zhonglai gushed, hugging my arm. It really was. Creating ice out of nothing alone was insanely practical. Ice melts into water, and I don't need to explain how scarce water is right now. At a 10-meter control range, and I could attack or defend however I wanted. I raised a hand, and a 10-centimeter icicle condensed in my palm in the blink of an eye. Formation speed isn't bad. If it were too slow, the enemy would be in my face before the thing finished forming, and the skill would be useless. I checked my stamina. Stamina, 91/100. 9 points for a single icicle. Not cheap. I tried making an ice shield next. One barrier under a meter wide drained my stamina to 0. The shield was rock solid. Even a crossbow bolt couldn't punch through, and the thickness was whatever I wanted it to be. Which meant that with enough stamina, I could raise a shield that bullets and missiles couldn't get through. The skill's strong, but my stamina pool is way too small. I need to find a way to raise my stats and push that cap up before I can actually use this thing properly. I lay on the bed recovering and turning it over in my head. But from everything I gathered so far, outside of a few special talents, there was no confirmed method for raising stats. Then my attention went back to that LV. 1. On the skill, meaning skills could level up. The panel just didn't say how, and tapping it a few times did nothing. Leveling it might cut the stamina cost, or extend the range. I was looking forward to it. If the control range stretched out, this would be leagues better than a repeating crossbow. I steered the ice with my mind, so accuracy was near perfect. Enemies wouldn't be able to dodge at all. With this skill, I finally had real offense and real self-defense. I could start heading out to kill monsters and scavenge when the timing was right. Door blueprints, rune stones, that stuff only dropped from monsters outside the complex. And doing it myself meant I wouldn't have to hand the lion's share to anyone else. Bottom line, that trade with Zhao Jiahao was a massive win. Knock, knock, knock. Someone at the door. This time it was Lin Lucy and Wang Zian, back, and they'd brought Bai Mengjie with them. There was a gash on Lin Lucy's arm, still oozing blood, and Bai Mengjie had an identical cut in exactly the same spot. Here, I just bought these bandages. You two go ahead and patch yourselves up. Zhonglai handed them over. Neither wound was serious, so they were dressed in no time. It wasn't until I asked Wang Zian that I found out what happened. While they were fighting over the care packages, someone had ambushed Lin Lucy, and Bai Mengjie had used her talent to split the damage with her, which was why they had matching wounds. Ms. Bai, would you mind showing me your talent? My curiosity was piqued. Sure. She didn't hesitate at all, pulling up her panel right away. Group share, LV1, designate one target. Any damage or buffs that target receives are shared with other targets within a 30-meter radius. The more targets sharing, the smaller the portion the designated target bears. If there is only one sharing target, the share rate is 50%. Ms. Bai, that's a seriously strong talent. I was genuinely surprised. I'd assumed it could only split damage. I never expected it to share buffs too. As a support ability, it was maxed out. Sure, there was the 30-meter limit, but it was pitch black outside. Past 3 to 5 meters you couldn't see a thing, so closing to within 30 meters was effortless. The nastiest part, as long as she bound an enemy, that enemy would eat 50% of the damage they dealt her. Even if they killed her, they'd be going down with her. Their hands were tied, while she could counterattack freely. And since outsiders couldn't see her panel, they'd have no idea there was even a range limit. This talent really was strong. It's how I managed to kill the grinning nightmare a couple of days ago. Bai Mengjie nodded lightly. She only showed us because she trusted the few of us as her students. Ms. Bai, how about joining my room? Your support is strong, and my room's combat power is strong. Put them together, and survival gets a whole lot easier. I extended the invitation without a moment's hesitation. I had to land this talent. On top of that, Ms. Bai had a gentle personality and had helped me out before. I'd always harbored a bit of an adolescent fantasy about her, even before the transmigration. Back then, though, the whole teacher-student thing and my family's financial situation made me so insecure I barely dared to speak to her. But after the transmigration, everyone started from the same place. However rich you used to be, here you started with one room. Period. That insecurity just wore away. Bai Mengjie froze for a second. Could you let me think it over? Of course. I nodded, then took out several gold coins and handed them to her. Ms. Bai, these 5 gold coins are your payment for helping grab care packages today. Combined with what I already owed you, we're square. Huh? Isn't that too much? She didn't take them right away. 5 gold coins, plus the 3 she'd fronted me and the 2 gold 6 silver from before. That added up to over 10. Compared to the effort you put in, Ms. Bai, it's not much. I gave her a faint smile. She pressed her lips together, then finally accepted. Thank you, Chenin. She could probably sense that my attitude toward her had changed. It wasn't the way a student treats a teacher anymore. But she couldn't put her finger on what the feeling was. She'd spent most of her life with her nose in books, chasing degrees. She barely understood how people worked. 30 years old, and she'd never once been in a relationship. The blind dates never went past a single dinner. Her social experience was pitifully thin. Back in her own room, Bai Mengjie stared at her broken door, debating whether to repair it. Though really, what she was agonizing over was whether to join my room. Rationally, my door was a higher level and I had more supplies. Moving in would definitely make life easier. But my room was small, and I was a guy? Wouldn't it be awkward? Might something unspeakable happen? After all, Lin Lucy and Wang Ziyan both seemed to have already fallen. Meanwhile, over on my side, I just finished kicking Lin Lucy in the butt, and while her face was flushed bright red, I laid into her. What did I tell you before we went downstairs? Your own safety comes first, and you go and risk your life over some lousy care package. She started to explain, then swallowed the words. She just wanted to pull her weight, so she wouldn't get kicked out, so she could survive. Don't do it again, or I really will get angry, I said in a low voice. Losing a resident meant a hit to my comfort rating, and beyond that, the long-term value of Lin Lucy's talent was worth far more than 1 or 2 care packages. That's why I drilled it into her over and over not to take risks. As long as you're alive, the resources will come eventually. I understand, she answered quietly. I let it go and turned to Wang Ziyan, who was drinking water. Don't throw out the bottle. When you're done, fill it up from the toilet. We'll sell it to Zhonglai. Toilet water could be sold. It didn't compare to bottled mineral water, but by Zhonglai's math it still turned a profit. It was just a hassle to fill. Wang Ziyan made a sound of agreement, and, without the slightest hint of disgust, walked over to the toilet, crouched down, and started filling. Watching her, I was reasonably satisfied. Ever since I'd put her in her place, she'd gotten a lot more sensible. No more arguing or infighting in the room either. When there was work, everyone divided it up. Now that's what I call a thriving, well-oiled operation. I sat on the bed scrolling the chat room for a dozen or so minutes, and then my eyes lit up. I looked up at Wang Ziyan and Lin Lucy. Once your stamina's recovered, we're taking a trip outside the complex. Huh? Zhonglai's head snapped around, alarmed and worried. You're going out? Outside the complex? Isn't that way too dangerous? I used to be too scared to even step out the door. It was too dangerous out there. All kinds of unknown monsters, plus the bandits. But I was different now. I had the Frost Sovereign skill. Good for offense, good for defense. Bring Ms. Bai along, and her talent could blanket the group with protection. Add Wang Ziyan's duo domination stat bonus on top of that, and self-defense wouldn't be an issue at all. I've never been the adventurous type. If I'm not 99% sure, I don't leave the house. So why did I suddenly want to head outside the complex? Because I just bought another piece of intel from number 100000. I asked him whether he'd verified it, whether it might just be a fluke drop rate. He thumped his chest and swore it was legit. Kill one of those 6-legged creatures, and it's a guaranteed treasure chest drop. And the thing has 0 aggression. When it sees a person, all it does is run. Like it exists purely to hand out freebies. His whole crew was out there hunting them right now. Kill a 6-legged creature, get a treasure chest. The chest could contain rare resources and blueprints, and the thing didn't attack people. That was one reason I wanted to go out. The more important one, of course, was that I finally had the means to protect myself. Otherwise, forget treasure chests. Even if they dropped skill books, I wouldn't risk it. Please, be careful out there. Zhonglai's tone carried real concern. These days I wasn't just her landlord. I was her man. Half an hour later, Wang Ziyan, Lin Lucy, and I were all back to full stamina. The room. Recovering nearly 100 points an hour, endurance maxed out. Alright, let's move. Crossbow in hand, plate insert body armor on my torso, impact helmet on my head, full armor mode, Activate. I just bought both off the trading platform. Pricey, sure, but the protection was top-notch. I'd tested it myself. Even a crossbow bolt at point-blank range couldn't punch through. It only shaved off a few points of durability. Apparently body armor in this world was datafied too. Wild. Honey, here's the flashlight. You'll need it out there. Zhang Lai handed it over. I took it, drew a deep breath, and pushed open the door. Let's go? Time to find out what's really going on in this world of endless night. I walked past a few dozen doors and stopped in front of Bai Mengjia's. I paused for a second. Her door was wrecked beyond recognition. It wouldn't even keep the wind out. She'd been sitting on the floor recovering stamina, and she scrambled to her feet. We're leaving now? I'd messaged her earlier, inviting her to come explore downstairs with us. She was short on supplies, so she'd said yes. Yeah. Miss Bai, aren't you going to fix your door? If you don't have lumber, I can cover it. Call it payment for coming downstairs with us. I'll leave it for now. Deal with it when we get back. There's nothing in there worth taking anyway. She shook her head. Fine. Then would you mind using your talent on me first, teacher? Then we head down. Done. Her talent let her designate targets in advance. Whenever damage or a buff triggered, it got shared automatically, and she could even control how many people it applied to. We stepped into the dimly lit stairwell. The little amber emergency lights in the building were just bright enough to make the place look like a horror movie set. Lin Lucy and Wang Ziyan took point. I stayed in the middle, and Bai Mengjia brought up the rear. That formation worked out best for me. Every floor we passed, I took a curious look around. I could hear voices, but not many. No idea if the residents had gone off chasing airdrops or out grinding monsters. Wang Ziyan spoke as she led the way. Honestly, most people in this building are pretty normal. They're not going to just attack you out of nowhere. You don't have to be so on edge. That was aimed at me. Ever since I'd stepped out my door, I'd had a dead serious look on my face, finger hooked around the trigger the whole time, like I was ready to shoot somebody at any second. Better safe than sorry. Miss Bai, if anyone tries to jump us, you split the damage over to them immediately. Okay. Bai Mengjia nodded. Wang Ziyan could only sigh inwardly. This guy was unbelievably paranoid. We reached the ground floor quickly. Outside the door it was pitch black. Couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. I pulled out the flashlight, switched it on, and handed it to Bai Mengjia. Teacher, you hold this. Move out. I gestured for Lin Lucy and Wang Ziyan to take the lead. Wang Ziyan's eye twitched. She actually suspected that handing the flashlight to Miss Bai wasn't kindness at all. Light stands out way too much in the dark, and anyone planning an ambush would shoot the person holding it first. I have to admit, she read me perfectly. That was exactly what I'd been thinking. I did like Miss Bai a bit, but when my own safety was on the line, I'd save myself first without a second's hesitation. And what came next she saw even less coming. When we got to the compound gate, there stood Li Jia and nearly 100 other residents, all waiting. Clearly somebody had called them out. Needless to say, that somebody was me. Yeah, turns out I hadn't just armed myself to the teeth. I'd summoned an entire floor's worth of underlings too. Boss, are we heading out now? Li Jia and the others came over to greet me. They'd gotten my message half an hour earlier. Anyone willing to leave the compound and explore gets a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. And that was just the floor, the guaranteed minimum. Not one person turned it down. First, nobody wanted to get on the bad side of a guy as loaded as me. Second, everyone was short on resources and wanted to get out there, kill monsters, and farm coins. Third, moving as a group was actually safer. Plus, we'd already fought side by side earlier, so we had a baseline of trust. Everyone knew cooperation was the safest play. Yeah, move out. With nearly 100 guys shielding me, I could get out clean even if things went sideways. And all it cost me was a measly 100 bottles of water and loaves of bread. Nothing worth losing sleep over. If you've got resources, you use them. Otherwise, you get knifed in the back, and it won't matter how much loot is sitting in your backpack. I've always stuck to one rule. Only the living get to enjoy anything. The most tragic thing in the world is dying with money left unspent. Besides, with this many people covering me, our odds of hunting monsters went way up. A little grinding, and I'd earn the cost back easy. I might look like I'm constantly handing out resources, but I've got every single expense calculated down to the decimal. At minimum, I don't lose money on the deal. Boss, which way are we going? Once we were outside the gate, Li Jia turned back to ask. Pitch black in every direction. Impossible to tell one way from another. Straight ahead. We're going to the abandoned city up front. I'd already bought intel on the surrounding area. About a kilometer straight ahead, there was an abandoned city, and it was crawling with six-legged monsters. The other directions had resource points too, but way fewer six-leggers. Six-legged monsters were exactly what I was after, non-aggressive, and they dropped treasure chests. And while we were at it, I'd let Lin Lucy rack up kills to stack her drop rate talent. We moved forward on high alert. Now and then we ran into a few wandering faceless monsters, and I let Lin Lucy and Li Jia's crew handle them. When a faceless monster dies, the corpse doesn't disappear, and coins, gold and silver, plus bread and other items drop beside it. I'd collected plenty of intel on them in the chat rooms, but this was my first time seeing one with my own eyes. Their build was eerily human. Pale skin, limbs longer and lankier than a normal person's, completely hairless, not a single strand anywhere. No facial features at all, yet somehow they seemed to have eyes. The instant light hit them, they went into a frenzy and came charging at you like zombies. In the dark, these things were genuinely terrifying. Plenty of the residents seeing one for the first time got badly spooked. The abandoned cities right up ahead. Li Jia aimed his flashlight forward. Derelict high-rises stood in the darkness, dead silent. But I was staring at the asphalt under my feet, identical to the roads back on Earth. The wrecked vehicles along the curb looked like sedans, and even the buildings were shaped exactly like the ones in my previous life. I hear the closer you get to the city center, the more faceless monsters there are. Let's search the nearest buildings first. Got it, boss. Let's check out that building over there. Li Jia pointed at the closest abandoned office tower. Our beam swept across it. 40, maybe 50 stories tall, huge sections of glass shattered out, the walls pocked with dents like something had slammed into them. What caught my attention most were the dark red stains left on some of the window frames, like dried blood. The building was this corroded, so why hadn't the blood oxidized away? Was it because there was no sun? And what had left it there? People? Or monsters? While I was still turning it over, we'd already reached the base of the tower. Everyone be careful. Space is tight inside, so don't fire your bolts wildly. We don't want friendly fire. That was Li Jia, wrapped in a layer of golden shield, walking at the very front. A dozen or so people in the front row had their crossbows raised, eyes fixed on the entrance. I took the Bai Mengjia's flashlight, swept across the building's interior, panning slowly from left to right. Then, all at once, a shadow, with 6 legs. The instant the beam touched it, the thing bolted into the darkness. Holy shit. Boss, there's a monster in there, one of the residents screamed. I saw it too, 6 legs. Yeah, human legs, barefoot. A monster with human legs? Are you serious? The crowd erupted. 6 human legs. Just hearing it described was enough to make your skin crawl. But something clicked in my head. That thing had to be the 6-legger from the intel I'd bought. The name was probably made up by whoever was selling the information, but it fit well enough. The behavior matched too. It doesn't attack unprovoked, and it runs the moment it sees a person. One flash of light, and it had already scrambled back into the building, terrified. I looked at the crowd buzzing with panic and raised my voice. Everybody quiet down. They went silent instantly, all eyes on me. Li Jia and his crew of big guys were hesitating too. None of them wanted to go in. That thing was too creepy. They'd honestly rather go fight the faceless. I scanned the group. I've bought intel on the monsters around here. The 6-legger was on the list. Everyone's ears perked up. It looks horrifying, but it's a coward. Almost zero offensive capability. It runs from people. I just pointed a light at it, and it took off. The residents blinked. What? A cowardly monster? Most of them didn't buy it. But the few who'd actually seen it thought back, and yeah, it hadn't lunged at them the way the faceless did. It had bolted into the dark instead. Could it be true? Did this thing really not bite? Boss, if it's that timid, does that mean we can kill it for resources? Lower risk than the faceless. Li Jia chimed in right on cue. This kid really knows how to feed a line. I looked at Li Jia and nodded. Correct. Killing a 6-legger is way easier than killing a faceless. All this thing does is run. It's basically harmless. And when it dies, it drops a treasure chest. The variety of resources you can pull out of those chests is much better than what you get off other monsters. 6-leggers drop chests? With a wider range of resources? The moment the words left my mouth, the residents were hooked. Li Jia read the mood on everyone's faces and smoothly followed up. Boss, the variety's good, but the quantity's probably a gamble, right? Right. It's inconsistent. Could be a lot, could be almost nothing, I nodded. Then if I get a chest, can I just sell it straight to you? 1 gold coin's fine. Beats opening it and having no idea what I'll get. Way safer that way. That did it. Everyone's wheels started turning. 1 chest for 1 gold coin? That didn't sound like a bad deal at all. Smart kid. He knew I wanted to buy up those chests. I gave him a mental thumbs up and deliberately paused a couple of seconds. I'll give you 2 gold coins. The drop rate on these chests is a bit higher than normal monsters, so 2 is more appropriate. Boss, you're a stand-up guy. Li Jia shouted, genuinely excited. And it wasn't all an act, either. He'd figured 1 gold coin per chest might be a raw deal for him. He'd only floated it to get on my good side, playing along with the routine. Then I went and offered 2. 2 gold coins was guaranteed income, a lot better than a mystery box. Of course he was thrilled. Sure, the shop had rolled out gold coins today, which knocked their value down a little, but gold was still hard currency. Upgrading your door, buying construction blueprints, all of it took gold. Lots of gold. Once the other residents heard the terms, they were all in. Boss, can we sell you our chests too? Boss, I want to upgrade my door. I'm just a few coins short. Godfather, your son wants to go hunt for chests too. They crowded around me, all talking at once. Exactly the effect I wanted. With Li Jia leading the charge, getting everyone on the same page was easy. No problem. Bring me a chest, and I'll buy it for 2 gold coins every time. Whatever's inside, profit or loss is on me. Boss is the man. Godfather is so generous. Let's go after that 6-legger. It's still in the building. Nothing moves people like self-interest. 2 gold coins was a windfall to 99% of them. Some were already shouting about charging inside. Hold on, let's split into teams first. If you run into a faceless, that thing's aggressive. Running into one alone is dangerous. Li Jia cut in quickly. The crowd calmed down, then looked right past him, straight at me. Boss, how do you want to do this? The monster intel came from you. Whatever you say will do. Same here. Li Jia's eye twitched. Of course, the second I show up, nobody listens to him. Whatever reputation he'd built up, it couldn't compete with cold, hard cash. Spreading out too thin is dangerous. Form your own teams, but 5 people minimum per team, and split up by floor to hunt the 6-leggers. There may be more than one in there. Clear this building first, then we move on. It was a reasonably safe setup. The office building wasn't that big, so if a team on any floor got into trouble, the rest of us could regroup with them fast. You're the boss. The residents sorted themselves into teams quickly, friends with friends, people who already knew each other. If you run into multiple 6-leggers, call for backup and gang up on them. Move out. At my command, the residents filed into the building, pulling out their light sources, torches, candles, flashlights. They'd been hoarding them until now, some freshly acquired through trades. They wouldn't spend them for the group's sake, but within their own team, nobody held back. The building was pitch black. Without light, you couldn't even see where to step. Watching all this, Li Jia privately admitted my team setup was clever. Faster searching, plus it fired everyone up. Smaller teams had a better shot at grabbing chests and supplies. If everyone moved as one big group, most people would never see a piece of the loot, just like those faceless on the road into the abandoned city, all killed by Lin Lucy and a few of the leaders, with all the rewards going to them. Nobody said anything out loud, but sooner or later the resentment would build. Split into teams, though, and whether it was racing for chests or scavenging for supplies, everyone had a reason to hustle. Chunin, should we go in too? Wang Ziyan sounded impatient. Yeah, let's head up and try our luck, and see if there's anything worth collecting while we're at it. I was a little excited myself. A whole building, all mine to loot, grab whatever I see. Real-life Grand Theft Auto. That thrill died fast. There was nothing good in the building. The wooden desks had rotted through, and the appliances were beyond saving. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, it's Garbage Picker Simulator. I stared at the completely dead electric kettle in my hand and tossed it away in disappointment. The city had been abandoned too long. Nothing here worked anymore. No idea how everyone else was doing. The building. Everywhere you turned, there was the sound of scavenging and smashing. People breaking windows, tearing off doors, busting up rotted tables. A rotted table didn't break down into much lumber, but if you knocked off the rotted parts, you could still get 1 unit of good wood. For a lot of people, that was already a solid, risk-free haul, and they were having a blast smashing things. Especially some of the more timid female residents. They didn't dare face the monsters, so they just kept gathering scraps. Chunin, I think I just saw one of those 6-legged things you mentioned. Bai Mengjia suddenly shouted from her post at the door. Where? Wang Ziyan and I rushed out immediately. The flashlight lit up half the hallway, but there was no 6-legged monster in sight. The sounds of smashing were still coming from the floors above and below. It just ran into the stairwell up ahead. Bai Mengjia pointed at the pitch-black stairwell. Let's go check it out. I had Lin Lucy and Wang Ziyan take the lead. Intel said the 6-legged monsters weren't aggressive, but that was only probably. What if one was? What if there were other monsters hiding in the hallway? We had to be careful. The 2 girls moved to the stairwell with their repeating crossbows raised, staying alert. Wang Ziyan swept the flashlight from top to bottom, scanning the whole area. Nothing. Not even a sound. Don't see it. It probably went up or down. She turned back to say. And the moment she turned, a squirming sound came out of the darkness. Lin Lucy, who'd been ready the whole time, pulled the trigger instantly. Bolts went whistling out. A shrill scream came from the darkness, then quickly died away. Wang Ziyan flinched in fright, then hurriedly spun around, steadying her crossbow and staring toward the source of the scream. Downstairs. The thing had been hiding under the staircase. My drop rate went up. It's dead, Lin Lucy said, glancing at her panel. I raised an eyebrow. For such an introverted girl, her combat instincts were surprisingly sharp. She'd kept her eyes locked on the stairwell the entire time, and when Wang Ziyan let her guard down, Lucy hadn't lost focus for even a second. The instant she heard the noise, she put a bolt right on target. And she immediately used her talent's drop rate to confirm the kill. That reaction, all in the space of a few dozen seconds, made me understand why she'd been brave enough to go hunting outside the complex alone the past 2 days and come back without a scratch. Her combat talent was the real deal. A girl who could barely get a sentence out without stammering turned decisive and ruthless the second a fight started. Quite the contrast. Wang Ziyan, the girl with the glasses, was the careless one. Maybe with so many people in the building today, she'd gotten a little cocky enough to actually let her guard down. Go see what it dropped, I said, gesturing to her. She answered, then looked over at Lin Lucy. Lucy, thank you for that. It's nothing. That monster wasn't trying to attack anyway. It was probably just trying to get away. Lin Lucy waved her hands frantically, flustered. Once again a completely different person from a moment ago. What a study in contrasts. Wang Ziyan headed down beneath the stairs to look. She knew I didn't think highly of her right now. She'd wanted to prove herself in front of me. But the harder she tried, the more she screwed up. She'd just nearly been ambushed. Even if Lin Lucy said the monster hadn't meant to attack, what if it had been a faceless one instead? That defenseless turn of hers could have cost her life on the spot. Losing your life over a single lapse in attention. That was the cruelty of the endless night world. No wonder I was so cautious even in full armor. In that moment, she felt ashamed for having thought I was being paranoid earlier. Even inside a building, even knowing six-legged monsters rarely attacked people, she shouldn't have been that careless. She pulled herself together. Under the stairs, all she found was a wooden treasure chest about the size of a watermelon, plus a few spent bolts lying beside it. Whatever got killed must have been the six-legged monster, she said, coming back up with the chest in her arms and the bolts in hand. I gave it a couple of glances and stowed the chest in my pack. Come on, upstairs. Let's see if there are any more of them. Wang Ziyan had braced herself for a lecture, but I didn't say a single unnecessary word. Did that mean he'd given up on her completely? Her heart clenched. If I really disliked her, really was that disappointed, would I throw her out? Would I cut off her food? She was overthinking it. I hadn't lectured her because she hadn't made a fatal mistake. Having less combat experience than Lin Lucy was completely normal. 3 days ago, they'd all been ordinary students on a school campus. Forget fighting, they barely had any life experience. Someone like Lin Lucy, who could adapt to killing in such a short time, was the rare exception. Even among the guys, hardly any had her reflexes and awareness. That was talent. There's no explaining it. It's like math. Some people get it at a glance, while most tear their hair out and still never learn it. We searched several more floors after that. No more six-legged monsters, no other monsters, and no useful resources either. So we went down to the first floor to recover stamina and wait. The other residents were still digging through the building. Those scraps were beneath my notice, but they treated them like treasure. Being able to gather resources with no risk was a good deal for most people. We waited about half an hour before people started trickling downstairs. The first group was Li Jia and his burly resident buddies, plus a few other familiar faces. Boss, how'd it go? Li Jia stepped up and asked. Not bad, I nodded. We got lucky, ran into a six-legged monster, chased it forever, then ganged up and killed it. Dropped a chest. You buying, boss? He pulled out a wooden treasure chest. Of course. I gave it a couple of glances, stowed it in my pack, and handed over 2 gold coins. Thanks, boss. Li Jia took them happily, and the men behind him lit up too. Six-legged monsters were fast and hard to chase down, but they weren't aggressive. Killing one cost you a little extra stamina at most, with 0 risk to your life. In a world this dangerous, high reward with no risk of death was an absolute perk. The six-legged monster was a perk monster. Boss, let's keep hunting them. There's got to be more outside, someone said eagerly. 2 gold coins wouldn't stretch far split between them. With a perk monster this easy to kill, they had to farm a few more and scrape together enough gold to upgrade their doors to level 3. All right, tell the other residents to come down. I nodded. My stamina was back to full. I could keep going. Li Jia and his crew messaged their friends one by one, then had those friends pass it along to their friends. That was the fastest way to spread the word. I stared at the chat interface, lost in thought. This communication system was such a pain. If you could just make a group chat, one message would reach everyone. So much easier. This world was strange, too. The tech was miraculous enough that you could upgrade a door or build furniture just by adding materials. Yet the trading platform and chat rooms were as bare bones as QQ and WeChat back in the mid-2000s. You couldn't even create a group, and the trading platform didn't have a search function. Advanced and primitive at the same time. Another 10+ minutes went by before everyone had gathered. 2 of the teams had gotten chests, and both sold them to me. Everybody do a head count. Once we're all here, we move out. Li Jia was the one giving the orders. Something this minor obviously didn't need me stepping in. I'd pulled these people together to save myself trouble, not to make more of it. Once the head count was done and we had enough bodies, we headed out of the office building. Our target was another building not far off. We hadn't even gotten close when we saw a few guys with clubs standing guard at the entrance, shouting at us. We're searching this building. Go somewhere else. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens. But once our torchlight reached them and they got a good look at Li Jia's 100+ men, every one of them holding a repeating crossbow, all that bluster fizzled out on the spot. A young guy with a buzz cut hurried forward with an ingratiating smile. Come on, brother, we're all from the same complex. There are plenty of empty buildings around. No need to fight over this one. Huh. Arrogant 1 second, groveling the next. Hilarious. A minute ago, you were going to teach us a lesson, and now that we outnumber you, it's all reason and manners. A girl in the crowd sneered. I glanced at her instinctively. Nice figure. But that personality, there was something off about it. I frowned slightly and looked away. The buzz-cut guy's face darkened, but he didn't dare get angry. All he could do was apologize under his breath. Sorry, that was out of line. We really don't want trouble with other human residents. Li Jia cut him off. Skip the apology. Tell me why you're guarding the door. Our people are inside searching for supplies. We're worried monsters will get in, so we're keeping watch. Li Jia stared at him, his eyes flickering. He didn't think the guy was telling the truth. The girl sneered again. Sounds more like there's something good in there, and you're blocking the door. Quite a few of the residents thought that made sense. Maybe there really was something worth having inside. The buzz-cut guy rushed to explain. What could possibly be in an abandoned building? Nothing but wood and scrap metal you can break down. Li Jia instinctively looked at me, waiting for my call. With our numbers and firepower, wiping out these few would have taken zero effort. I gave a slight shake of my head. Li Jia caught on and switched tacks. How long have you been here? You know where there's a lot of resources nearby. It's our first time here too, so we don't know. But I hear there's more the closer you get to the city center. Big supermarkets, shopping districts. You hear? From who? Saw it in the chat room. Can't say if it's true or not. Li Jia didn't press further. He waved to the group. Let's go. We'll check out the building next door. Nobody objected. Starting a fight meant killing people, and these guys had only blocked the door without actually attacking. That didn't make them enemies, and there was no real conflict of interest. It wasn't worth it. As we moved off, I looked back at the buzz-cut guy and narrowed my eyes. I couldn't tell whether he deliberately steered us toward downtown. Because the intel I'd bought spelled it out clearly. The closer you got to the city center, the more faceless monsters there were. There were even things that could kill you in an instant, and not even the information broker could say what they were. If he knew downtown was a death trap and still tried to send us there, then he wasn't just shady. He was rotten. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Good thing Brother Huang thinks fast. If that crowd found out there were several six-legged monsters in this building, they'd have taken it for sure. No kidding. Six-legged monsters drop treasure chests. How are these people so loaded? Every single one of them's got a repeating crossbow. Is that even human? The buzz-cut guy snorted. So what if they're loaded? If they've got the guts to head downtown, they're dead for sure. A few kilometers in, the faceless things multiply like crazy. One noise, and you've got hundreds, thousands swarming you. All the crossbows in the world won't kill them all. The others exchanged looks and started laughing. They threatened us. They deserve to die out there. A strong group like that is a threat to our toll operation anyway. Best if all of them die out there. Brother Huang, why don't we run it by Brother Wang? Follow these fat sheep? If they really go downtown, we ambush them while they're busy and take all those crossbows. Then this whole complex is ours. A minute ago they'd been bowing and scraping. Now they were all full of schemes. I'll message Brother Wang, the buzzcut guy said, pulling up his panel. At that exact moment, the whistle of something cutting through the air came out of the darkness. Before they could send a single message, they went down one after another, screaming with arrows in them. One took a bolt straight through the skull and stopped breathing on the spot. Li Jia and the others walked out of the darkness, crossbows in hand. WHY, the buzzcut guy, riddled with dozens of bolts, had one breath left in him. He glared at us with pure resentment. He didn't understand, hadn't we left? Why come back to kill them? Huh, you took us for fat sheep. Did you really think we were that stupid? The pretty girl with the acid tongue stepped forward, crossbow cradled in her arms, a cold smile all over her face. How is that possible? His face was frozen in disbelief. Then he was gone. Only once I'd confirmed they were all dead did I come out from the crowd. I'd stayed on guard the whole time in case one of them lashed out in his final moments. Looking at the bloody corpses on the ground, I felt a natural wave of discomfort and forced it back down. Then I turned to the girl and praised her. Nice work. If it weren't for your talent, these guys really would have played us. Boss, it's the least I could do. She smiled, picked up her spiked club, and casually yanked the bolts out of the bodies, showing no revulsion toward the corpses at all. That kind of composure was genuinely impressive. Why did we double back? Because a few hundred meters out, she'd used her talent to eavesdrop on their conversation. Heard them admit they'd deliberately tried to send us downtown. Heard them call us fat sheep. Everyone was furious. I simply went with the will of the people and led them back. Li Jia finished collecting the bolts and asked, Bai Lu, how far can you scout? Can you check how many people are still in the building? I'll try. Bai Lu activated her talent. A simple 3D map appeared in front of her, several buildings lit up with red dots. One green dot was her, the cluster beside it was us, and inside the building ahead there were nearly 30 red dots. She tapped the nearest red dot, and a voice came through immediately. Hurry, that's six-legged monsters upstairs. After it. Block the stairwell. Don't let those two beasts get away. These dots are people, Bai Lu said. That was her talent, like a radar. It showed the terrain, detected positions, and even let her eavesdrop on conversations from a distance. In this world of endless night, it was basically a god's eye view plus X-ray vision. I'd been stunned the first time I saw it. The map was crude and couldn't distinguish people from monsters, but you could always tell from the voices. Boss, do we hit them? Li Jia asked. The others were already itching for it. I hadn't wanted to kill anyone, but when a pack of bandits sizes you up as sheep to be slaughtered, then fine. We hit them. They weren't good people anyway. No guilt involved. I swept my eyes over the group. We've got the advantage in numbers, weapons, and intel. And these people are the bandits who've been terrorizing our complex? Kill them. All right. Boss, give us a battle plan, Li Jia asked. I shook my head. I don't know anything about tactics, and I'm not going to bark out orders I don't understand. Just do what we did before. Use Bai Lu's intel, swarm them, and pick them off one by one before they can react. Everyone thought it over and agreed. Ranged weapons plus an intel advantage. It'd be a curb stomp. Li Jia gripped his repeating crossbow. I'll lead. Anyone with a defensive talent covers the front line. Support talents stay in back and deal damage. Everybody else, don't just fire wildly. I don't want friendly fire. Into the building. Orders given. He charged in with the others. The goal was to wipe out the bandits inside before they caught on. If they realized the men at the entrance were dead and went on alert, it'd turn into a brutal fight. Most of the residents went in. Only me, Wang Ziyan, Lin Lucy, and a few others with no combat ability stayed downstairs. I absolutely refused to put myself at risk. I had no idea whether any of these bandits had a recon talent like Bai Lu's, one that could pick me out as the leader on the spot. And if any of them had a self-detonation talent, that was even worse. So I stayed downstairs, ready to grab my people and run at the first sign of trouble. Do we have to kill everyone in the building? What if some of them are innocent? Bai Mengjie finally spoke up after hesitating for a long while. She thought Li Jiao was being too ruthless. Before I could answer, Wang Ziyan turned to her, clearly annoyed. At a time like this, who has the luxury of sorting the good from the bad? If we hadn't killed those men immediately just now and had given them a chance to fight back, one of their talents might have hurt us. Same thing here. Waste time figuring out who's good and who's bad, and the bandits will be ready for us. Compared to maybe wronging one or two decent people, the safety of our own comes first. Bai Mengjie thought about it and had to admit she had a point. She didn't like it, but she knew she couldn't let her own people die for the sake of strangers. The other residents chimed in one after another. Sister-in-law's right. You think there's a single good person in that gang? Nobody spoke up for us when they were shaking us down for gold coins. They extorted a gold coin out of me just this morning. Money I bled for, killing monsters. If my talent were stronger and I hadn't been out of stamina, I'd have gone up there and killed them myself. Everyone hated the bandits to the bone. I glanced at Wang Ziyan and nodded to myself. The bookish girl with the glasses had finally adapted to this cruel world. Just yesterday she'd been so rigid she'd rather die than share a room with a strange man. Not even 2 days later, her thinking had gotten this simple and direct. She was willing to kill. Good thing Teacher Bai is just soft-hearted and not a brainless saint. Otherwise I'd really have to think twice about letting her into my room. Seeing that Bai Mengjie had dropped the argument with Wang Ziyan, I was satisfied. In my past life, I liked kind people. But in this world, mindless kindness doesn't just get you killed, it gets the people around you killed too. Kindness with limits is fine. Kindness without a brain is fatal. Honestly, I'd love to be surrounded by nothing but lawful good people. Otherwise I couldn't even sleep soundly. I sat down on the steps, opened the chat interface, and messaged Jiang Lai to start accepting silver coins as well when she sold the crossbows. I needed to stockpile silver, because today the shop allowed silver to gold exchanges. My own quota was used up, but there were over 100 residents on this floor. What would they get enough silver to max out their quotas? All those in used slots. I'd buy up under my authority as boss. That's the benefit of controlling population, resources, and power. With all three in hand, I was developing several times faster than before. I was still typing when someone suddenly touched my shoulder. I whipped my head around, warily, nearly drawing my crossbow. Luckily, it was just a female resident whose face I recognized. What is it? You need something? Getting touched out of nowhere in an environment this dangerous instinctively put me on edge. Boss, I thought I'd rub your shoulders for you. She said, a little shyly. No need. Go keep watch and make sure no monsters get close. Before I'd even finished, her hands were already at work. The pressure and placement were surprisingly good. It actually felt great. Later, when the other residents saw someone currying favor with me, their eyes lit up and they came over too, kneading shoulders and pounding legs. People are herd animals. Once one person starts, others copy. And besides, I was rich and powerful now. Who wouldn't want a piece of that? I couldn't help musing. No wonder men chase power. It really does feel good. If I didn't have it, why would any of these people bother sucking up to me? I enjoyed it like that for a good 2 hours. Finally, torchlight and footsteps came from the entrance. Brother Li's back, someone said, recognizing Li Jia and Bai Lu at the head of the group. Boss, we did well. Killed a bunch of six-legged monsters, popped a few treasure chests, and… Huh, where's the boss? Don't tell me you lost him. Li Jia stopped mid-sentence when he realized I wasn't there. The others froze too. Only Wang Zian and Lin Lucy were on the same wavelength as me. They immediately looked into the darkness behind them. Sure enough, at some point I'd slipped all the way to the back of the crowd. I keep my guard up even around my own people. Can't help it. Being careful is how you stay alive. 7 chests. Not bad. Here's 14 gold coins. I made the trade with Li Jia and the others. I hadn't expected there to be 7 six-legged monsters in this building. No wonder those bandits were blocking the door and keeping people out. Li Jia took the gold and explained, I heard the bandits talking. One of them has a talent that attracts monsters. That's how they lured so many six-legged ones in to slaughter people. There's a talent like that? I raised an eyebrow. The talents in this world really were all over the map. Still, what interested me most right now was Bai Lu's absurdly powerful recon ability. In a fight, it was practically unbeatable. I pushed down my curiosity, planning to take another look at her stat panel once we got back. Boss, do we head back to the complex or keep hunting for resources? Li Jia asked. I thought about it. Let's scavenge a while longer. The more six-legged monsters we kill, the better. Everyone answered eagerly. Today had gone too smoothly. Everyone had gotten something, and they all wanted to keep going. I walked over to Bai Lu, who was sorting through the loot. Does your talent drain you a lot? Quite a bit. I can only keep it up for a few minutes at a time. The wider the scan range and the more targets there are, the more it costs. As she spoke, she used a dagger to scrape flesh off an arrowhead. Human flesh, presumably. That arrow had gone through somebody. Just watching it made me a little nauseous, but I held it in. I had to get used to this kind of life, or I'd be useless in a fight. Before we move out, scan the area first so we don't walk into a big pack of monsters. No problem, boss. She looked up with a smile. Though, since I'm being this. Translation. I've been working my tail off. Can I get a little bonus? I ignored her and asked a question of my own. Did you buy all 15 of those gold coins at the shop today? No. I only had a dozen or so silver, so I could only afford one. That told me what I needed to know. I asked Li Jia and the others too, and found out most of the tenants couldn't come close to affording 15 gold. After an hour or so of rest, everyone had recovered some stamina, so we went back to scavenging. But this area was close to the complex and had already been picked over. Not much left, and not many monsters either. We only turned up 2 six-legged freaks, plus a dozen or so faceless things wandering around. It was pitch black, dark enough that you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face. Without Bai Lu's talent, we'd never have found them at all. In the end, I called it and decided to head home. On the way back, I told Li Jia and the rest, I'm running low on gold. Not enough to pay everyone. I'll give you the equivalent in silver for now, and you can convert it to gold at the shop yourselves. Thanks, boss. Boss is the man. Everyone was pumped. 0 casualties today. The only injury was one tenant who rolled his own ankle on the stairs, and the haul was excellent. Following this boss was a sweet deal. He handed out money and supplies, didn't micromanage, didn't breathe down your neck, didn't squeeze you dry. Basically the ideal leader. Back at the complex gate, I quietly drifted to the rear of the group again. This time there were no bandits blocking the entrance, which spared me from having to kill anyone. Tenants were streaming in and out, all of them prepping for tomorrow's monster invasion. We made it back up to our floor without incident. Wish this place could stay peaceful like this, one tenant sighed. It was those bandits who'd wrecked everyone's solidarity. Everybody go drop off your gear, then come to my room to collect your pay. I headed back to my room with Wang Zian and Lin Lucy. Li Jia, meanwhile, gave orders to that burly tenant of his. Huzi, go bring him in. Honey, you're back. Jiang Lai got to me first, elbowing Wang Zian aside to latch onto my arm. Wang Zian looked disgusted. This infuriating Jiang Lai, always going out of her way to needle her. I dropped onto the big soft bed, pulled off my helmet and stripped out of the body armor. How much silver are we at now? Over 5,000. That much. I was genuinely surprised. Clearly Jiang Lai hadn't slacked off for a second in the few hours I'd been gone. Home. Our repeating crossbows are the best weapon on the market right now. The big teams buy them a dozen or several dozen at a time. she explained with a smile. And I've been taking payment in silver. They're happy to pay a premium for it. That made sense. Even though silver could be exchanged for gold starting today, it was worth far less. Silver could only be spent at the shop, while gold was the hard currency for upgrading your door. The shop's exchange rate was 10 to 1, but if you try to trade with an actual person, 15 silver might not even get you a single gold coin. As for where everyone else got that much silver, totally unremarkable. All of humanity had been transported here. Nearly 10 billion people, which meant plenty of tenants with serious abilities. Even our little complex had no shortage of heavy hitters. Take the owner of Unit 100,000. His team's intel network was incredible. He sold fresh information every day, and it was always dead accurate. Today's tip about the six-legged freaks came from him. I even suspected someone on his team had an intel-type talent. All right, open the door. Let's start handing out pay. I gestured to Wang Xian. The tenants had bought their crossbows on credit, so every one of them owed me money, but I wasn't deducting it up front. They were all counting on gold to upgrade their doors, garnish their wages, and a lot of them wouldn't survive tomorrow. Slow and steady. Give them something to look forward to, and I could squeeze a lot more out of them over time. Just then the door opened, and Li Jia and Huzi marched a young guy inside. Boss, this is the punk who stole our gift pack. I locked him in a room before we left the complex. How do you want to handle him? Sir, please spare me. The kid's voice cracked, and he was shaking from head to toe. What's your name? I looked him over. He couldn't have been more than 20 or so, still pretty green. Li Ziqiang. Sir, I really can't give the gift pack back. Please let me go. I'll pay you compensation. Why can't you give it back? I frowned. Because my room's owner already sold it. His voice trailed off to almost nothing. Son of a, do you know how hard we fought for that thing? And you actually sold it? Li Jia slammed a fist into him, and Huzi glared at him, murder in his eyes. I wasn't happy either, but the pack was gone. Talking about it was pointless now. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I swear I'll never steal again. My owner and I are willing to pay 2 gold, 3 silver, and 5 units of iron as compensation. Li Ziqiang clutched his bruised arm, not daring to fight back at all. That's all your life is worth. I said coldly. Sir, it's not that I don't want to give more. That's everything my owner can spare. He already spent all the money from selling the pack on upgrading to a tier 3 door. He looked ready to cry, but had no tears left. He had his own grievances, too. If he'd known, he never would have sent the gift pack back. He'd begged his owner for ages before the man agreed to cough up even that much to ransom him. But there was nothing he could do. He was just a tenant. Without the owner's authorization, he couldn't touch a single resource. I thought it over, frowning, then looked at Li Jia. Have your tenant take him outside first. Let me settle up your pay. Sure. Li Jia nodded, and his big tenant took the hint, hauling Li Ziqiang out by the arm. I pulled 20 silver coins for bottles of water and 4 loaves of bread out of my pack. 1 gold each for you and your tenant, plus 1 bottle of water and 1 loaf each. That's the base pay. You did more than your share, so here's 2 extra bottles and 2 extra loaves. And I'm wiping out what you owe me. Thank you, boss. Li Jia accepted it all, thoroughly satisfied. And it really was generous. He'd bought a repeating crossbow plus bolts on credit, for gold total. So all told, I'd effectively paid him 6 gold in wages, plus 4 rations of food and water. And that was just his salary. On top of it, he had his cut from selling the treasure chest, and whatever he'd scavenged and looted off monsters. More than enough to upgrade to a tier 3 door. It was that damn thief Li Ziqiang who really got under my skin. If not for him, I could have claimed another tier 4 door reward. Damn it, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I'd give him another beating later. As for Li Ziqiang, keep squeezing him. See if you can shake loose a bigger ransom. Whatever we get, we split 50-50. You got it, boss. I'll go put the screws to him right now. Li Jia was out the door before he'd finished the sentence. I smiled. A 50-50 split on the ransom was pure profit for me. I'd be collecting without lifting a finger. If we'd traded the gift pack instead, I'd have had to throw in a whole extra set of tier 4 door materials. This way, it was all free money. After that, the rest of the tenants lined up to collect their pay. Each person, translation, 10 silver coins minimum, plus a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. Anyone who pulled real weight got extra food, water, even extra silver. They'd been nervous at first, worried I'd garnish their pay to cover their debts, but I paid out in hard silver, on the spot. My only condition was that they buy up every last gold coin in the mall. I'd front the silver, and they'd hand the surplus gold over to me. The residents were so grateful for my generosity that of course nobody refused. They couldn't afford gold coins on their own anyway, and trading them to the boss earned them some goodwill. But as more and more people made the exchange, they started to freak out. The boss can come up with this much silver? Does some resident have a talent that produces silver coins? Whatever the reason, I now had several hundred gold coins at minimum. It was insane. Plenty of people were still patting themselves on the back over owning a single gold coin, and here I was sitting on hundreds. By that standard, even those bandits weren't as rich as me. For a bandit crew to scrape together a few hundred gold, they'd have to rob a few hundred people and then split the take among 100+ men. Who's poor and who's rich? Not exactly a hard question. The residents' understanding of my wealth got a total upgrade, which only cemented their determination to ride my coattails. Whatever crumbs slipped through the boss's fingers would be enough to stuff them full. Miss Bailu, you put in a lot of work today. Bonus for you, 10 extra silver, a bottle of water, and a loaf of bread. I handed her a double ration. Her scouting talent had been a huge asset against the bandits. Bailu pulled her gaze back from the big bed and accepted it with a beaming smile. Thanks, boss. I nodded and was about to call the next person up when she spoke, still grinning. Boss, do you have room for another resident in your quarters? I'd like to join your room as your girlfriend. Jiang Lai's and Wang Xian's eyes snapped over in unison. Was there really a woman this shameless? Saying, right to their faces and without the slightest cover, that she wanted to be my girlfriend, not just a resident, a girlfriend. I was a little stunned myself. I had, admittedly, thought about recruiting Bailu. Her scouting talent was strong. But my plan had been to build some rapport first and ask once we knew each other better. The room was already at capacity, for people crammed into 15 square meters, 5 counting Ms. Bai. One more would be unbearably tight. I hadn't expected her to make the first move. Outside the door, Bai Mengjia, waiting her turn for her wages, heard it too and froze in place. How could any girl be that bold? Chunin already had a girlfriend, and she still wanted the spot? But mostly what she felt was anxiety. If the boss takes Bailu in, will he still take me? Her own talent was useful, sure, but Bailu's was no worse. What if the room filled up and there was no space left for her? Bai Mengjia clenched and unclenched her fists several times, but she didn't have Bailu's nerve or thick skin. She didn't even dare knock. Boss, my talent is a big help to you, and I'm pretty too. You won't be getting a bad deal. Bailu wasn't the least bit bashful. She was brimming with confidence, completely ignoring the glares from Jiang Lai and Wang Xian. As for Lin Lucy, standing head down in the corner like a quail, she had zero presence. Nobody paid her any mind. This woman is not simple. Jiang Lai narrowed her eyes, gripped by a wariness she'd never felt before. Every trace of her earlier confidence was gone. Once my shock wore off, I realized taking Bailu in would definitely be a net gain. It was just so sudden. I never imagined she'd confess this boldly, or that she wouldn't even mind that I already had a girlfriend. For a girl raised in modern society, that was awfully open-minded. Boss, if you don't say no, I'll take that as a yes. I'm giving up my room owner status right now and submitting a resident application to you. Don't you dare reject it, or I'll have nowhere to go. She was already pulling up her panel to do it. Hold on. I stopped her and asked, do you have any diseases? Syphilis, HIV, anything like that? A girl this bold, I had to be careful. If she got around and turned out to be a walking pathogen, I'd be finished. I had no interest in dying of disease. Syphilis, HIV. Bailu blinked. Then the corner of her mouth curled up. Nope, nothing like that. But I do have another kind of illness. I frowned. Before I could speak, Jiang Lai snorted. If you're sick, get out. Don't infect the rest of us. Big sister's jealousy runs deep. But the first lady of the house really shouldn't be so petty. Men find that off-putting. Bailu looked at her, all smiles. What does this have to do with jealousy? You're a walking disease vector, and I'm not allowed to say so. Jiang Lai's face was cold. The more she saw, the more of a threat this woman seemed. Shameless, silver-tongued, and good-looking on top of it. If Wang Xian's threat level was a 1, Bailu was at least a 5. Not even the same league. And worst of all, Jiang Lai had the feeling this woman could very well unseat her as top girl. I'm not joking with you. I frowned at Bailu too. The room was cramped as it was. Add a disease carrier, and it becomes a plague pit. So if she really was sick, I didn't care how strong her talent was. I wasn't taking her. I wasn't teasing you, boss. I really am ill, but it's a mental illness. Not contagious. Bailu smiled and, without a shred of embarrassment, sat down beside me and nuzzled against my shoulder. But my body's perfectly clean. If you don't believe me, boss, you're welcome to inspect the goods yourself. That predatory line left Jiang Lai and Wang Xian speechless, utterly shameless, an absolute vixen. Lin Lucy buried her head even lower, clearly flustered too. A mental illness? I said, puzzled. Then I remembered what happened outside the complex. How Bailu had egged the residents on to attack those few bandits. At the time, those bandits hadn't shown the slightest hostility. They'd only warned people to keep their distance. Yet she'd tried to whip the crowd into killing them. And afterward, she'd yanked the arrows out of the corpses with a blank face, completely unbothered by the gore. Not normal at all. Something was definitely wrong with this woman's head. That was exactly why I was hesitating. Becoming a resident meant she couldn't betray or harm me. But being unable to harm me didn't mean she couldn't harm my other residents. If her issues ran too deep, I'd have to find a way to tame her, or she'd cause trouble sooner or later. Boss, I've thrown myself at you this hard, and you're still thinking it over? Bai Lu hugged my arm and shook it, wheedling. A beautiful woman acting cute is downright lethal. It stirred something in me, but not much. I wasn't the inexperienced virgin I used to be. I had at least that much resistance. I said calmly, let me see your panel and your talent. Sure thing, boss. Look all you like, look however you want. Bai Lu grinned and spread her panel open. Jiang Lai and Wang Ziyan silently cursed her as a shameless slut, then found themselves looking too. Room owner, Bai Lu. Gender, female. Stamina, 68/100. Satiety, 42/100. Strength, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, 2 talent. God's Eye View, LV1. God's Eye View, LV1 grants 1 point of intelligence. When activated, reveals the terrain and every unit within a 100-meter radius, and allows the user to eavesdrop on any sounds made by detected units. This talent was seriously strong, scanning every unit within 100 meters. In this pitch-black world of eternal night, that was ridiculously useful. No wonder I'd hesitated. Setting emotions aside and looking purely at the payoff, even a different Jiang Lai would have taken Bai Lu in. With a talent like that, going outside would get a whole lot safer. By the way, can your scan pick up someone who's invisible? I suddenly thought of Li Ziqiang, the guy who'd stolen my starter package with his invisibility. Never tried. Bai Lu shook her head. Using the talent burned too much stamina. When the package got stolen, she hadn't had her scan up. I pulled up my panel and messaged Li Jia directly. Have you let Li Ziqiang go? If not, bring him over. I want to run an experiment. Got it. On our way. Less than a minute later, there was a knock at the door. When he said right away, he meant right away. Boss, I'm here. Wang Ziyan opened the door and froze for a second when she saw Li Ziqiang. His face was covered in fresh bruises, both eyes swollen and purple. He'd taken a real beating. Boss, what kind of experiment? Li Ziqiang swallowed nervously. I didn't bother explaining. Right now, use your talent. Huh. He'd barely had time to blink before Li Jia smacked him upside the head. Boss told you to use your talent. You deaf. Okay, I got it. Li Ziqiang looked ready to cry as he hurriedly activated it. His body vanished right in front of us, completely invisible to the naked eye, not even the sound of his breathing left. If Li Jia hadn't still had a hand on him, you'd think the guy had straight up ceased to exist. I looked at Bai Lu. She'd already switched on her talent without being told. The surrounding terrain resolved into a mini-map, red dots lighting up one by one. I counted them. Only 6 dots in the room. So her scan couldn't detect Li Ziqiang while he was invisible, which meant the scan was a little weaker than I'd hoped. Drop the invisibility. Open your panel and let me see the talent. Li Ziqiang was confused and clearly not thrilled about it, but one glance back at the murderous look on Li Jia's face and he wised up fast. He'd genuinely been beaten into submission. That bastard Li Jia didn't hold back. Stealth. LV1 grants 1 point of agility. When active, the user enters a stealth state. Sounds they make become difficult to hear. Stamina consumption is greatly increased. I read it over a few times, then had Li Jia haul him away. Not a bad talent either. Stealth on its own wasn't exactly overpowered, but with the agility bonus, most people wouldn't be able to catch him in the early game. Plus it muffled sound and blocked detection. Pretty solid, actually, though mainly good for saving your own skin and stabbing people in the back. I messaged Li Jia and told him to personally walk Li Ziqiang home later, note his room number, and keep an eye on him. Might come in handy down the line. Boss, are you disappointed in me? Bai Lu asked pitifully. Not that bad. I shook my head. There couldn't be many people running around with stealth, and the practical value of a scanning talent was beyond question. Besides, if your talent hits level 2, maybe it'll be able to detect stealth. I checked her upgrade requirements. Upgrade conditions, 200 gold coins, scan 200 units, complete. Complete designated quest. Designated quest. Kill 10 humans, 3/10 complete. That's it. Those are the conditions. I was a little surprised. Maybe because the talent was relatively weak, the bar was set lower? That's easy. Bai Lu blinked at me. Forget the designated quest. Just those 200 gold coins would take her a month to save up, if she even managed it. She still had to upgrade her door and buy food. She couldn't exactly starve herself just to hoard money. Coins that were out of reach for her were nothing to me. I'd already broken 1,000. But still, kill 10 humans? That requirement was insane. I frowned. No wonder this woman had been stirring the pot all along. She probably had murder on her mind the whole time. And she'd already killed 3. My guard went up another notch. Damn it. In this hellhole of a world, upgrading a talent required killing people? Wasn't that just openly encouraging humans to turn on each other? Don't tell me my designated quest was going to involve killing too. If every designated quest was like this, the whole complex was going to descend into chaos. That thought gave me a real sense of urgency. I looked at Bai Lu. Give up your homeowner status and apply to join my room. Sure thing, sweetie. Bai Lu giggled, her whole way of addressing me suddenly different. Jiang Lai and Wang Ziyan both looked less than pleased, but neither was in a position to say anything. The reason I'd agreed to take Bai Lu in wasn't just that her talent was about to level up. There was another reason. The woman had something seriously wrong with her head. She was twisted. With someone like that, you either take them in as a resident and use the rules to keep them from hurting anyone, or you kill them outright. Because I had no way of guaranteeing she wouldn't snap one day and start killing everyone, me included. After a day around her, I saw it clearly. She wasn't killing people just to finish an upgrade quest. When she said she had a mental illness, she probably wasn't lying. You have applied to become a resident of room 009527. Awaiting approval. I've submitted it. Bai Lu glanced at me. I got the notification too and approved it immediately. Just like that, resident number 4. But after waiting a moment, I realized the system hadn't announced any increase in comfort. What the hell? I frowned. Not even a single point. Why? I glanced at Bai Lu, who was already kicking off her shoes and making herself at home on my bed, then pulled up the panel and checked again and again. Comfort really hadn't gone up. Not 1 point. I was genuinely stumped. Was it a Bai Lu problem, or did I just have too many residents crammed into one room? If it was the latter, then it was probably a matter of the room being too small for this many people. Didn't exactly live up to the word comfort. In that case, all I had to do was expand the room and the comfort would come back. But if it had nothing to do with room size, if there was a hard cap on residents, or if the issue was simply that Bai Lu was defective, then I'd have to consider throwing her out. Because if my comfort got stuck, I couldn't upgrade my talent, and I'd be completely finished. With that in mind, I first called in Bai Mengjie, who'd been waiting outside the door for a long time. Teacher Bai, sorry to keep you waiting. Here's your pay for today. I handed her 20 silver coins, plus a portion of food and water. Isn't this too much? Bai Mengjie hesitated. 20 silver coins was 2 gold coins. She'd already taken 10 earlier, and now 2 more, plus food and drink. It really was a lot. You earned it today, I said with a smile. So, Ms. Bai, have you thought about my invitation? Are you willing to join my room? Jiang Lai and Wang Ziyan both glanced over instinctively. Another one? The room was so small, there was no way to squeeze anyone else in. Bai Mengjie was still hesitating. I knew what she was hesitating about. She figured joining the room meant becoming my girlfriend. If it were just a simple roommate arrangement, she would have agreed long ago. But a boyfriend-girlfriend thing, she was my teacher, after all. She couldn't bring herself to do it. No rush. We've still got over 10 hours before the monster invasion. Go back and think it over, Ms. Bai, I said evenly. There was no way I was letting a talent like her slip away. It was a life-saving skill and a powerful support ability on top of that. If I ever found a talent that granted buffs, pairing it with her sharing talent would mean buffing the entire team at once. I wanted to build my own core group. Sure, the residents on this floor all took my orders, but they were outsiders bought with incentives, not my own people. As far as I was concerned, only residents who joined my room, who absolutely could not harm me, counted as my own. Only they were worth pouring resources into. Like Bai Lu and Lin Lucy, I was planning to invest gold coins into upgrading their talents. Someone like Li Jia? Never. I had no hold over them, and who knew whether they'd turn on me after a talent upgrade, or even end up controlling me instead. Beyond that, inviting Bai Mengjie was also a test to see whether it would raise the comfort level. If it did, that meant the problem was with Bai Lu, and in that case I really would have to kick her out. Alright, I'll head back for now. In the end, Bai Mengjie didn't accept. With several pairs of eyes fixed on her, she felt like she'd been stripped bare. Especially at the thought of serving a male student alongside several of her own female students. She was too mortified to get a single word out. Ms. Bai's got a nice big butt. Sweetie, if you like her, I'll go tie her up right now and bring her over to serve you, Bai Lu said, grinning. What kind of shameless thing was that to say? Jiang Lai and Wang Ziyan were both stunned. No need. Don't go pulling any stunts, I said, a little speechless myself. There really was something wrong with this woman's head. Apocalypse or not, you didn't run into many people as lawless as her. Fine, then I'm gonna get some sleep. Today wore me out. Bai Lu didn't spare Jiang Lai an ounce of consideration. She shoved her hard to one side and stretched out comfortably. Jiang Lai bit her lip in anger, shook her little fist, but still held back from hitting her. I couldn't be bothered with either of them. I pulled the 11 treasure chests I'd collected that day out of my pack. Time to open some mystery boxes. These had cost me 22 gold coins, after all. Back when I bought intel, I learned that the drop rate from treasure chests was very high, several times better than killing ordinary monsters, and they could even yield rare supplies. That was why I'd been willing to pay 2 gold coins apiece. The moment my hand touched a chest, a prompt popped up. Open the wooden treasure chest. I selected yes. You opened a wooden treasure chest and obtained silver coin times 6, toothbrush times 10, mint toothpaste times 10, facial tissue times 5. That much? Not bad at all. 6 silver coins was already close to a full gold coin. And the toothbrushes and toothpaste were exactly what I'd been wanting for the past 2 days. I wanted to brush my teeth, and I wanted Zhang Lai and the others to brush theirs too. Otherwise, you'd wake up to that smell, and you wouldn't even dare use your tongue when kissing. Rough. Zhang Lai had never managed to buy any. This one chest gave me a whole pile, definitely worth more than 2 gold coins. No loss there. Plus the tissues. Essential for wiping, and useful afterward too, so we wouldn't dirty the sheets. Water was scarce in this world. Even with over 90,000 bottles, I wasn't about to use them washing bedding. I opened the second one. Wooden treasure chest, silver coin times 9, fruit-flavored chewing gum times 15, beef-flavored sausage times 10. Not bad either. Sausage was a good find in a world with such monotonous food, and the gum would sell for a gold coin easily. The second chest turned a profit too. Third one. Wooden treasure chest, silver coin times 8, copper coin times 9, large serving of delicious Dapanji times 1. Chicken stew. Chests can drop cooked food. A big platter of chicken materialized on the table, loaded with potatoes and green peppers, steam curling up, the smell hitting me right in the face, like it had just come off the stove. A generous portion, too. Zhang Lai, Wang Ziyan, and Lin Lucy all turned toward it, drawn in by the aroma. That smells amazing. Bai Lu, who'd been on the verge of falling asleep, shot upright. Meat. There's actual meat. She lunged over like a starving wolf, hand already reaching, and I clamped down on her arm. Don't touch it. Go wash your hands first. Wash my hands. She blinked. There was water to spare for washing hands. I was on a roll and didn't feel like explaining, so I tossed her a bottle of water and reached for the fourth chest. The first 3 had all paid out far more than 2 gold coins, especially that platter of chicken. It would go for several gold on the platform. But I wasn't selling it. I'd promised to reward Lin Lucy for getting the care package back. I'd originally sent Zhang Lai to buy meat on the platform, but she never managed to. Either it was of dubious origin and unsafe to eat, or it was raw and there was no way to cook it, and it was absurdly expensive on top of that. Wooden treasure chest, silver coin times 13, pickled cabbage instant noodles times 10, boxed toothpicks times 5. Wooden treasure chest, silver coin times 5, delicious ramen times 2, fried chicken drumstick times 5. Wooden treasure chest, silver coin times 8, copper coin times 15, pickled mustard greens times 10, 550 milliliters orange juice times 1. Wooden treasure chest, gold coin times 2, self-heating mini hot pot times 1. Wooden treasure chest, silver coin times 1, large serving of spicy braised pork ribs times 1, KFC family bucket meal times 1. I tore through the remaining 8 in one go. There was a whole grab bag of stuff, almost all of it worth more than 2 gold coins. One chest dropped 50 silver coins outright, a 3 gold coin profit in one shot. But the most valuable haul was the cooked food. I noticed wooden chests had a very high chance of dropping food. It smells so good. I can't take it anymore, Bai Lu said, swallowing hard, hands freshly washed. 3 days since she'd crossed over, and forget meat, she hadn't had a single full meal, surviving on 1 piece of bread a day. Zhang Lai and the others were staring at the table too, swallowing. The chicken stew, the fiery red spicy ribs, the steaming bowls of ramen. Ordinary dishes back on Earth, but incredibly rare in this world. Lin Lucy and Zhang Lai, you two come eat first, I called. Sweetie, you're the best. Zhang Lai's eyes lit up. She leaned in and planted a big kiss on me, then shot Bai Lu a smug look over her shoulder before digging out a pair of chopsticks and starting in. Translation. Sweetie, I want some too. Bai Lu wrapped herself around my arm, deliberately rubbing against my chest, her voice a thin, coaxing whine. Once I've eaten my fill, you get to eat me, don't you? Humph, slutty little fox. You think batting your eyes is going to work? Zhang Lai chewed her meat, quietly smug. He let me sit down at the table first. That means he thinks more of me. Some fox who just joined yesterday? How could she possibly compare? I ignored Bai Lu's wheedling and looked at Lin Lucy, who was still standing in the doorway with her head down, not having moved an inch. It's just dinner. Do I really have to invite you twice? I'll eat after you're all done. She mumbled, not daring to lift her head. No need to wait. You risked your life today to get that gift pack back for me. You earned it, so you deserve better treatment. I just got out of bed and pulled her over to the table. As the room owner, I had to be clear about rewards and punishments. Whoever contributes the most should get the most. Zhang Lai's contribution wasn't small either. She'd moved a few hundred crossbows and brought back several hundred gold coins, a few thousand silver, and a pile of supplies. She managed the trading well, didn't waste anything, didn't slack off. That deserved a reward. Rewards are what create motivation. All meat gets heavy. Have some Coke. I pulled 3 bottles out of the box in the corner, loot from an earlier gift pack. Meat plus a carbonated drink. Perfect. This is what living feels like. This chicken is really something. Better than any authentic Depangi I've ever had. I chewed, a little amazed. One bite, and this strange, rich savoriness exploded across my tongue. Was it just because I'd been living on bread for days? So good. These ribs are amazing too, better than the $1,000 steaks I used to eat. There's no way a normal chef could cook like this. Jiang Lai's mouth was slick with grease, every trace of her rich girl polish gone. I tried to rib myself. The meat was tender and soft, the juices spreading across my mouth. The flavor was incredible. No idea if a person cooked this or the system just synthesized it. But damn, it's good. Even as I said it, my hands moved faster. If I didn't hurry, Jiang Lai and Lin Lucy would clean out both plates. Even shy, withdrawn Lin Lucy had picked up speed after the first few bites. It was just too good to turn down. Bai Lu begged sweetly several times during the meal, even tried to come grab some, and I shut her down every time. She and Wang Ziyan could only watch with hungry eyes, swallowing every so often. 15 minutes later, the three of us finally stopped, stuffed. More than 2/3 of both platters was gone. Barely anything was left. If we hadn't been so full, with food that good, we'd have finished it all. All right, you two can eat now. I grabbed a napkin, wiped my mouth, and looked at Bai Lu and Wang Ziyan. Both of them immediately dove in and started wolfing it down, not the least bit bothered that they were eating our leftovers. They weren't in a position to be picky. I rubbed my stomach and let out a burp. Why insist they wait until I was finished? To set the rules. If the people who contribute and the people who don't get treated the same, eventually Lin Lucy and Jiang Lai would resent it. Maybe even stop trying, which would hurt us all. Whoever gives more has to get more back. That way, next time there's work to do, Bai Lu and Wang Ziyan will be fighting each other for the chance to earn credit. That's healthy competition. And the results spoke for themselves. The reward worked. After eating, Jiang Lai walked around to help her food settle while she opened the trading platform and got back to work. She knew I treated her well not just because she was my first woman, but because she got things done. So she was going to work even harder, make sure I saw her value. Lin Lucy had nothing to do and said nothing, but her eyes kept flicking over at me when she thought I wasn't looking. Earlier, when I'd kicked her in the butt and lectured her for being reckless, she'd felt a little wronged. She just hadn't said so. Now that feeling was completely gone. She understood I wasn't picking on her. I just didn't want her getting hurt. And on top of that, I'd given her an extra reward. With all that, what was there left to feel bad about? Her heart was beating faster for reasons she couldn't name, and there was a warmth in her chest. It's really lucky, having a room owner like him, she thought. He worries about whether I'm safe, and he gives out rewards too. She quietly swore that next time she went after resources she'd be careful, and she wouldn't make me angry again, so I wouldn't have to kick her in the butt. As for me, full and satisfied, I lay back on the bed and sorted through my inventory. I stacked the duplicate supplies together, then pulled out everything that was low count and took up space for no reason and tossed it in the corner, freeing up a fair number of slots. I pulled up my panel and gave it a once-over. Room owner, Chunin residence, Jiang Lai, Wang Ziyan, Lin Lucy, Bai Lu Complex Unit No. 009527 Surveillance. Active room comfort. 30 stamina. 100/100 satiety. 100/100 strength. 1 agility. 1 intelligence. 1 talent. Supreme Sovereign, LV1. Skill, Frost Dominion, LV1. Inventory, 5/6 bread times 99. 008. Bottled water times 98. 385. Lumber times 18. Wooden crossbow times 97. 209. Reinforced glass times 4 resident inventory. Gold coin times 1. 385. Silver coin times 69. Iron ingot times 25. Candle times 3. Red runestone times 2. The bread, water, and crossbows were down by a few hundred each. But against 1,385 gold coins, that was a steal. With that much gold, the interest alone would bring in 276 coins a day. Passive income. And I was already miles ahead of every other resident. On top of that, Jiang Lai had picked up 2 red runestones today, which meant I could upgrade the door. Even better were the 4 blueprints in my hands. All exactly what I told her to look for. All things I needed most right now. 3 room expansion blueprints and 1 window blueprint. Room expansion blueprint. Expands room by 1 square meter. Cost. Gold coin times 10 room expansion blueprint. Expands room by 5 square meters. Cost. Gold coin times 10 room expansion blueprint. Expands room by 3 square meters. Cost. Gold coin times 10 absolute defense window blueprint. Massively increased defense. Durability is always double that of a same tier window. Cost. Gold coin times 15. 3 expansions, that's 9 extra square meters. I was pretty happy with that. Good chance to test whether more floor space would bring Bai Lu's comfort rating back up. The window blueprint was solid too. Big defense boost and double durability, strong. No damage reflection like the door had, but the defense on it was genuinely tough. Sweetie, I just spotted a damage reflection window blueprint and a self-healing window blueprint. Want them? Zhang Lai asked suddenly. Reflection I get. What's self-healing do? That got my interest. She came over and held the info up for me to see. Self-healing window blueprint. Window gains a regeneration effect. Durability restores automatically. No manual repairs needed. Cost, 15 gold coins. I read it over and thought about it. Not bad, but it doesn't feel as useful as absolute defense. Still, it'd be sweet if you could stack both effects. High durability and self-repair. Zhang Lai blinked and smiled. Sweetheart, if you're already daydreaming, why not dream a little bigger? She glanced at the door. Like slapping absolute defense and self-healing onto the door. Then it'd be tough, self-repairing, and reflect damage. That got me going. She was right. 3 effects stacked together. Insane defense plus insane durability, which would make the damage reflection last longer and bounce even more damage back at enemies. And self-healing would save me a mountain of resources, since I wouldn't have to babysit repairs. Straight up maxed out. Unfortunately, after digging into it for a while, I found out that going from level 4 to level 5 only allows 1 blueprint. Meaning, pick 1 effect, that's it. I was a little let down. Hold on. A thought struck me, and with it a bold guess. If I keep upgrading, maybe I get to use another blueprint going from level 9 to level 10. It was possible, the logic being that the 4 to 5 threshold upgrade pattern might repeat. And if it was possible, then I could start stockpiling blueprints now. If it panned out, I'd stack multiple effects. If it didn't, I still wouldn't lose anything. Door and window blueprints are required for the 4 to 5 upgrade anyway. Right now nobody wants blueprints, because most residents don't even have a level 3 door yet. A level 5 blueprint is useless to them. What they're short on is gold and resources. Once everyone's doors start leveling up, blueprint prices are guaranteed to skyrocket. Sell then, pocket the spread. Easy money. With that in mind, I told Zhang Lai, buy the self-healing window blueprint. And from now on, if we run into any other window or door blueprints, grab those too. I've got a use for them. Got it. Zhang Lai nodded. She'd come to the same conclusion. No way to lose on it. So buy. And, right, lead with too expensive to haggle her down. Can't overpay. I tossed the blueprints onto the nightstand without using them. Tomorrow, after collecting my compound interest, I'd expand the room and upgrade the window. The window's current level was good enough. Even if something came through it tonight, I wasn't worried. And the door went without saying, level 5, in a class of its own. Tomorrow I'd collect the interest and upgrade everything at once. Conveniently, Zhang Lai had picked up 2 red runestones, enough to push the door to level 6. Chunin, how are we sleeping tonight? Wang Ziyan asked hesitantly, finished with dinner. She was tired and wanted to sleep, but she didn't have Bailu's nerve. She couldn't just claim a spot on the bed. The round bed was big, but 3 people was the comfortable max. For skinny girls could squeeze on if they had to. 5. No chance. I was about to say something when Lin Lucy spoke up quietly. Could I sleep in the recliner? You don't want the bed? You did good work today. I'll make room for you. I looked at her. She'd probably picked up on the fact that Wang Ziyan wanted the recliner and had spoken first to head her off. No need. I'm fine in the recliner. She refused quickly. The bed meant squeezing in with other people. With me, specifically. She didn't dislike me, but she couldn't handle sharing a bed that suddenly. Even if she might really end up being my girlfriend down the road, that was down the road. And definitely not in front of a bunch of other girls. All right, the recliner's yours tonight. I didn't push her. Thanks. She let out a breath of relief and slipped around the side of the bed. Wang Ziyan, meanwhile, sighed in disappointment. She'd pulled her weight today too. So why didn't she get that kind of treatment? Do guys all go for the soft, fragile type, like Lin Lucy? Or had I noticed that she was actually really pretty? Because she was. Lin Lucy was gorgeous, better looking than her, better looking than Bailu and Zhang Lai. It was just that she always kept her head down, with thick, long hair covering half her face, and she had 0 sense for clothes, which made her come off as plain. In reality, she was prettier than the girls at school who called themselves campus queens, and she had the figure to match. How did Wang Ziyan know? She'd gotten a good look last night, when the 2 of them were crammed together resting. I turned to Bailu next. When you're done eating, wash the plates and bowls. Use the bucket of purified water in the corner. If you don't get in this bed, and don't expect food tomorrow, either. The 1-liter bucket in the corner had come out of a starter pack. I hadn't put it in my pack. I have to do dishes too? I would have eaten faster if I'd known. Bailu made a face, but her hands never stopped. She was picking the leftover green peppers off the plate one by one and eating them, absolutely ravenous. Watching that, I swept the 2 bowls of ramen and the KFC family bucket into my inventory, saving those for tomorrow. No way was I letting her demolish all of it. I had her figured out by now. Bailu had a serious case of thick skin. She'd been with us less than 2 hours and already acted like she owned the place, eating and drinking without a shred of hesitation. It wasn't just me. Zhang Li had wanted to call her out several times, but remembering how sharp that little fox's tongue was, she held back. Scolding her wouldn't faze her at all. She'd flip it around and accuse Zhang Li of being the big sister with no tolerance for anyone. Zhang Li simply couldn't out-argue her. I'm going to sleep. Get some rest if you're tired. We might be heading out again tomorrow. I yawned, lay down, and was out fast. Zhang Li scooted over and claimed the spot next to me. 5 or 6 minutes later, Bai Lu finished eating and called out to Wang Ziyan. You do the dishes. Huh? Me. Wang Ziyan pointed at herself, stunned. You're not doing anything anyway. Help me out. Thanks. And with that, Bai Lu went off to brush her teeth with a new toothbrush. Wang Ziyan felt wronged, but she grudgingly washed the dishes anyway. Bai Lu, freshly cleaned up, lay down on my other side, hugged my arm, and closed her eyes with a look of pure contentment. Wang Ziyan took one look and ended up sleeping next to Zhang Li. She and Zhang Li weren't especially close, but that beat lying next to a stranger like Bai Lu. The candlelight went out, the room sank into darkness, and the breathing gradually evened out. Now and then a few voices drifted in from the hallway, but it was mostly quiet. At this hour, most of the residents on this floor had turned in, all of them hoping to team up and head out together again tomorrow. That was a lot safer than going it alone.